sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, here this turn was a bit weird since the Tiny Gen itself isn't really the best here at this point.
Yeah.
But together with that prototype, they still get at least a draw. But the prototype itself doesn't have the greatest stats.
Yeah.
That may be one of the points that's not so nice for them here. And is that a common or a rare duel of grid? It's just a common one, right?
It's just a common duel of grid. What is actually interesting right now is like that the Tiny Chin onto reserve could potentially just like, we're going to be played out, and I assume it will be onto the... it's going to be onto the... onto the B hero side, so still... still going to be progress through that, but with the Beauty Sleep could be placed down maybe like on some of the cards, and we can see it we're going to be, and it's actually going to the prototype so that the Afanas can double progress with that, and this is super interesting.
The Sneezersturm here will just pick up the Beauty Sleep again, and I believe this will now likely be one of the key loops for the Afanas, and they will just keep picking up that Beauty Sleep over and over again, since they do have another unique in hand that can just pick up spells. So as soon as that Sneezersturm is gone, they do have a second unique to just loop that Beauty Sleep, and that is the, I feel like, single most effective card into Azadi.
Yeah.
And this one is even returning cards, so they can now just return their own Harvester here,
oh, that's crazy.
Their own Sneezersturm and the Beauty Sleep as well, so they only have that Trooper on reserve.
It's card.
Yeah, that is super nice.
So when it's like per card, then by sure guys, this is like a lot of money. Just like sitting here at the reserve.
Yeah.
And this is like super cool, yeah.
The card return isn't the greatest at dusk. It gets a lot more benefit at when leaving the expeditions, as we just saw here. When it leaves together with another card, you can just return that other character from your reserve to your hand, like the Incasters can do, and therefore this effect gets much more valuable. And we already see here from one Beauty Sleep, the Afanas got a double advance and is now ahead over the Azadi. So you kind of have to see Sakurabu loops here for the Azadi side to get back, but we do see only the Sakurabu, but no Eat Me Energy bars.
And this is quite yet could be like a super cool difference it's going to be make if we would see like the Eat Me Energy bars going to be placed down, because right now, even if it's just like one expedition ahead for the Afanas, and Afanas can simply just like also with the Beauty Sleep in hand, as we know by now, just like totally clash out the game. And also, as we can see, all these run costs going to be a super duper pass by with that, and this is just like super crazy. And also the Alteredtcg in the reserve has only like a reserve cost of 1, so this is just like super hard right now for Zero to play around. And also being the starting player will not make like a big change. I mean, you could just like actually play out the Arculano Milk also as a small pass by, so let's see how it's really going to take. There
currently is no card draw and not really a ton of stats that the Afanas can put out, but that Beauty is still super hard to deal with.
Yeah, and as we can see, the Alteredtcg will be come to play. You touch the card, play it. Yeah. Oh, okay. You see, this is like an actually smart move. You not leave the card untouched. Because if you untouch the card, then it assumed that you actually played it out. So that was a good move. Yeah, good move. And we see directly the duel of crits. So no cards actually going to be removed or going to be leave in that way. So as we know now, that was really good for Soryat, because with that the Beauty Sleep could just like going to be back if like it's going to be decided that the Alteredtcg actually going to be removed from the board. With that, we can see now the Jukas, I assume, will be the Mage Dancer going to be placed down. But it's actually just like the question where going to be placed down.
It's a good, tough question here, and it's...
I feel like you could play it, onto the hero side. So with the Beauty Sleep, you can just like,
just you kind of want to force your opponent to play into that Arculano Milk to just give things played from hand fleeting, and this is quite threatening. Where's the Azadi? Are they playing that?
Hold on. Actually,
They played it in the wrong expedition. But it doesn't really matter since they
can just say that it played on the other expedition. I mean, it was also yesterday, so would be crazy if the judge is talking now. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
It would be crazy if the judge is now telling it's not allowed. Okay.
I think the judge is saying something about it, and he's just smiling about it.
He's just like smiling because he know that he can take like 10 spots out of streams that like everyone was like being allowed. Why wasn't allowed? So actually the explanation is if you have the Akelano milk and the Swifty Chin is coming to the Expeditioner and then you're going to have like fleeting on the Swifty Chin, then it's not going to the reserve, so you cannot just like put it onto the reserve and then putting into the mana zone. So this is like actually like in my head it's not working, but it doesn't matter because actually just like Solio could say, hey, I then just like play it on the other Expeditioner because he just like placed it on the field, but he didn't just like left it. So and we had like a lot of examples actually also during the stream that the person actually just like was allowed to switch the expedition if they realized, hey, wait, I did like something wrong. So would be crazy if the judge now is telling it's not allowed after we saw like one big thing yesterday on stream actually. It would be crazy in my eyes, in my opinion, it would be crazy, but let's see. But they're actually discussing about it, but if that is so,
I'm now really interested in what's gonna happen here, because yeah, I feel like if you're in a top card and this is and you do this, do you know your deck? Yeah. But yeah.
I mean, I assume that he just like did it. That he just like did it because he was like, hey, you know that I'm using the scout effect. Don't be like that, right? Yeah. So yeah, it's a misplay, but it's like you using the scout effect, and I feel like comparing to like real life tournaments, if you're not using a scout effect, it's doing something on the Expeditioner. And it's just like a effect that it's going to be used on the like whole game, and then I feel like it doesn't that much matter, and you shouldn't.
Can I quickly jump in?
Okay.
You can just stack the triggers, right, when you scout it. So you can do the first one with the scout, and then it goes to reserve before it gets the fleeting.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I believe that was the discussion there that went on. Just wanted to chime in. I don't think it was actually a play mistake, but because it does look weird going into that expedition, it makes sense they wanted to confirm with a judge that it does indeed work that way.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for going in. Okay, guys. So it doesn't matter what we said before. But at the end it's just like it just like worked out, and as you can see there would be a double question now, but the beauty sleep will come onto the field, and against the prototype is going to be getting slapped, so it's just like a strong card staying there. And
the Soldier drew Amrock off of the Swift Judge or of the Aaaand trigger, and if they just played that card, they would have probably just lost the game off that, because it would have gotten. Well, no, they might have not instantly lost, but just playing that card and having it be slapped is so awful to play into, and I'm surprised to see an Amrock in Aaaand distance. It's so bad into sleeping effects.
Yeah, if the character goes to reserve before triggering the fleeting effect, then we're good. I mean, okay, was that Maverick, by the way? You mean right now on stream? No, it was Keelan that actually talked. Keelan is also is our rule checker in the background as well. So
I think that means who physically was helping answer the question there.
Was it Maverick? Was it Maverick? Yeah. It could be. Yeah. Okay.
It could be. It makes sense.
No, the judge. Yeah, it could be. Make sense that it was Maverick. Yeah. And as we can see, there's just like one expedition left for our Afanas right now to just like, and it's the second one. So 2 mana. Okay, that is crazy. And I feel like right now, if we're going to see the hand cards down from Solyard, this is looking really, really good for our Afanas right now.
It's there is that Sakuraba to put them down once, Yeah, actually, it's still kind of weak into especially that Beauty Sleep that's still in hand lingering there, but they could get even onto molds and have a basically 7-8 expeditions, but yeah, a single Mage Dancer plus Beauty Sleep would likely just contest that already, especially with that Moth here in play here and on that hero side, companion side. I'm not too sure what's hero and what's companion at this point.
Yeah. And as you can see now, I mean, there's still like the scout ability for like the Tellurian Skater that you could still use to as a short pass by before playing out the Sacred Brew. And also the Haven Bouncer is just like sitting there, so you could also just like sabotage something out of that. I mean, it could be like a good target actually, the Mage Dancer, to just like getting used out of that. So that's also maybe like one of the reasons that Etigma started to split out the expeditions to just like getting prepared for that. And we see that the Skater is going to no, yes. I'm still thinking so, but it's actually a hard decision because it could be just like game. I mean, it's still like best of 3, so there's still like a chance to come back into that. And no, it's actually just like, yeah, it's just like mana ring.
It's the mana channeling first.
Yeah, just like mana channeling.
That's basically just slow playing, but I feel like slow playing doesn't really do a lot here because you see that reserve of the Aphanis. There are 2 1-cost cards, and slow playing, they're just gonna play a 1-cost anyway, so they will still have, they can have 2 slow plays and then can still Beauty Sleep you. So yeah, it's tough going up against that, and they might have counted if they have enough mana to slow play twice or 3 times themselves and still play that Sakurabru.
Yeah.
But I don't even feel like that's doing a lot. But yeah, now we see that Skater here coming out, boosting up the prototype. How much mana is that left? Is that 7 mana left exactly? So 1 more Sakurabru play, and yeah. Then we'll likely see an end to the game, or maybe the Aphanis does not play around the Sakurabru here, and yeah.
That's correct. So as you can see now, I mean, it's super tough right now, right? It's like 1 counter displays. I mean, it's going to be like a little bit more excited to watch the deck, because usually the chances were high that an Aphanis just like got the small step giant leap, and then we could say like, okay, going to the next one before. But now it's like getting super interesting. We see the Mage Dancer is coming out to play. Also the hero side, so there's like a lot of stuff that you need to get prepared.
So the Sakurabru will tie up the game.
Yeah.
I think that there's no chance that this for win this turn for the Aphanis. So yeah, Sakurabru saving here the game, I feel like, at this point for the Azadi.
Yes.
And luckily for them, the Aphanis now loses a lot of resources here.
Yes, totally agreeing on that. I mean, the Beauty Sleep will coming back to hand again, right?
Oh, they can just Beauty Sleep one of their own characters, so that they might just Beauty Sleep their own Mage Dancer.
Yeah, this could be.
And
could
then
be the
return.
reason. Yeah.
And then return the Beauty Sleep off with the Sneezer Shroom here. And yeah, that's exactly what's happening here.
Yeah.
So the Aphanis is realizing what's happening here and just preps for the next day. And yes, even though they are now tight on expeditions after this, still getting that Mage Dancer set up as basically anchored.
Yeah. We see the Eat Me energy bars.
Way around.
This is crazy. So if another Sakurabru right now going to be drawed, this could be like super crazy.
Okay, yeah.
Oh wait, there's something.
Where did you see the energy bar?
Yeah, in the hand. Here. Right now.
Okay.
Was 2 seconds. Here, you can see it.
Okay, yeah.
And okay, it's not. But still, the HVHD bars are like super strong, just like for the gigantic. It's actually not quite that working out. Skater plus Sakurabru, I guess. Yeah.
Artie's on 12 mana now, I think. So
yeah,
the Belmon is active and is gigantic, and yeah, it's probably just eating the sleep. So can't really play too much around that. But actually, if that Belmon is sleeping, you can activate your energy bar again.
Yeah, that is true. And so with that, going to see that, I mean, it's just like you sleep. And what is going to be mana? Is it like? Oh, what was it for?
Mana channeling, right?
Yeah, it was mana channeling.
Yeah.
But still thinking?
That card isn't doing that anymore.
Yeah. And so with that, we're seeing the Talarian Skater as well the Acolano Milk just like sitting there on the reserve, and the Acolano Milk played out as a good small pass by. And as we can see right now, oh, there is like the Metamorph. So Wrath to Flame, this is like actually cool, because with that there would be like going a lot of characters going to into the play. And as we can see, the Sap, okay, Sap Infusion is going to be played. So this is like a super interesting spot.
The unfortunate part for the Infernos, I think they haven't seen a single magical training in this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, all of these spells, they are still doing enough for them, so they do get enough value out of them.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Interestingly enough, the Adzadi here not trying to contest that Mage Dancer, well, and not playing the Skater into that into the Acolano Milk expedition, and not getting the additional boost. That's interesting.
Yes, that's correct.
Trying to win on this day.
I feel like it could be also potentially because we're seeing like the Eat Me Energy bars, right? That the Valencian would be going to be played out there as well for the Acolano Milk with the extra boost. And also with that being able to, yeah, just like, yeah, separating the stats a little bit onto the field. And maybe also just like prepare against Enigma to maybe just like see, okay, there's like a high chance that I could potentially getting your expedition with that, because we also need to think, oh,
only 3 mana left here for the Afana, so they only have 1 more play, but those could be Taverns. That's a lot of mana.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting to play that out.
You place the energy bar here. So with the next play, the Adzadi knows if they can use their Veilmon here or not.
Yes, this is correct. And actually it's crazy
Veilmon,
because the Bouncer, the Venom
Veilmon isn't even active.
No. We see the Muff to
activating the energy bar here.
Yes. So we see the Muff to Flame coming to play. So, oh, it's like, now it's like super tough, and I feel like aren't those both? Oh, okay, placing it down. Oh, that's actually crazy right now, because with that, actually Soliad could potentially just like pass by.
Go to tiebreaker.
Yeah, go to tiebreaker, pass by, keeping the cards. I mean, what Soliad actually could do right now is just like playing out the Haven Bouncer, just like to getting discard the Muff to a Flame for the tiebreaker. This could be like one of the actions still left, but with that just like out by fact, Soliad could just like basically pass by and keeping like a lot of resources left in hand, but the Haven Bouncer could potentially help.
They can't quite pass because of that single.
Oh, getting a boost. Oh yeah, forgot the boost. Forgot the boost.
Tying up. Will be tying up the Skater.
But then
and that makes it super awkward.
Play the Haven Bouncer and then okay, or just like the Valencia.
Yeah.
Oh right.
Actually, no, don't play the Veilmon. The Veilmon.
He put it back. All good. You put it back.
Yeah,
you put it back.
The Bouncer here, as you mentioned, is pretty good because that is limiting the resources from the Afanas, and the Afanas has only a single card going into the next turn then.
I do believe, according to the rules, by the way, I believe top 32 matches are considered high-level competitive. So at least according to the rules document, it typically says if a card is revealed to your opponent, you must play it. So whether or not that'll actually be the case here is going to come down, I think, to a judge call.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay. That's crazy. But it could be, but then it's like actually when you talk about the reveal, because from the face cam it seems like he just like still got it like not shown in hand. So I think if Soliad is really smart now, he's just like saying, hey, I didn't like actually reveal the card. So I mean, I don't want to give like some advices on how to play like with the rules. But, I mean, if I would be Soliad right now, I would say, hey, I never showed, like, actually the card. It was just, like, maybe it's all like that. So, but yeah, it's, like, actually a good question with that. Any
just, you know, in case this game ends, I need to disappear for 5 minutes. So
it's all good, all good. I mean, I don't know, like, for the analyze desk, if how long they have between the games. So it could be that we just, like, have, like, the best of 3 like directly, not like with 10 minutes break or stuff like that. Okay, so there's like the explanation. Skater was supposed to have a boost, is what they're discussing. Oh! Skater was to have a boost, yeah, that's true. With the Arcolano milk. And actually, this is now crazy because if Zodiac forget it, it doesn't matter that much.
Get a boost.
Yeah.
The energy bar was played after the Skater, right?
Yes.
So it... Oh,
but wasn't it...
Is it entering the energy bar's lane when it gets the gigantic from the...
Oh, yes, yeah. It's entering the expedition with that. Like, entering. And entering.
Okay, I have not seen that interaction that way before. Okay, interesting.
So now they're just like going back to the game. Yeah, that's like one of the things. Because right now, it's actually just like you can't forget stuff that needs to be activated. Because you, as well as your opponent, needs to always check out if there's like something that needs to be activated anyway. And I feel like this is it, but I assume it's like, I also didn't know that it's actually getting the boost if the Eat Me energy bar is going to be in play. If I'm being honest, I also would know it as well. So maybe they discussed it.
Got the boost. It's on 4-4 now, and how big is that mage dance? It's 11-11. No, it's is it? Does it have 11 boosts? 10 boosts.
It has 10 boosts now. This is big, and the Valencen is going to be placed.
And that's game, right?
That's actually game, but...
It doesn't matter where they play that Valmon, it is gigantic and will turn off the energy bar.
Yes. That is actually crazy, because... It will turn off the energy bar, yes?
Yeah.
But I feel like... I have like the feeling that Zodiac actually... No, my rule specializes in AQZ... Yeah. But it's actually also the fact that actually Zodiac talking about it now. Is there something that like the Eat Me energy could... No. Okay, it's not. It's not. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that's just...
It's interesting.
It's just game, right? It's
yeah.
A double advance here for the side.
It seems like game. And Cole, good morning, good morning. But hey, first top 32 match, and we already had like 200 discussions about the rules. Cool. But it's super important to check those stuff out. As we can see, I feel like there will be like not a short break. I feel like they're going directly into the next game with that. And I'm super excited for that. So, yeah. Rune, is it okay if I go shortly to the toilet? Sure. As long as they're prepared. And then you can explain to the people why Rahu should be also in the top 32 cut.
Yeah, so since it's now my stream and I can talk about my topics, I'm really sad that we didn't see any Varus here at all, I think, this tournament. And I do think that hero is quite strong, but no one other than me has figured that hero out. Maybe some people have, but and they just copied my list and accidentally have the correct uniques for it. No, but I think the players here now are just shuffling their decks, setting up the board again, and yeah, the Atsadi counters got reduced again, and I think we'll jump into the next game as soon as they are done shuffling. So yeah, hello, Hotdog. Yeah, and yeah. Now I don't know what to say. Perfect. And yeah, but that last game was super close, and I feel like it was anyone's game to take. And I did believe in the Arfanas and was counting out the Atsadi, but they still made it super close. And hello, Roscat. Unfortunate that never mind. Rocco isn't from your team, but Rocco. Was Rocco the highest placing Italian player yesterday, or I'm not sure with the Italian community.
Rune, I am back in here to help you out a little bit.
Oh yeah, hello. Thank you.
I did think that was really interesting, the way the ruling works, as far as a character gaining gigantic via Eat Me energy bars getting played counts as it entering the other expedition.
I'm back.
it makes sense. I just think that most people think of entering the expedition as when you actually play a card into it. So that's a really interesting gameplay dynamic. It looks like Soliard's deck is half upside down, so they might want to check that out.
Yeah, that is interesting. But
what did I miss, guys? What did I miss?
Soliard's deck, when he drew his opening hand, half of the cards were upside down. So, it looks like the two halves of the deck got shuffled backwards.
Oh.
So there are some cards in the deck that have different orientation. Some card games really care about that sort of thing in the rules, because theoretically a player could rig that in a messed up way to see where the tops of card sleeves are. But realistically, I mean, we can tell pretty clearly here it's accidental.
Yes. So this is the graphic, guys, for those who are interested joining in new. And yeah, you're welcome, Bert. And also, I was also thinking about Ron Fan, but actually maybe it was the Vanguard code instead. Are we going into the second round? Yeah.
I thought that Ricky Locky got played Fen, but I was just mistaken. And I think Ricky Locky played Fen last week, right?
Yeah.
In the Dutch one.
Yeah.
And yes. However, they swapped over to Siggy.
Yeah. That's what. I at first thought they were still on Fen, but then I checked the VOD of yesterday and saw, well, yeah, they're on Sigisma. So yeah. I was already excited that Fen got first after Swiss, but no, it wasn't Sigisma.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. So we can see that the first turn going to be start, both of them being able to manage to Chisak progress in one expedition, and Chisak with the hand of Azadi, it seems pretty good. That's cool.
Yeah, and we do now see that nice opener that Azadis usually want on their day one, but still having Heineken and Seringa. Super nice. And they played Amrock first day. That's why they have 6 counters already, right?
That played a Swifty Chin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. Then I just wasn't paying enough attention yet.
No, all good.
that sometimes happens.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, we got like a whole day, so we see that the Tiny Chin will be going to be played out onto the hero side with the additional boost as an answery again, seeing the Sneezer Trim coming out to play. And I assume with that now, because still the Mafia Flame is going to be there, that this will be, the Haven Seringa going to be out under the game. So being able now to progress and block. And with that, it could be, even if the Mafia Flame going to be played out again, just like a trade-off. And yeah.
The Mafia Flame will just trade this.
Yeah.
But getting that anchored character here for the Orphanas, that is
quite nice. Hold on, there's something left.
Oh, true, they do have 1 mana left here.
Okay, they're just like playing it.
Off of the They ramped off of the Swift Djinn, so they do have 5 mana here already. And will now going up to 7 mana immediately. And
it is like one of the cool things from Azadi.
That ramp part for the Azadi deck already online, getting 2 ramps in the first 2 turns. That is super nice. And looking for a 3rd ramp on turn 3. How often do you see that consistent?
Not that much. And as we can see right now, there will be also the mana challenging, so it's just like going up numbers. And as we can see about right now for Enigma, it's just like the hand. It's just like 2 magical training sitting there, as well as the Rime Frost and the Mage Dancer. So this can be potentially going super duper. 1 magical training already going into the mana zone. And with being
magical training mana, that is, I would not have expected that. That is my favorite card, and I would never put that card into mana if I'm the Orphanus. But
I mean, you have
maybe better players have maybe better players have different priorities than me, and maybe that's why I'm not sitting at their spot.
Yeah, that's could be a reason. No, but actually, like the Rime Frost makes sense to keep, because you have like both like 2 strong cards into reserve that you usually don't want to have like just like played out. I don't want to say for free, but it's actually going to be played out and activating the abilities, because with that the Haven Seringa is going to be into the play. And afterwards, it's just like the Rime Frost, so that it's not just like ramping directly. I mean, resisting the mana channeling going to be onto the hand of Solyat, so this is not going to be stopping like super stopped. And with that, there's also still like the duel of crits, so it doesn't matter like that much how much actually the Mage Dancer is going to get, because I feel like the duel of crit and just like using it again.
Solyat doesn't even look at the cards that he manas off the top of his deck.
This is confidence. This is confidence.
Yeah, I guess it is.
I mean, this is like, it's like a trick, you know? So if you don't know what you're mana-ring, then you don't complain your deck if you mana the wrong thing. So this is pure...
Did I just mana unique? I don't know.
Yeah.
I still have 3 uniques in my deck.
I mean, you need it like compared to other card games where you're not allowed to actually watch your entire mana zone, like on some other card games, right?
Okay.
So I feel like maybe it could be that point, because I'm also just like not always looking into my mana zone, especially if I'm not playing Fan or something like that. So then I also don't just like...
Solyat is on 9 mana already.
Yeah,
right?
9 mana already, and as we can see, Solyat, put your hand please a little bit lower. Oh, the Valenzen just like sitting here, and oh, look at this, something delicious also sitting there onto the hand side. But I would say like the Tiny Chin will be, will be the play to go. Getting the addition. Did you say you can't look at your mana zone? No, you're allowed to look at your mana zone, but there are like other card games that you can't look at your mana zone. So maybe this could be like one solution. But actually, we really realized that Solyat is not looking into his mana zone. So maybe he just like don't want to.
Notably, if you are looking into your mana zone, you have to put down your hand of cards in order to do so, and you have to put them down separately from your mana zone. Otherwise, it causes some problems.
Yeah, and then you're cooked as well. I mean, there was like one player in the Dutch that actually had like a good solution. He just like using those mana orbs to replace the mana zone.
Confluence,
the mana confluence,
I think there were multiple of these things. I think I've seen multiple.
And we see strong.
Oh, true. And now with the sustenance, they already activated that gigantic on their Belmon. That is super sweet.
So Rifted is a magical training, and with the magical training, it's getting like 2 boosts out there. So it's just like it's even in the boost, because there's no way to just like defend the expedition. So this would be a double progress. The Mage Dancer still being able to just like draw out the card. So with that, the double progression right now for Solyat, and this is like super interesting, because this journey can just like continue. Now is my question, guys. I'm sorry that I don't know that, but you can't have double gigantic, right? So you cannot just like stack the effect. Okay. Mana
I think you've asked that multiple times already.
Yeah, but I'm always forgetting it.
You're always hoping.
I don't want to believe that it's not working, because you can be double gigantic. I mean, the hunger. What is this? I mean,
the hunger currently, there isn't really a lot on the board for the Afana side. So it's not really doing a lot, but And the Afanas just picked up the first Beauty Sleep copy. So now they can just start looking to sleep all of these threats from the Azadi side. And,
their misplay, Void. What kind of misplay did you saw there? Tell us. And welcome. Hello.
It is super hard to actually tell how many boosts these characters from the Afana side have with the D20s.
Yeah. And so right now I'm also checking beside that if there like already like resets going to be put in, but I don't find the melee. Someone have it? Oh, I have it. For those in the chat. So if you want to check out the top cards and how everything will went, where's my Raru? And here you go. Here you go.
Apparently not in Lille.
Oh, okay. So top 32. Okay, there's like still no. Oh yeah. So Funky Flex won the first top 32 match, as you can see right now beside that. Don't know what he's actually playing. We will figure it out maybe. So as we can see right now, Solyat going to be still decides to mana, I guess. And just like thinking about it, It's like super interesting what's going to be on now. And we're seeing the Rime Frost again going to be set off. I mean, could be helped a little bit, but at the end, Soriat with that many mana can also just like, yeah, just like playing the Hunger at some point to just like prevent a little bit more. And oh, I feel he's going for this combo.
And feed the Hunger some milk. That is quite nice, but unfortunately, currently, only is looking to discard around.
Yeah.
Now it's, I think, 5 cards, so an 8/8/8 Hunger. It's not the biggest, but still big enough, I feel like.
But still with 4 mana left, I mean, the Hunger can just like going to be put to sleep, so... but there's like still...
And yeah, Hunger is coming out.
You know what would be like super crazy? If now he would just like draw the third Tiny Chin for 1 cost. And just like progress after the Beauty Sleep, that would be super funny. So Agulanomic is going to be put away. I mean, we see the Atzadi combo. We see the Sacrobrew combo actually. Maybe players thought Velaman wasn't gigantic. It seems like, but can see where the expeditions are unreal. Yeah, that's true, but if there's something wrong, then it's going to be updated soon enough from the official cast. So if there would be something wrong, we see the Spindle Harvester coming out to play. And this is actually crazy because with that, you can just like play the Beauty Sleep, right?
Yeah.
And it's just
there's
like...
No other character here currently for the
boosting up, yeah.
For the fun side. So the Beauty Sleep, but the Beauty Sleep is still so strong. It just can't sleep that Hunger 2 turns in a row.
Yeah.
And you just basically put out an 8/8/8 that is not really doing anything for 2 turns. And it's feeling very hard here for the Atzadi side with that with the Beauty Sleep in hand.
Okay, they're just like passing and... Oh, okay. Actually, Enigma decided to just like not using it. I mean, it makes sense because, but actually, now with that, I mean, you still got like the Beauty Sleep. So, this is like an interesting choice right now. Just like to do that because with the double progression and the Sacrobrew, the Beauty Sleep, could just like prevent it for the upcoming turn, but it's still like, it's still like super hard. So interesting choice right here. But maybe let's see what Enigma planned to do with that. I'm super interesting for that now. Why they choose to not do that?
Yeah, we do now see that energy bar coming out, and switching up the expeditions here a bit. And now we will see that Sacrobrew coming out shortly, and probably just be followed by a Tomoe here that we already see as well. And that's a nice turn, but I feel like the Afanas can still do something about that.
Yeah.
Oh, puts the Moth into the energy bar.
That is super smart. This is super smart.
That is
that is crazy. I never thought that you can actually play like that around, but this is a smart guy. Yeah, but this guy also managed to go to top 32 card out of 660 players, so... I assume he's a smart player.
has a small gigantic problem in that Moth, since that is now gigantic as well. But they can also just sleep that one, and for 2 turns there will nothing be gigantic.
Yes, so still using the play, but this is like super crazy. Look, Killing Guy, we're looking. Where should we look at? This is like, this is beyond craziness. This is super cool. It's a build your own Halua. True.
Yeah, true.
It's just like preparations, and
the Atzadi is only on 1 mana left.
Yeah.
Did I completely miscount mana at some point?
No, it's actually just like...
How are they on 11? Weren't they on 12 mana at some point already? Or do they only have 11? Okay, I thought they were on way more mana.
I mean, right now, you just like a pass by, and with that, let's see what we're going to see as well. And is it the Sap?
Yeah, I would imagine so. And
okay. We got it with that, so there's just like the additional boost, so would be able now to just like, plug it out at least.
Needs one more boost and still has that Beauty Sleep in hand here.
Yeah.
But probably will play another Satin Fusion. They should have enough.
I exploded to flame best of 3 enjoyers.
2 mana card though. They kind of would need to play their Beauty Sleep here.
Yeah.
To get the double advance, right?
Yes.
But they don't, so yeah.
I think they're just like keeping it. Don't we even get some people who don't realize Altered already has a mulligan? No, it's not that case, Keelan. Mulligan is if you keep your cards in the deck. And not just like mana-ing them. You're wrong.
Showing up.
Yeah, another one is going to be shine up. I mean,
that one can get gigantic again because of the energy bar in hand here.
Oh, that's true. That is true. I mean, right now, as you can see, there are like some cards going on. We see like one of the uniques from the auto-distributable and leaving the expedition zone. Returning in spell Rex. Yeah.
They put the energy bar into mana.
I mean, maybe he's just like playing around with the hunger, so that the 8-meter energy bars will not make like any difference.
Yeah, maybe. But the Beauty Sleep in hand, that's just a big well hunger. I don't care about the button, and yeah. So if I'm now counting correct, the Atsali should be on 12 mana, right?
Yeah.
They were on 11 last turn, so can play 4 mana alongside that hunger here, and are now replaying the Sakuraba at first, and that is now gigantic.
Yes.
But what will they play afterwards?
Don't win. I can't wait for PAANDY, and I do create auto red boxing. Cole, I would be super down for auto red boxing. Just imagine after that, those players going into the box ring and then just like fight against each other. I mean, it would be super entertainment. Cole, we keep in contact. We keep in contact for that. But also keeping in contact, we see now the Conjuring Seal going to be played out. So another draw card. So actually, it's like really good for the Afanas because there are like so many cheap cards still left in the hand. And again, just like okay, just like play out on the single expedition right now, and continuing with that.
Yeah, they do hope that they will just outstat the Afana side, but
yeah, but with the Beauty Sleep, with the Mage Dancer,
they still have 5 mana left here.
Yeah, well, at least 1 Beauty Sleep with that, and
yeah.
Oh, 2 mana left, so there is still the Duel of Crit. So Duel of Crit is still in hand.
Duel of Crit here is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
So if there's a double Beauty Sleep coming out, the Afanas can't play any other characters currently alongside that, and the Duel of Crit onto the Harvester will likely just take the game then. And if I'm... Oh no, they have a 1-cost character in hand, right?
They have a 1-cost in hand, yes. And ooh, Duel of Crit is sitting. But actually...
But I think the 1-cost they have is...
It's not enough.
It's lacking a water stat.
Yeah, it's not enough. Even with the... I mean, you could Beauty Sleep again, but then it would be only 1 boost actually. Parvana lost to Dandy. Oh no. So no Kocho in the top 16 as we know for now.
Oh no.
Also to Toro lost. Matmetu also lost, so 1 Afanas less. And Mouche won. So Mouche, Sparky, Frangiflex, Kitson, and... Oh, that's crazy. And Dandy, yeah. So, actually crazy that the best of 3, just like out of the time, is working pretty well. I mean, okay, good. This game...
I feel like this game might see a timeout on game 3. I think there's currently no way for the Afanas, and they should realize it. Yeah, packing up their mana. So, this game goes over to the Atsali side. So we're going to a third game.
Atsali, just slow play. Just slow play. Believe now. Kocho and Joy is in shambles. Man, I wanted to start like a whole discussion about how pro Kojo is without uniques, and now, nah, just kidding. Earlier I tempered my final hopes. Now I'm rooting for Soul. I'm rooting for Soul for our Azadi player.
Yeah, the game looked great.
And for the Nevenka, is do you know who actually played Nevenka on Melee? What was the name of?
That was Sparky. Hello?
Yeah. I heard. Actually, okay. I'm talking sometimes in the background with MC Bird because he was there on place, and he wants to talk a little bit with us about how this was like. Also, as an outside, actually France player or like French player in general, how it was like. So I wish I knew. So maybe, guys, if we're going to be, we can collect the data which person actually played the deck. And we just like need to check out the last thing. Someone is doing it. Someone is doing it in the background. So let's see. So
going into game 3, who do you think? Oh, will the Azadi actually run it back and win again here?
Yeah.
Into the Afanas? Yeah. Okay. You come on.
Can you tell me the Nevenka player again, please? I forgot. Sparky. Oh, Sparky won.
Yeah, I think it is Sparky.
Yeah, Sparky won. Guys, Nevenka in top 16. Progen deck. Progen. Bet it before it gets... Yeah?
That makes me so happy to hear. It's that cool Loki build, too. I'm really hoping we get to see it again today. That's awesome.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully we're going to see it again. It would be super awesome. Imagine it's Raphael Neff and I really can... Imagine it's Nevenka and I can put down my old mage dancers with returning a spell back onto action. Copy paste deck list. I like it. Okay, as we can see now with the start of round 3, it's going to be like still again a super cool starting hand for Soliad. So we see the Tiny Jin, we see the Swift Jin as well as the prototype. So like it's super cool. Yeah, a lot of ramp already, and also for Enigma right now, it's not going to be there. I mean, the down part right now is that actually sometimes I feel like if you're going to have like 3 characters and 3 spells, right? It's like actually a really hard decision if you already want to mana down some characters, because it's like you can lag like easily out of that, right? So with that, let's see how it's going to be. So the Mage Dancer, the Sneezer Shroom, as well as the True Fairy going to be just like staying under the field. I mean, the True Fairy makes sense because with that, the Tiny Jin could be start going to play. Also, actually, just like getting Sabotage afterwards. And see an Azadi on top. Yeah, it's like super cool. But Zoyard also have like a crazy list to play, and also played also really, really well.
Arnas already looks to be playing much more aggressive on the first days here, with 3 characters in hand and looking to just double advance here, especially knowing that Azadi hand here, it's looking like an early 2-1 for the Afanas already without seeing any cards committed onto the board. And yeah, we do see that Swift Gen going into mana and ramping already. So 1 mana left here, and we will likely see that Tiny Jin again. Wasn't that the exact opener they had last on game 1 or game 2?
Yeah, it's like almost the same one. It's always the same.
They just drew the first hunger. Having the hand cards here as well for the players is so nice to be able to cast this. It's so much nicer than these BGA games where we just have to guess what was in play here.
Yeah.
And we do see a first... Oh, the Afanas didn't actually go for the 2-1 here. And now found a Conjuring Seal to draw cards, and I do imagine that's... Actually, the Afanas is going first and has a bunch of decisions here what they want to do. Do they want to deny that ramp here with that Tooth Fairy? Do they want to commit do they want to play out their first landmark in that Nylum? Or do they just want to draw cards and play for the late game? And all of those decisions I could see to make. And yeah, therefore you have to discard one of the, you have to mana one of these, and it's really hard to tell what's actually the best in this situation.
Yeah, that's actually true. And as we can see right now, placing down the 2 Pharaoh right now to mana. That's interesting. Yeah. That's an interesting choice.
See, we do see the Nylem here first.
Yeah.
Exhausting that tiny gen.
Yeah, makes sense. So maybe because of that, 2 Pharaoh is going to be in there.
Yeah, so I feel like getting rid of that ramp also feels super good for the Afana side.
Yeah.
But it's hard to actually get your Nylem into play afterwards.
Yeah. I like casting. Sometimes it's fun to try and guess what plays next. Yeah, that's true, Cole.
Yeah, that's true, but it's nice and refreshing to once in a while actually see the cards and therefore, yeah.
And so we can see
trying to guess the cards and therefore getting these right cards is also quite nice. But I do really enjoy this right now.
I'm also enjoying to see that there's like a double progression against. Yeah, it's again a double advance.
Oh yeah.
And this is like actually super duper crazy, but it's like also like a general feeling that I have as an Afanas, that if you're like actually if you're being able to just like also to just like using removal spells, etc., right? It doesn't matter at all if you play against someone who's actually going to be a big boy. Just like playing out big boys, and you cannot remove those big boys. And we saw like on the first round that Enigma was able to actually just like do it in that case. But it was also just like the point at somehow that it actually just like wasn't enough for round 2, so that actually could be managed to get us. And as we can see, just like playing out the prototype again, removing this is like a super cool card. And it's actually funny because I got the feeling like when people start to talk about uniques from set 3, they're always telling like how worse they are compared to set 1 and set 2. But this prototype is from set 3 and it's looking really fire for Atzadi, so just like look at it a bit more about different uniques, not only for orders and maybe Izmir? I'm assuming.
Also the Atzadi already has that hunger here in hand to get eventually rid of the Nylem, so this
is good. This is super good.
Should feel quite comfortable for the Atzadi side. They are now on 6 mana, will ramp into 8, so can already play that hunger next turn to immediately get rid of that. But I feel like, do I see commitment of 3 mana here from the... No, just 2 mana.
This is a good question. We see now the Mage Dancers coming down, and at least the Magical Training could be potentially played out as well, together with the Sneezer Shroom. That's going to replace a card at dusk, so the boost is going up there. I mean, it's just like one expedition right now. I feel like that Enigma can potentially just like luck. And okay, play it down there. So, oh yes, it's right.
It's a 2/3 together. It's a 2.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's like a 4-set liner. It's a 4-set liner. I'm sorry, guys. I thought it was a 5-set liner. So a double progression with that and being able to get the Magical Training back. This is super good.
But gets rid of 2 of the second Mage Dancer here with the hunger, and gets rid of the Nylem. And I think the Afanas currently only has the Magical Training in hand, and that is quite low on cards, I feel like.
Yeah.
No, draws 2. Oh no, has a ton more. Okay. Has the Beauty Sleep here already. So yeah, the Afanas also seems to be quite chilling. And it's prepared for potential hunger plays, for potential gigantic characters. So yeah. Does put to mana that... What was it?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Oh, the Harvester. And we do see that 8 mana commitment here. It's a 6/6/6 hunger and draws a card. Quite nice.
So, with that right now, we're going to see like, oh, the hunger is going to be, I mean, oh yeah, it's just like Muff to a Flame, so at least getting a single expedition lead with that.
Yeah, gets the expedition back. Now's the question, do they want to play that Beauty Sleep as well? I can't imagine so. I don't think it's worth it at this point. So, yeah, I think they're rolling now for expeditions, so both have passed. Yeah. Do you think this hunger will be played from reserve as well? Do you think it's good enough for that?
Yeah.
Oh, another hunger pickup here. Has a Tiny Jin to play afterwards, so I think this could just be hunger again. But actually, your first player, so I don't think you would actually want to play that.
Yeah. So, is it going to be? Oh, there's like the second. Oh. I mean,
second hunger, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what I like the options left right now. I mean, you can play like the Moth to a Flame, getting a character. You can play the Mage Dancer, and then using the Magical Training again. But if we can just like see the pure hand of Soulyard, it's like super incredible and super favorable still for him.
Ramps again, I like that, and not playing the hunger already.
Yeah.
And wants the Afanas to be first player to play that hunger. Does still have 7 mana left here, so can't play either the... Oh, and if they play hunger here now first, and the Afanas plays the Moth to a Flame, the hunger will actually be a 4/4 gigantic.
Yes. Totally true with that. So, as you can see right now, going to be just like played out again, and ooh, okay, now it's like the decision where to place it.
You're most likely contesting that Tiny Jin, right?
You can just like contesting it and giving the boost to the Mage Dancer. And this would be just like enough, because those signatures like Expedition Leading is like good. We also see like that Enigma has the Beauty Sleep, so could also potentially going to be double progress at some point with the Beauty Sleep in hand. Just like giving out the boost to, so just like going to be both on that. And receive 3 points going to be out, and okay. The Eat Me Energy bar is going to bed, but I mean with the 2 more ghosts, and it's also just like a lot of stat as well, just like joining directly in. And as we can see, okay, just like boosting up, and will it boost up again? I mean the 2 more ghosts fits super well into the expeditions, and right now the Mage Dancer being able to block.
Unfortunately, there is that Beauty Sleep, so
yeah. So it doesn't matter at all.
Play will likely
getting interrupted.
The play will likely enter in the double advance here for the Afana side, and they are super happy to just fire off that Beauty Sleep here. The Tomoe isn't really threatening too much in the next turn.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And it's going to be the Beauty Sleep and the double advance for Enigma right now. And also just like a mind to be able to keep the Mage Dancer for the upcoming turn, so this could be like a super favorable way right now for doing that. So let's see how this will going to be turns out. I mean, what we still know is like that the hunger is going to be there, and right now Enigma only got like, oh no, only got like 1 hand card left. Yeah, it's just like
it's one hand. The hunger here left.
Yeah, it's only the hunger left.
This bot. The hunger on being behind feels so bad to play.
Yeah.
But they do pick up.
Oh, that could be a change. This could be a game
bar.
changer. This could be a game changer, because the Beauty Sleep, is it there? Again, no.
There's no Beauty Sleep currently.
There's no Beauty Sleep. I mean, the Afanas is the starting player. There's like the 3rd new unique, but it also seems like when I leave Expedition Zone. So I assume right now that this could be like a chance of actually could be the chance of like that actually the hunger could be a game changer with that.
I don't think it's enough stats afterwards, but yeah, maybe.
I mean, there's like only 1 character left in hand, and it's actually just like the so it could be.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Okay, placing down the Tiny Jin, is it still enough?
Okay.
Oh no, it's like, I mean, the hunger would be the solution, Soulyard. I know you can't see the hand of Enigma, but it's the solution. It's the it's the answer, but no, actually decides to play the Tiny Jin out. Exhausting this kind of stuff, but now oh man, would it be like enough Eva Ray for the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10? No, it would be like 1 mana. You need to have like 1 more mana. And the hunger just like going to be played out. And then every card is going to get removed, but it's actually just like the stupid cyber. Okay, it's a spell from resolve to your hand. But actually, just like playing it down onto the other side, and with that, yeah, being able to get the game. So, congrats to Enigma. So actually, Alteredtcg going to be cucked out. I'm going back to bed. Pandy, take over my casting for today. Cole,
you're not...
You're not on the list, Cole. You could just like tune in. Yeah.
Why did Solyard play that Tiny Gin before the hunger?
He didn't got like enough mana for... I don't know if he wants to just like pass by. And with the pass by of the Tiny Gin, just like to see what else could be figuring out to get.
But your only way to not lose after playing the hunger is playing that energy bar afterwards. And if you play the Tiny Gin, you can just count your mana and realize, well, if I do that, I lose the game. And I feel like Solia just didn't play for the outs there and saying, well, there is no more Beauty Sleep left in hand. There's no more Banishing Gate or anything that deals with my hunger. And I'm sad to see that they didn't try to play for the outs here. I don't see how they could have won this otherwise, or stayed alive in this otherwise. But maybe
really, rough game there, I think, for Solyard. But overall, I think the main thing that this is really showcasing is the Afanis matchup into Sadi specifically. I think Game 2 is clearly the exception, where Solyard got off to such a fast start in terms of mana, which really let him push those mid-game days in a way that the Afanis just...
in an Axiom deck.
And with Boom, though, they have to still pay the additional 2 resources, right?
Yeah, it's a 5-cost...
Because you're targeting.
...spell where you also need to sack a characters. And Sigismar players may not know this, but most heroes don't just get a character every turn for free. So it's so expensive to get rid of a Grand Endeavor. If it comes down on turn 2, the game is pretty much just over in that matchup.
So and it's funny, on my Tumult Championship, my 3rd round that I played when I won the first tournament, I got mine out on day 2 and day 3. And my opponent just gave up.
Yep.
Basically. So I was just like, well, sorry. And I was playing against an Axiom player. I can't remember which of the 2. I think it was against Sierra.
The humanity.
I'm like, all right, fair enough. If you don't want to continue, but he ended up changing his deck and then played me and beat me. So it wasn't for the results, but there you go.
Nice. It's good. A little bit of vengeance is always good.
Yeah,
but maybe we can take a quick peek at these lists as well. It is a Jack Frost Sigismar list. Interestingly enough, that wasn't always the case in Trial by Frost, but I think people have settled in on this Jack Frost tech a bit more. And then the other one that's interesting is, of course, or newer in this set, but also sees a lot of play, is the Gift of Self-Rare coming out, just to kind of compensate for not having Baba Yaga anymore. Meanwhile, on the... Okay, we can't see the Basira list here completely, but we do see these Occlute uniques that do have the potential to draw a ton of cards, which can definitely be one of the big weaknesses for Basira.
Yeah, but it is at the expense of your traditional Occlute double exhaust. So that's going to be interesting to see. I love the double exhaust mechanic with Basira. Maybe the single one is where they're going for. The card draw is much... It's a stronger benefit to have if you can. And looking at the Ordis, the Sigismar list is actually very similar to what I have outside of Gift of Self. Gift of Self is one of the cards I do not have in mine at all. And there is a lot of removal in the Sigismar one. That you can see.
Yeah, also, I don't know if you saw that first Ordis unique from the Sigismar player, just a clean 1-cost, 1/1/1 token spammer for the companion side specifically. That is an incredibly cheap way to get a ton of stats. Super strong decks here. Yeah, I do want to get a look at this Basira deck a little bit. There is Hunger in it, which is some interesting technology. I think... The Basira players, least of all, are playing Hunger in general, but definitely seems to favor it here in this list. There's the final unique from the Basira side. It is a resupply Axiom Salvager that actually has a static boosting ability. That has a ton of potential as well.
Yeah, as I look over their deck list, the two things that come to mind for me is one, of course, the hunger, and then outside of that, very little removal. So we're going to see how this works out again from both of the characters. Given the Sigismund list had a fair amount more removal than what you saw, but maybe the uniques have some of these. But it looks like the uniques just provide additional boosts outside of the Eclutes with the draws.
Yeah. Yeah, completely.
Just trying to see if I can see anything else that is removal.
Yeah, it's just free mana eruptions, and that is kind of it.
There's no characters that remove either, or that sabotage.
No sabotage, no nothing. Yeah, that is really aggressive, but
very aggressive.
I like it.
Yeah, Keel on Cylinder I think is fantastic. Arcolano Milk, Haven. So it's resupply and boost is your mechanic. Who cares about what the other person is doing, to be honest? And when you can grow your stats substantially, maybe that is the way to go for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're saying that whatever they are doing is going to be stronger than what their opponent's doing. And I really like this strategy into Sigismund because, all things considered, Sigismund is a very fair deck at the end. It's unfair that whenever they have a removal, they get an advancement out of it. But besides that, it's not like Sigismund is the deck that puts the most stats into play of any deck. They don't do any ridiculous combos unless you consider the Grand Endeavor cheese to be a bit out there, which it definitely is, but again, most Sigismunds aren't even playing that, right? And meanwhile, this
Sigismund is
this Sigismund is as a very cheesy one of. Yeah, meanwhile, this Basira deck, it has more potential stats output than the Sigismund has, almost guaranteed. So it is up to the Sigismund to counteract that. Now, of course, Sigismund, and we see it in hand here, does have a tool that really, really counters some heroes, and Basira is absolutely one of them. It is, of course, the license withdrawal. Just a full discard on any boosted character, and that is the entire build around for Basira, is to get their characters boosted. So it's going to be really tricky to navigate for them there.
Yeah, and you can see here the cards that were drawn. 3 removals out of the 6 from the Sigismund player. From the Basira player, choosing to keep one of their unique Eclutes in hand. I love that their whole deck has been foiled out. This is a person truly invested in Equinox's future.
Are you a foil enjoyer or?
So I just got my foils for the first time. Mine arrived, my 15 packs. I've only opened up 2 of the packs because, family and kids stopped me from doing my fun time. But I will be opening. I like them not to play. I like them to look at. Personally, yeah. I choose, if I'm going to foil, and I'll use Altered as the example, I will foil the permanents, not the characters.
Oh, interesting.
I just don't know if I'm allowed to play a mixed foil, non-foil deck in a tournament. That's usually a no-no in some other games. I'm not sure what Equinox will say here going forward. But we are starting. We've got our first play, which is your traditional Tiny Djinn going out. Yeah.
Tiny Djinn, always a great start for the Bravos faction. I think the only Tiny Djinn that is not a great Tiny Djinn is the Tiny Djinn that comes completely on its own with nothing else. But we know that isn't the case here. There will be a Chiron to back it up. Played opposite. This is always a bit of an interesting question when you're going up against Sigismund. Do you play into this token or away from it? In this case, choosing to play away from it. And they might get rewarded here with a 2-1 advance into this Aegis Templar, actually, since they can use this Chiron to boost both the Tiny Djinn and itself, but they actually won't do so. They're gonna sit. Oh no, they don't even sit on it.
No, I'm surprised they didn't split their two plays there. I would have put Chiron on the left, one on the right, but yeah. No, I guess they chose to do 1 and 1 when you could have gone 2 and 1.
Yeah, it's not even 1 and 1, right? Because of that free stat on the Aegis Templar, they get to double advance on Siggy.
Yeah.
Because instead, if they play the Chiron on the...
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind, because they get the Basira boost. So what they're saying here
They
is
got the Basira boost.
Yeah. So I messed that up. For some reason, I thought Karen only had 2 water stats there, but they definitely had 3. They wanted to prevent boosting the Tiny Gen, so they wanted the extra play there.
Got it. That makes sense. On what's played. Let's see the new token out there. It looks like that is who's the creator of the token that's out there.
I'm not sure.
He's going to help AQZ do some tokens.
Gnome School, is it?
Gnome School. That's Gnome School's new token.
The Sigismar one? The Oldest Recruit?
Oh, Oldest Recruit that was out there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm waiting for mine to arrive in the mail in just a few days. The amount of money I'm putting into this game is crazy. But, you know, it's okay. It's okay. We can breathe easy.
It's okay.
It is okay. It is okay. Bills to pay. Games to play, choose games.
All the important things in life.
Yeah, I think that is. It looks like his style of art, so it is gorgeous. What you have out there, and then we're also seeing the Basira signed by the artist that all the players are getting as part of representing or coming into one of these qualifiers as well from the Basira side.
Yep. Gameplay-wise, Sigismar does get to start with 2 recruits this turn. That turn 1 does make me think they might already be going for a little bit of a power play on turn 2. They don't... Well, it's not a stat power play, but removing a Tiny Gen is never a bad idea, as when these Bravo stacks get to ramp kind of for free while trading expeditions, which Tiny Gen is particularly good at doing, then they tend to be exactly in that spot they want to be in. The way this is going to play out is going to be a bit differently. And actually, if there's no more play here from Sigismar, and there doesn't seem to be, this Chiron will blockade the companion expedition, and there will be a 1-0 expedition lead for the Basira this turn.
Wow, and still holding on to the Occult in hand as well. The only problem we're going to see here is if anything happens to that Haven Serengar and it's not able to be played out, which they should since they're first player now, they are going to be low on resources as we progress through the game.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen multiple Occult. I know one was Manad actually from the Basira player. I think that's a bit of a fail-safe there, though. If this Serengar would get sabotaged, they could just play the Occult out of hand and draw that way. But otherwise, this Occlut's going to be a very risky line because of that license withdrawal. So if there's free mana up from Sigismar, it's going to be real tricky to get one of these Occluts down in a comfortable position.
Now, we get the luxury of being able to see both players' hands here. Now, the question would be, would you play your Haven first, or would you play their Serengar to give the Serengar an additional boost? Or do you prefer just bringing it out? Oh, it looks like we don't even going to get that chance to do that because he mana's the Haven.
Yeah, I think you can only bring Haven out if you were to mana your Occult there, which I really doubt they want to do. They want that refill at some point in the game. The reason is because even if your Serengar would get sabotaged, you could just play the Skater and probably trade and be pretty happy with it. You could develop your Haven, you got 2 cards in reserve, and you're still ahead on expeditions. But manaing your super powerful unique might not be worth it, so that is what they're going with. They're just going to go a bit less permanent oriented or landmark oriented here and just play out the Serengar. It's already a good threat on this hero side, and couple it with that Skater coming in soon. Yeah, and Sigismar will... I mean, they have potential answers for it. The only thing that's a bit awkward for them is that if they are expecting a boost, which against Basira you always kind of are, 1 stat point is not enough to threaten an advancement, really, on this hero side. It looks like Sigismar holding the action there a little bit.
Unsure whether he was to play it on that side or the other. It's an interesting thing, like, once again, the game is so new, we haven't created all the rules. I'm used to the moment you lift your hand after playing a card. It is that's you saying that's it. You cannot move it once you remove your fingers from it being played on the field. But here he was allowed to make the change after the fact. Once again, you never said I finished my turn, right? That is the vocal we have to give in Altered.
Yeah, I think we also saw Basira like starting to reach for something, but then Mello did say, "Hold on, I haven't finished my decision yet." And yeah, here we go, boosting twice the Skater, so not putting extra boosts on the Sarengar. I do like that. Sarengar is already threatening to advance. This way, you're kind of forcing Sigismar into a bit of an awkward spot, especially because one of the big things about Sarengar in this Sigismar matchup is a lot of Sigismar's very overstated cards, most notably the Ordis Trooper, they don't actually have great force stats. So it can sometimes be surprisingly tricky for Sigismar to block a Sarengar. So I really like that coming in here. Of course, in this case, there's just the Ordis Spy from reserve, and this will be another trade of expeditions. Everything going well so far for Basira.
Yeah, it's still very balanced right now. One thing that I look here is, like, I was reading the unique that the Basira player has. A potential for 3 draw is crazy for them to be able to bring that out. But they do need to have 2 characters that are boosted, if that's the case, to get that additional draw.
Is that the condition on the
Eklute? Yeah. So the Eklute that they had is a unique. When played, you may pay 1. If you do, I gain 2 boosts, and if I have 2 boosts, then I get to draw a card for every time you get boosted, and of course Basira will give it a separate boost than the card itself, so that gets 2 cards, and if there's 2 characters that have boost, it draws another card as well.
Okay, but getting another, like, 2 boosted characters is kind of tough on top of a 5-cost play. That's
and it's a 6-cost play if you want to give it the 2 boosts. It's expensive, but they've chosen to keep it in hand.
They are.
Keep it in hand. Yeah,
they are holding on to it here. I mean, here, even if they don't get the draw, it's probably still worth playing just for the stats, because they have so many 1-cost cards in their hand right now, and they have a 3-cost card in reserve. So yeah, it's going to be tricky for them to, keep cards in hand if they're not leaning into this Eklute draw strategy. There we go. We do see a Milk, I believe that was, being put into mana from Basira. Meanwhile, Ordis, they're still working with a ton of cards in hand.
They do. They've got 4 cards in hand, and they've kept that license removal in hand from the get-go, just finding the right card to get rid of once it comes out. I look at Mello and I'm like, man, it's great to see someone my age still playing a game like this, and it makes me feel like I'm not. It's not just a young man's game.
So, of course not.
Oh man, I'm interested to see how this game goes. Look, as a Sigismar player, I always want them to do well, but I'm also very impressed. I'm very impressed by Basira, and I'm almost like a 50-50. Whoever wins, I'm going to go for them to continue to progress.
Here, I think the unique, by the way, is a bit different than you were saying.
Oh, sorry.
Wow, that's so many potential draw cards, though.
Yeah, so it's so you have to pay 1. I gain 2 boosts, but then when I gain 1 or more boosts, it draws a card. So it gains 1 boost. Even if it gains 2 boosts from this condition, it can only draw 1 card, but Basira will give it a second boost. And then it's when it moves forward, if you control 2 or more boosted characters, draw a card.
Oh, but look at this. They aren't boosting it, because they're playing around the license withdrawal.
Oh, fantastic.
That's really good. Now they get to play the Fire Rabbit, give it fleeting, give 2 boosts to this Eklute, which will draw them 2 cards. I mean, they won't get the extra draw off of moving forward because they'll only have 1 boosted character. But that is...
It's still 2 boosts is fantastic.
Yeah, that's phenomenal.
Yes, because they're looking to see how much they've got available to them. But that means the Ordis player, Mello, is going to get himself an extra boost as well. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to draw an extra card. Yeah, off the Ordis Attorney, of course. One of the super powerful cards in the Sigismar deck. Definitely designed for the Sigismar deck as well. And yeah, here we go. But it will be another 1-for-1. And yeah, Mello has good number of cards in hand, but so does Flolsk. So it's Flolsk just solidly in the lead here. They've navigated this really well. It's really impressive to see for us, of course, knowing the cards in hand. We've seen this license withdrawal in Mello's hand since day one, but they have not had an opportunity to play it in a favorable exchange yet.
And the interesting part is, if they, depending on what happens, is we got to see that they've got a tree as well as part of their the Viserys setup. If they're able to bring that out, then makes it even more difficult to use license withdrawal.
Yeah,
exactly. Oh man, so many card draws. Now, this is a good question. So you've got 2 havens, but also a hunger.
Yeah.
What's the you don't want to play out your havens, or don't play the hunger play, and you probably don't need it given you're so far ahead. But I think the hunger is almost specifically made to play against your Sigismar token builds.
Interestingly enough, I see hunger more as like a Golrang Tasia counter. Or security for those matchups. The issue in the Ordis matchup is actually that, yes, they have a ton of things you would like to get rid of that, conventional trading card game logic tells us I want a sweeper effect. The issue is those are also cheap. And in Altered, we have this extra layer of managing the after you effects that every card intrinsically has. So a very expensive sweeper is going to hit very few of the many things Sigismar often puts out, at least in a lot of situations. Unless you're Atsadi maybe, and you have so much ramp that you actually can, have a significant number of after you effects before you play your hunger. But for these Kojo and Basira lists that are running the hunger, it's usually the only card you're playing if you are playing it on a certain turn. And yeah, that is going to be a bit of a limitation in this matchup, in my opinion, at least if the Sigismar has a lot of cards in hand. If they're low on cards, then it is quite strong again.
Yeah, and you can see the Occlude being played out. This time, though, it has the potential of being license withdrawed away, but it has still given them 4 card draws, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it is really solid. They are going to... It's really interesting watching them play around license withdrawal one turn, but then playing into it on the next turn here. It's gonna cost them, I think, the expedition lead here if the Sigismar player wants to take it. And yeah, Sigismar still has a lot of cards in hand, so I wouldn't be too worried from their perspective about the resource disadvantage they're going to be at here, just because they do still have enough cards. And now Basir needs to make another comeback on the Tumult to win this game if they want to make this comeback happen. Or not really a comeback.
Down 2-0 this turn easy. Yeah. But Basir can.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As I said earlier, they have the potential, their potential stat output should be higher than Sigismar's.
Yeah, that's just the Bravos faction. So much higher, especially as they've been able to get rid of their major flaw is the card draw, and they've got 4 cards more than they normally would in a game already.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof.
But now as we were saying, as the deficit in expeditions gained, they will need to make it happen. Another thing that's really awkward for them is I did spy that double Tiny Djinn in their hand, and Sigismar just moved off of the Mountain Expedition. So those Tiny Djinns they're not really doing a whole lot at the moment. Which I'm not used to saying. Yeah, they're not really doing anything, which I'm not used to saying for Tiny Djinns, but it is the case here. So
yeah, all 4 expeditions off forest.
Yeah, there's less tools than it initially seems for Basira here.
Now, Basira did draw up a new unique. I'm just trying to see if there's a chance we can read it. So 2 3, but a 1-0-1. But what does the text say?
So I believe it was that if you own 2 boosted characters, you get to resupply on an arrow ability. And then it's also it has a static ability where I think I'm not sure about the condition of it, but it can make you 2 additional boosts whenever a character enters play. I
Requires
believe.
boosts.
It requires boosts as well?
It requires
if the Axiom Salvager has 2 or more boosts, then whenever a character enters play, it gives a character 2 boosts as well.
Mm.
That is incredibly powerful potentially here.
Especially as it looks like they'll probably be playing Arcolano Milk out, yes. Well, the Arcolano Milk will give those tiny Djinns the double benefit that he's looking for. It's whether or not Mello can play out anything on the Afana side to double advance. Because you got to stop that by all means to make it through. At least there's a second game. The first game may be taken by Mello.
Yeah, this Jack Frost huge in this situation just to limit the number of plays Basira can make. It's a bit scary going for an exhaust plan when your opponent has 5 cards in hand, but even with 5 cards in hand, often these cards in reserve are just very efficient. This plays around Haven a little bit. This plays around these kind of awkward hands that we actually do see Flawless Cav, where they just have so many low-cost characters. They would really love to have access to this Chiron in their reserve.
For sure. Let's see. Mello is a bit of a thinker.
Yeah, they're very meticulous.
You
can see them here going through the math in their head, deciding where to play this or the spy. And they do.
Was that played from hand?
No, it was played from reserve.
Played from reserve, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
that
so
took out the skater last turn.
If you control 2 or more boosted characters, resupply when another character joins your expedition. If I have 2 or more boosts, target character gains 2 boosts.
Yeah, and they immediately use the Basira ability on this, not afraid of a removal whatsoever. And that makes sense, because that means they could start deploying these tiny Djinns into the hero expedition if they want, and boost them up over there. This gives them a bit more flexibility. And also actually single-handedly threatens to advance this companion side. That's really, or single-handedly alongside the milk, which isn't quite single-handedly, but it is close to it.
Yeah. So that's it's got a +2 because of the milk and also the Basira, so it's created one of the conditions. The second condition will be getting another boosted character out, and if it does that, it will be able to they will be able to resupply.
Not quite. It only needs this one condition for the. Well, the resupply is on an arrow, so that has.
Oh,
that
sorry. Yeah,
sailed,
had to have been done before. Yes.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call, my friend.
Thank you.
Look at that. Yeah, but it's so strong. Especially with now knowing what's in their hand and how cheap it is.
Yeah, it is.
It's whether or not license withdrawal is going to be used straight away. And it was, yeah. And you can't keep that around if you have the ability of getting rid of it.
Yeah, that is brutal, and that might just be. I know it's not quite game, but it's so expensive to stay alive here. I expect we're going to see Tiny Djinn played into this milk to block the Jack Frost, and then if there is this trooper committed, then they will also need to mana eruption, probably the Jack Frost, just to stop Sigismar from winning here. So what looked like a fantastic setup from Basira because of that license withdrawal, all of a sudden is a desperate attempt to just stay alive in this game.
That's right, and that's two license withdrawals using the game, and I'm starting to hear the echoes of people I've interviewed recently saying that is the card that is most toxic in this from the new set, being that it is so cheap and being unconditional in terms of what it can get rid of once it's boosted.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
As well as from a permanent.
Because it has conditions on it, but it just so happens that there are so many boosts flying around in Altered that it really feels like it doesn't have a condition, especially if you are on a character like, or if you're on a hero like Teja or Basira, because you can't really afford to play around it. And that
or a Chadi. Sorry, not a Chadi. Sorry, or who's the old man? The old man in Oh no, the old man in
Afanas. Yeah,
excuse me, and Afanas as well. Sorry,
definitely Afanas.
I knew it started with an A. Yeah, you're right though. The game is so boost centric right now that it has a huge, strong presence.
Mm-hmm.
And if anything, it really is a complete counter to the entire gameplay for Muna.
Sorry,
not
for
all
Tasia.
Muna. For Tasia.
Well, no, you're right. For all of Muna, but also specifically only for Tasia in the Muna faction. But still all of Muna.
Oh my word, so true, so true. Although, Rin, we got to see a fantastic Rin yesterday. So
that is true. We did get the triple Hydrocana game, a true blessing upon us from this tournament.
Yeah.
Alright, looks like Basira did manage to survive with that line, but now it is match point for Sigismar. If they can just trade expeditions, they are set. I don't know how many cards they have in hand right now. It's looking
so there's
like
three for Mellow, but they have not mannered. It's a question of whether they'll manner as well.
Okay, they did not mana. Also, that Sandman is going to be really, really strong potentially. The issue for them here, though, is if they don't have the after you effects they need. From the other side, though, it's super awkward to have this hunger in this situation right after your opponent plays a gift of self to sacrifice what they have in play to draw cards. It makes this hunger just feel awful sitting here in hand. And without the hunger, there are just not a lot of plays for Basira. It's going to be extremely difficult to navigate this.
Yeah, how much mana do they have? I can't see that on the table at the moment. I'm trying to figure out if it's 8 or 9, or hopefully a little bit more.
I am guessing. Let's see. I think Sigismar has 9, so it might be 10 total for Basira, but they already used one on Arcolano Milk. And there we go. There is the hunger. It's such a desperate hunger. Recognizing though that
basically
they just
end of game.
Yeah, recognizing they just don't have the mana to play any kind of different line. And yeah, there, the Sandman will just take the game. Brutal ending here for Basira. Despite their Klutz just not actually having enough card draw to give themselves the flexibility of playing different lines here. And Mellow will take it.
Well, let's see, as they set up for game 2 for the replay, what do you think Basira or Flo is learning that he has to change in his game state against Mellow?
I think the big question, especially after that game 1, where initially on the first Eclute they played perfectly around the license withdrawal. And then on the second play of it, they really got punished. Yes, they did draw more cards, but they also gave up that crucial expedition lead and were not able to claw it back afterwards. So I'm wondering if they are going to, if they're up on expeditions, maybe adapt how much they want to play around that license withdrawal, if they can even afford to, given they're on Basira. But if they can, prevent those situations where they are just losing a 5-cost play into the Sigismar and giving them a free turn to double advance, then maybe they could have held on to that game. But it just seems really difficult because your entire hero is screaming at you to put boosts onto your characters. And the big card you need to play around is, of course, that license withdrawal.
Whether or not he has his spindle. I think he needs to get that spindle out, given what he saw. The amount of interaction coming from Sigismar, if you're able to do that, make him pay more for everything that gets done. Even if it's at the expense of a potential 1-0 or 2-0, it would be 2-0, I guess, at day 1 loss. Now, because I didn't see him get any in hand, so maybe he just didn't draw any. But I would look to bring that out if possible.
They are on the spindle? I didn't see that in the trend list. Right,
cool. So they didn't show it initially, but then they scrolled down. So on the cast, once they scrolled down, you got to see. It's because he's on so many permanents. I think he's got 5 different permanents in his deck.
Oh, yeah, that's never happened to me. Anyway. Yeah, no, that's interesting. That's really good to know. So they might be willing to give up a early double advance then to get that down, just so they can play around license withdrawal.
Although license withdrawal can get rid of it. Oh no, it has to be 2 or less? Or can it get rid of any permanent?
No, it can get rid of it, but then they're using it on their landmark instead of the occlutes, right? But that is I think part of the reason why that license withdrawal is so strong, because part of the counterplay, if you want to play around character removal, is okay, I'll play a landmark, and guess what also gets rid of landmarks? It is that license withdrawal, right? So there just really is no fail case for that card.
And look at that, Mello gets a license withdrawal in hand straight away. I'm assuming he's going to keep it. And so much. Look at the interaction. You've got the legate there. You've got the spy. You've got two tiny jails available to you. Is there even a character in hand outside of Monolith? Outside of the legate? What's the other one he has in hand?
That is, I believe, a rallying call.
Rallying call.
I do believe it's a spell based on the border, right? Or am I?
So he's got Monolith Legate, and you've also got your Order Spy as potential characters to play. The rest are all interactions.
Yeah, but Order Spy on day 1 is not really what you want to be doing, right? It's a free cost 2/2/2. Also, notably, these tiny jails also a bit awkward in the Basira matchup, because often they can actually just put their characters outside of that stat range where the tiny gens really hit. And yeah, it looks like all of them are okay. Mello still thinking about it.
I think he's going to keep his Order Spy. This is me speculating. Order Spy, Legate, and license withdrawal. Keepers.
Oh, interesting.
I also believe that the tiny jails are difficult to keep, given Basira can get above those stats very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That makes tiny jail a bit dubious in this matchup. I mean, it's still good. It will still often have a target to hit, but it's not as reliable as it is in the Afanas matchup, which is why I think the Sigismars are even playing it to begin with. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. They're holding this rallying call into their mana, but from my perspective, the thing I'd be looking at here as a Sigismar player is that Ordis, what's it called? The Legate. I'd be looking at Legate, rallying call, and of course the license withdrawal to keep here. But you are right that if you can hold on to the Ordis Spy, you can potentially really, really attack the resources of the Basira. And as we saw last game, if there are not a lot of options for Basira to play, then they often are just forced to play into your license withdrawal. So it is it's a tough decision.
Yeah, it looks like Mello listened to your voice there, and he's playing your game style. What you would do. So there you go. Keeping the rallying call. The reason there's another reason to think about the tiny jails is if Mello's whole gameplay is about interaction, you can play them twice because they are the rare versions, rather than going away.
Actually, we didn't talk about this in game 1 yet, but Mello doing something pretty interesting where they are, instead of using the backsides of their cards as mana, they're putting those to the side and grabbing these mana orbs, which are aesthetically a bit more pleasing than like the backside of your sleeves, and I think maybe helps count the mana as well, which is actually a bit of a aesthetic choice that I quite like from Mello.
Yeah, I do like that. The other thing he's doing, this is something I do, is I keep my fleeting tokens in the reserve, just like he's done, and then they come out with the fleeting token on it, just for ease of play. While it's not the right way of doing it, because it doesn't gain it until it leaves reserve, it makes sure that you don't forget to put fleeting. Yeah.
And here we go. It will be a 1-for-1 trade on day 1. And no sabotage coming out from the Legate. Played around quite nicely here. And the expeditions will be revealed. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I imagine this game will very often just be a game of equity until one of the players is forced into a position to play into something. Be it that license withdrawal, or be it that Sigismar cannot play around overstated Bravos characters.
That's right, but what they do have is more than 25% of Mello's deck is interaction. So his spells of some kind. So, and most of them are about eliminating something. Now we got 2 license withdrawals in hand. So, what can a Flo do to not have his characters boosted? And I think that is very hard when you're Basira until he's low on resources and can't use them.
Yeah, I mean, having cheap after you plays does go a long way. The rare cylinder, notably, is not like the rare cylinder from Axim. You do need to put the boost on the character you play next. So, although it will help for 1 turn as a cheap after you play, in the future it could be a little bit awkward. The other thing, though, is that keeping 2 license withdrawal here for Mello is quite difficult, because even Sigismar does need to play some number of characters in a turn just to get to the point of the turn. Yeah, even Sigismar needs to play some number of characters in the turn just so they can get to the stage where they do play their removal, right? Otherwise, if you have no characters, a single after you effect means that you are out of options already.
Yep, and look at that. You got used straight away.
Yeah, there's the punish.
Yeah, it's a question of what can they do.
Yeah, there's the Keylon cylinder to follow it up. It's, I mean, honestly, this isn't the worst spot for Basira. They only lose out 1 expedition here, and they do get rid of a license withdrawal from Sigismar. Another license withdrawal being in Mana. I mean, Flolsk doesn't know it, but they have gotten rid of a lot of the really difficult to play around cards here already. Which, as they draw the 3rd license withdrawal.
Well, this is great. If the license withdrawals come out early, then Flo will have a greater chance, because as the game prolongs, they'll have a much stronger chance of not having as much interaction. Especially if you look at, he's got his Basira back in hand that costs 5. So Siggy, this build does not look like it's one that is flooding the market with a lot of tokens, except for the 1 unique that we saw had huge potential, but it wasn't played last time. Let's see what we got.
Actually, both players' hands being just a little bit awkward, especially here for Flo. They kind of are committed to playing Haven plus their Serengar from reserve, which is more than a little risky, since if they play this a Clue, I don't believe they have a way of boosting. Actually, no, they could boost it with Keylon Cylinder to draw a couple of cards. That's true. Okay, so they do have options. Though, again, us knowing there's a license withdrawal in hand for Mello, they would be punished for playing the Seclute, and they would go down 2 expeditions, most likely. There's the Legate.
And we're going to see... But at least he gets the card draw. But he's going to be down 2. He'll be down 2, but there is no more license withdrawals left if this goes out.
Yeah. That would be the final license withdrawal. And honestly, if you are up on cards, this is a surprisingly playable situation, actually. But they are super far down on the Tumult.
3 behind on the track. Okay. Yeah, it's got me thinking, what can Basira do? But I actually think they are in a better position because of this, especially now that they can play out their Haven with very little fear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from their perspective, there might still be 1 more withdrawal left, but also, how unlikely is it that that Mello sees all 3 license withdrawals within the top, 13, 15 cards of their deck or so? So I think they're going to have the confidence here to play out cards like a Clute and really start going after Mello's resources. As Mello themselves, playing all these license withdrawals, which are fleeting spells, they don't have the best card economy at the moment. Yeah, there's Haven. And that resupply looks a bit awkward, but actually works out quite nicely. They have a Serengar play alongside some 1-cost, or they can play the Skater alongside some 1-cost still. So tons of options here for Flo. What do they go with?
So there's 2 cards in hand for Mellow, 2 cards in hand for Flo.
Yeah. But nothing in reserve for Mellow. If they play both of these cards, which you just kind of assume is going to happen, then next turn, a Klute will be able to get a double exhaust and potentially leave Mellow with no plays, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So they're at least... What are they doing? I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so it gets 2 boosts from Haven, and did they end up using the Kelon on it?
No, they have not used the Kelon cylinder.
Okay. So they're up. They're 4-4-4 against 2-2-2 on the hero side, and they're up 3 versus 2. So this is, sorry, Flo's up 3 versus 2. Potential double advance. It's a question of, is he going to play a second card, basically, so he can play... The Eclute's not going to be useful next turn because he's not first player, so he'll only be able to get 1 card exhausted.
Well,
1 card is better than none.
If Mellow doesn't play anything, but they could play their Aegis Templar still, since they have free mana, to advance on the companion side, which would deny themselves the draw from Ordis Attorney. And then having 2 cards in reserve, this Eclute, after not drawing a card off of the Attorney, would be absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah. They do have another card in hand, or is it's too expensive, is it? The other card they've got in hand? That Mellow has in hand?
I believe they have an Aegis Templar in hand. So that's a free cost.
That's the only card. Yeah.
Yeah. I think so.
Playing it on that side so he can advance.
Yeah.
Choosing to not draw. That's probably what Flo wanted. If you're going to have something go against you, that's what you want.
Yeah, I think actually Flo's in a great spot here. Like, they might not know it 100% because they don't know about the 3rd license withdrawal being in the mana for Mellow. But they have the tools to make this happen. Especially with this Haven Serengar staring at a blocking of a forest-only expedition, as well as advancing on a forest-only expedition. I would go as far as to say that there's nearly a guaranteed 2-0 coming up for Basira.
Nice. Let's do it. Let's go into a 3rd round. Let this get it all excited, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome comeback happening. Oh, Jack Frost is really good, though. Alright, let's take a look, though. There was also ramp for Basira, so lots of resources, lots of tools to work with for Flo. Far more than last game, where although they drew a lot of cards, they did have a bit of an awkward hand, so they were kind of forced to commit to a certain line quite early into their turns. This time they have more options, and they have less things they need to play around.
Yeah, they do. Just coming in from the chat, looks like our Basira player has made it into the round of 16. Sorry, the quarterfinals. So we've got our first person that at least I'm aware of making it into the quarterfinals, and that is Sparky3867 on Nevenka. Very awesome. Not something I expected. That's awesome to see.
Yeah, that's great. Can't wait.
So as others find out of other results, please bring them in. Yeah, please let us know about those other results as they come in as well, so it gets us a little bit more excited in terms of what's to come. And we're also interested to see how are they going to do the format, because once we hit the quarterfinals, basically every game that is being played is for a seat at the table for the fight for the championship in Paris. I'm assuming that's where it's going to be later in Q4.
Yeah, honestly, it's the upcoming round that's going to be the highest tension, right? Because I think it's that world qualifier that people are really here to play for. And that isn't the final game of the day. That's going to be next round already. And yeah, just the super punishing Eclute coming out here. has enough mana for a Skater as well for a clean double advance. And Mello, I mean, you saw him take this Occlute as if he's never seen it before. Just in shock here.
In shock, in disgust as he's getting pushed back, and he doesn't have the card advantage that Sigismar used to have. But he's got 2 cards in hand that potentially could give him some card draw with the Order Saturnis. The problem with that is they're not today. They will be for tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like, yes, Mello has potential tools to help them out in the theoretical game, but I feel like they're all just a turn too late, which is so awkward to say after their huge lead they had early in this game. And Occlute comes out again. Wow, I didn't even realize, but this last turn wasn't even a turn order Occlute, which means this turn they get to double exhaust again, and these are the best feeling Occlutes you can have. When you get to double exhaust into double exhaust again, wow.
You get the double. See, he's got no fear about boosting right now, with that understanding that most of the hard cards are already gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and they have free mana left. They know they can use a... Wow, that's so many boosts on the Serengar as well. From that Keylon Cylinder, from that Haven as well. They didn't even need to use Basira ability on the Occlute because of that Haven, so they have so much free reign here. Only removal to punish, but there just is no removal coming out from Mello. In turn... Yeah,
the hard part that for Mello though, for Flo with this is he's got no cards in reserve, so he doesn't have the ability of using Haven's boost. But I think the right play was to remove one of the additional card draws.
Yeah, I do agree. I definitely want to give Mello or Sigismar as few resources as possible here to make this what likely is the final day happen for them. And meanwhile, I mean, Mello still has 4 cards, so they're probably not too worried. Among them, we do see this Hunger. Man, this Hunger is really interesting. It looks so divisive in this list, as in, you're really forced to choose what your game plan is going to be. Do you commit to a Hunger game plan, or to the rest of your hand? And here, quickly making the decision, they don't want to play around Hunger. They do not want to lose to a Sandman again. So maybe that is the adaptation from last match, and will instead commit themselves to the rest of their hand here.
And the good thing is, this Occlute that they're going to be bringing out allows them additional card draw.
Yeah, it allows additional card draw. They have the kind of guarantee of the Keylon Cylinder as well, which is very nice for them. Oh, they're actually using the... yeah, this makes sense, because Mello already used so much mana, since they were going first, and they Order Spied, which is an inefficient play, in terms of stats to mana. So they understand they can just hold this Occlute till the end. They don't need to play it for its draw effect, which, I mean, they're also going to draw, but they're just using it for the stats, and that is... Game 2, so we will get a full game free here. Awesome.
Jeez, this is fantastic. Oh my goodness. And two games on stream going to the third match. It really is, I guess, a tournament organizer's dream to see that this best of 3 format is actually playing out the way that they'd like.
Yeah, that is until the end of the tournament, and they're all in the venue for too long. But for now, it is absolutely the tournament organizer's dream.
Oh wow!
Now, of course, everyone's happy to see as much Altered as possible. So having best of 3, full free game feature matches is always great.
Man, I guess they just they're going back to announcing while we wait for a few minutes as they set up. So who do you think has the upper hand from your perspective based on gameplay that you've seen?
I mean, both those games were pretty close. I think what's got me really impressed is that even in game 1, I think Basira had great tools to actually win the game. They just ended up with a hand that was slightly too awkward. And in both of these games, I mean, we've seen 2 games, and I think we've seen 5 license withdrawals. Admittedly, one of them went into mono, right? But it seems like this Basira deck can actually play into that card fairly decently. So I was gonna say I'm super Sigismar favored here, but honestly, the way it's looking, I like this Basira list a lot.
I want to point out here, also looking at the targets of the license withdrawals. The first game, both of these license withdrawals went after uniques, and especially that Salvager was super crucial that it went out after. I think that turn, if there's no removal for that Salvager, I think there's a legit shot for the Basira to take the first game as well. And the second one, I think there was still at least one license withdrawal that went after one of the AQZ uniques, but the other one was much weaker, and therefore that gave the Basira here I feel like the edge to just not fear this removal as much, and that was super nice to see.
Yeah, you could see, and thank you, Varun, for that. You could see that they had no choice. The cards that they were drawing were just not good enough for them to be able to use. So they wasted, in essence. Mello had to waste one of the license withdrawals on a, I guess, suboptimal card.
Yeah. Honestly, it was exactly what you were saying, where because Mello found all 3 license withdrawals so early, and because Flo could bait out those cards, it allowed them afterwards to play with no fear, right? So they just got to commit all the time, everything to board. They got to just play a Clute without any worry of removal whatsoever. And I think the fact that those removals left the game so early allowed it to... There was just so much pressure applied, and then Sigismar didn't have the resources to combat that anymore. So
that's
honestly,
right.
I'm going to go spicy. I'm going to say Basira takes this.
I think so too, especially seeing that they've got the tree available to themselves, the spindle, which is going to counter the majority of Mello's game style in terms of disruption.
Yeah, I mean, as we also said, it can just get license withdrawal, so it's not that bad.
It did straight away.
Yeah. So this is really interesting, right? Because this is just a really strong, really positive play for Sigismar in a microcosm of this day, where they just get to advance, kind of, for free, right? Both players discard a card, but Sigismar advances. But in the kind of greater scheme of the game, this license withdrawal seems to be the like axis point, the point where this entire matchup turns around. If there are no license withdrawals, then Basira will rain hell upon Sigismar, and if there are license withdrawals, it's going to be very tough for Basira to break through. And so giving up an early license withdrawal on turn 1 might not actually be a good opening trade for Mello.
That's right, especially as we see the Axiom Salvager unique that is in hand as well. There's a potential for that to be able to be played later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could come out kind of early already, just because if you have like a Chiron to go alongside it, or if there was a Chiron in this situation, you could play down the Axiom Salvager, and then play Chiron, use the Chiron boost on the Axiom Salvager, use Basira boost on the Axiom Salvager, and still get that ETB ongoing ability from the Axiom Salvager to proc, since it now fulfills the condition. And that is already very powerful on this day, potentially. Of course, they don't actually have that set up in full, so they'll need to figure out a bit of a different line, and they go with a Tiny Djinn instead.
Right now, look, this is the whole Sigismar gameplay. So low to the ground.
Yeah.
So much ability of just waiting to see what your opponent plays. But look, we're going to see what happens here now. So he's got 2 cards in hand, looking to use 2 resources. Mello's just thinking this through. What is the best game state for himself? Does he want to block out the companion zone? Sorry, the hero zone? No, he doesn't. He's playing... what is it? Ortus
An Ortis Attorney?
Attorney without the benefit.
Side.
Okay.
Wow.
Choosing to waiver the benefit of a card draw.
That's fascinating, yeah. So
But
they
look,
do go
still
for a
ahead.
trade of expeditions.
And then the other one that he has in hand now he can start using is he's got the Jack Frost. I guess the Jack Frost, they're two great options to exhaust. Which one would you aim to exhaust first? Would you prefer the stopping card draw or stopping the mana?
I think given that you're up against at least two unique Occlutes, or not at least, you're up against exactly two unique Occlutes that are quite pricey and that do draw a ton of cards, you just want to stop this ramp from happening. Card draw is not as meaningful earlier in the game, and it's more meaningful later. So if you do want to play for a late game, if you had a sabotage effect, you might consider going for card draw. But given that we're still in the earlier stage of the game and it is just an exhaust, and so it's just a tempo resource denial, I think I would prefer to exhaust the Tiny Djinn. But it doesn't happen here, and that is a bit of a phenomenon. If both cards in reserve are a great play, sometimes it's just not worth exhausting anything.
But looking at what Mello has in hand, he has no choice but either to exhaust or sabotage.
Yeah, true, sorry, it was Basira's going first this turn, so it was kind of up to Basira what they want to play, and they did go with the Tiny Djinn, so my analysis stands. I was just backwards.
Your analysis does stand. Look, that's the second time, man. You are the professor. You truly are.
Oh, thanks.
I'm looking forward to then, as we're going through your next video coming out. I'm looking forward to learning a new gameplay on a fascinating hero, I'm sure.
My next video is definitely going to be informative, but probably not in an actually useful way.
Hey, you know what? People would say anyone that's playing Nevenka would be not a useful way, and they have made it top 8. So
that is true. That is true.
So who knows? You never know.
Who knows indeed. It looks like this Attorney will get played out just to draw a card into the Tiny Djinn. I don't think there's any more. There is one mana left, so they can actually threaten to advance here, right? If they want.
Yeah, do they? Nope, they choose not to. Why would you?
No, they're going for
advancing.
Oh. They weren't advancing on the hero side, I see.
Okay, they weren't, okay.
Yeah, so they just make sure to get the 1-for-1 trade.
The 1-on-1.
Yeah, they could have gone 1-0.
80% of every day. Every day.
Yeah.
Like, it's seldom that someone goes 2-0 or even 2-1. It's usually a 1-on-1.
Yeah, notably, on that day, Sigismar had the choice to go 1-0, actually, if they played that last card alongside their Attorney, since they were even on 4 stats in the hero side. But they did value just having more card draw instead, maybe in lieu of last game, since that was the crucial issue for them that lost them that.
It is. It looks like we got another Occlute coming up. So there's only one card in reserve though to exhaust, but they are not going first. Sheesh. Let's see.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if this Occlute... Actually, no, I wouldn't be surprised if this Occlute comes out this turn, because if there's a Jack Frost play, there's only one Sarengar that gets to be played, and then you're already out of options. Yeah, this is tough. Things can go very wrong this turn for Basira, if that is how it lines up. It's not guaranteed because hidden information. It's one of the beauties of most games, but there's a lot of potential for stuff to go wrong here for Basira.
Okay, so looks like the Occlute will come out, given the Monolith Runescribe has come out, giving you the ability of getting a 1/1/1 token. Very, very cheap token generator here we've got. I feel that Occlute's going to come out.
Yeah, it looks likely. They want to just block the Jack Frost, which means that they're saying, oh, they're thinking about it. But now you've telegraphed you have the Occlude, which makes it significantly weaker, honestly. I think if they play it here, the good thing for them is that if Mello wants to make a ton of tokens with their unique, then they need to start discarding, or then they'll overflow their reserve a lot, right? Since they can't play their character from reserve.
Right. And it looks like that's what they...
Yeah, is what they're going for. It makes it a bit awkward for them.
Now, looking at what is in hand, you will play the Spy to get rid of one of the potential card draws in the future.
Yeah, I definitely think so, yeah.
On your hero side, but that doesn't mean you advance at all.
If you
your monolith will give you the companion soldier in the companion expedition.
Yeah, so the Runescribe ability will proc here, so they are threatening to advance potentially on both expeditions, even over this Occlude. They're not bigger than the Occlude yet. At the moment, they are blocking it though, and I think with a single extra stat point in Mountain at the moment, they would also threaten to advance. Interesting slow play here with the Milk. It does mean that now it's a bit awkward for both players, that Basira boost is still available. So I think it's very hard for Mello to punish the current situation.
No, and he'll get rid of one of the Serengers, and the other one will get played wherever they can advance once. Right, it's going to be another 1-for-1.
Yeah.
They'll just put it in the most. Though I think if I was Flo, I'd look to get out of Mountain where possible.
Yeah, I think I agree, especially since you do have that Attorney on the hero side, so you don't really want to advance with it, since this is looking like it's maybe going to be a slightly longer game.
Oh, he advances twice though, giving him the card draw.
Tapping the Milk instead of the Basira for the extra boost.
That's brilliant.
And yeah, that will actually be enough for Basira to take an expedition lead.
Because now they're leading. This is interesting, but it allowed them to get an extra draw. But now the hard part for Mello is his reserve is now flooded. He has to get rid of one, and he's going to get it flooded again because it's going to get exhausted by the Occlude.
Yeah,
like
this is
the remaining two cards.
This is just the power of turn order Occlude, right? Where it against these decks that don't have a ton of resupply going for them, an Occlude played from reserve in Basira just turns off the entire reserve for Sigismar here for a full turn. And that is just really powerful, because playing cards from hand and having to functionally discard them in terms of card advantage numbers, it's just so painful. It will burn through your max hand size, or not your max hand size, but it will burn through your hand really, really quickly.
You know, when I look at the cast, one of the things that I do is like, would I make the same decision in terms of putting things into mana? And when I get it right, I'm like, okay, I guess I'm okay of a player, right? Or at least I'm in line with their thinking. Now, one thing I don't understand is from Flo's perspective, he's kept one of the new cards in play. He's got it as a rare. I'm just trying to remember the name of it. It's the front card that he's showing.
Oh, was it the Spirit Guard, or not Spirit?
Yeah, Spirit something.
Yeah, I know which one you mean, yeah.
It's seldom played, so I cannot remember its name.
Spirit Wielder, I think.
The Spirit Wielder. So the Spirit Wielder rare is I gain 1 boost per boosted character you control, and when played from reserve is I gain 1 boost.
Yeah. I mean, it's an interesting card. It's a very risky one to run, but it does have a lot of potential upside, right? In this case already, as we're seeing it, it's a Bravos Tracer that you get to play twice, which is just really, really good. I think anyone would run a Bravos Tracer that didn't have fleeting, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And like, look at these stats. This is kind of what I was talking about. It's so hard for Sigismar to just compete on raw stats when they don't have removal. And it's double advance for Basira into double advance for Basira. And they are just one expedition away from winning here. And look at the Sigismund, right. They're so far away.
They've really just not been able to advance. Look, that's the value of getting an Occlute. These Occlutes are just so strong in just completely slowing down or stopping an opponent. And they're very well statted as well for what they give you in terms of value.
Yeah,
and he has just picked up his unique again.
Yeah, meanwhile, you know, Flo picking up his unique, we saw Mello draw a Grand Endeavor and instantly throw it into mana. It is not the card you're looking for in this situation. Maybe the punish of using one of these rare slots on a card like Grand Endeavor is that sometimes when you need to draw action, you draw a 6 mana do nothing instead.
Yeah.
And now they will be relying on their 1-cost unique. It is extremely powerful. So maybe this allows them to actually compete on stats for a turn at least.
What is he going to do?
Alright, big play.
It's going to be followed by Chiron, right? You'd use Chiron?
Yes, but I don't know. If there's an Orda Spy here, there's actually no way to get a boost for Flo.
I do believe he does have an Order Spy.
It's not an Order Spy, but he has Jack Frost, right? So Jack Frost exhaust on the Chiron is actually really annoying, and that's kind of the lose case situation of this Spirit Wielder. I'm glad we get to see both, or I don't know about glad we get to see both, but we will be able to see both. One time it's a 2-mana free, and this time it's a 2-mana 1/1/1. And
it should be. It's a common. It's a common, not the rare. So it doesn't get the boost from reserve.
Yeah, exactly. And so we see that token coming in as well from the unique. The game won't end on this turn. Mel has the tools to stay alive, and even more importantly, Flo does not have the tools to draw additional resources here. They'll get another attempt of it next turn. But we also know that Jack Frost will also be around next turn, so they need to draw a boosting effect in order to activate this Occlute.
He's still got to play one more card, though, so that he can win that side. Yes, that's it. There we go. But he does not get the benefit, so Mello doesn't get the benefit from the draw. He's been very unlucky, or it's very well placed by Flo to stop a lot of the draws coming from the attorneys.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things where high-level players understand that Sigismund functions best with card advantage, like most other decks out there as well, and they are really trying to make these Ordis Attorney decisions as difficult as possible. Apparently there is some confusion on something I see, but not 100% sure. There might have been a missed trigger of an Ordis recruit.
Yeah, there should be 2 Ordis recruits out there. Because the Monolith was played first, and then he's played 2 other characters, so you'd expect there to be 2 Ordis recruits.
Yeah.
So maybe they missed it, and they didn't call over a judge. They just decided to keep one only out, or
yeah. I mean, that's going to cost them half of a rallying call here. That is quite impactful. At least they're not overflowing their reserve. So if the game ends next turn, it probably doesn't make a difference.
They're 2-0. Now there's still 1 track behind. We are down to the last 3 minutes, though, of gameplay. This has gone to the wire.
Yeah, no, they had to use both just to advance. Okay, so that makes a huge difference then. That means they don't have access to rallying call next turn.
No, they don't. And they had to... Yeah, it felt like there was a missed trigger somewhere.
Yeah, I do think they just missed an Ordis recruit trigger.
Yeah, it looks like on the chat people are saying that as well, that he missed a trigger. And that's unfortunate, though. I wonder if you could call the judge over and bring it back, and they decided against it, given it's it's almost mandatory. Like everyone's aware of it, but it wasn't played out.
Yeah, I mean, I think technically it even is a mandatory effect, right? The way these are worded often, it's if you have a condition attached to it, it's often not mandatory. For example, you may discard a card from your hand to reserve, but the conditionless ones are usually mandatory.
It's whether or not, it depends on how they get enforced by the judge as well.
Yeah, so, and it feels like we've seen kind of things go both ways a bit in terms of judge rulings so far this weekend, but interesting to see if there's any particular reasoning behind that. For now, we will see slow plays come out here, but slow plays that actually create a ton of stats as well.
Let's see. So Mello should have 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, really low resources at the end of this game. And just a single advance needed for Flo on Basira, a double advance needed for Mello to take the win this turn, but they at least need to stop both sides from advancing to stay alive. They're trying to math it out. They don't want to make a mistake here on the potentially final day of this game 3. That is quite critical. I mean, this is for a good bit of stakes. They play out their unique.
It comes out just at the wrong time because he does not get the card draw because you have to have less than 8 mana and they are on 8.
Yeah, that is a unique free cost free.
Not much of a benefit on that unique when it's played like that, unfortunate for Mello.
Yeah, I think a free cost free Sigismars aren't even playing as a common, so that is not what you want to see in the spot. At least it being a free cost play, it does take a bit more of your resources, so you get to make use of your mana a bit more. But man, that is not ideal.
Yeah. Now, if Flo's thinking, look, if I play out the Tolarian Skater as just a 1 cost, then it has the potential of being sabotaged or it being blocked. It looks like that's what they're doing. They decided that that's what they're going to do to give 2 boosts out, 1 to the rabbit, and now they make another choice where else they're going to put their second boost.
Yeah, they put both on the rabbit. They put
both on the rabbit, give it a +2.
I think the only punish here is an Orda Spy, and this way you don't lose to an Orda Spy. Yeah, I mean, you're just too far behind on this companion side anyway.
And Mello concedes a little bit of disappointed there. Flo, congratulations on that win.
Wow, what a comeback. Best of 3 going in favor of Basira here. If that was a best of 1, Sig, you would have taken that.
That's correct. Wow. There's a lot to unpack there. I'm excited to bring in Runefolk to
that was a nice
give some analysis for us.
Yeah, I didn't really manage to get a lot of screenshots or anything, but yeah, we can just talk about it like this. And in game 3, we didn't see any like. Well, we just saw.
So the Loki will be really strong against that.
Yeah. It's true. So the game is going to be in the preparations. The players start to just like prepare for the whole thing. In the background we see, as we realize, Maverick going to be here, the judge as well. So I'm super interested on now how it will be going on. So on the bottom we got Timbet, actually with like the coolest jersey with the coolest French team possible for especially League of Legends, K-Cup. Let's stream cross Barkley like yesterday. Oh no, there's really no stream cross here for that moment. And with that, I'm actually super interested in what actually cards sitting below the hero. There were like a lot of tokens.
We saw earlier there was a lot of Audit recruits and also a lot of Moth to Flame. No, the Moth, not Moth to Flame. Moth to Flame tokens and the Moth.
Yeah.
Oh, the alt art Daedalus are really cool. So the Athena's player has to make a decision, I think, because playing Conjuring Seal and then also the permanent would be like giving Sparky almost 3 to 4 expeditions.
Yeah.
So and not an easy hand to start with. And we will see if Sparky keeps the Cloth Cocoon. We see he runs 2 and I think he's the only out he has to the Nilam.
Yeah, this is actually a good question, how to prepare that. I mean, what is like actually quite interesting for Sparky is if he wants to keep one of the Cloth Cocoons actually, because the players being able to actually watch the deck list for quite of time from the opponent, and with like only running one Cloth Cocoon at the same time, this could be a potential short answer for the Nilam Riffid tree actually, that's going to be into the list for Tembat. So as we can see, also doing it, yes. Keeping
it's
it.
A strange hand for Sparky, just because you can play just one card. Okay, and we see Tempted that plays the Conjuring Seal to draw 2 more.
And nice promos.
He will probably not even get punished by with that.
Hold on, this is a Worlds promo card. This is crazy. Never saw that before on stream. So as we can see, it's going to be played down as well. It's just like getting exhaust. So yeah, I think they were talking about if they need to do still the roll a dice interaction, but it doesn't seem like that. So it's just like one expedition moving ahead right now for Sparky, and with that going to be placed down as well. Right now we can see the Tanuki as well as the Alarera joining in as well onto the list. And I mean, with the things that we're seeing right now on Tembat's card tent, actually the Alarera could be potentially just like played out as an early answer. Also like the expedition where Sparky moved forward would be in the favor. But the 11 Riffid tree, getting both of them, so seeing quite understandable. And keeping it
for Sparky. Both are in mana right now. Yeah, we'll probably see Sparky playing Aloe with the Anchor. It's also in the perfect biomes for it.
Yeah.
And we probably will see the permanent being played out. It's like, why not? It's a 1-on-1 in this expedition, and yeah, probably one of the best moment to play it, I think. We will see. Okay, decide to go for the Kadijin, so he probably wants to stop already and get back the one expedition disadvantage that he has, and he also will draw a card, so why not?
Yeah, today. Oh wait, I cannot write. I'm so sorry, chat. No, I could write it. So as you can see, the Mage Answer is coming into the play, and as well getting the additional boost just like out of the slate of hand. And so
this combo is so nasty. Like 5 boosts on 3 mana in this case. Okay, so the expedition are all tie, but yeah, Temptate has a lot of more cards.
It's like a really good question.
The best start for Nevenka, I think, but Loki's can be really strong later on. So
yeah, that's true.
If he can still go for 1-1 or not being too below in Expedition Sparky, I think it will be fine when we drop the Loki.
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually just like a good question. With it like comes to the Loki in general. Well, and there was the resupply, from Alorera. So the Haven Seringa. This is like a good Chris, like a good card actually. Just like draw out, just like to have like a potential extra draw card. Chat, oh no, I think I won't get card since you need to be playing. Chat just get ones. Yeah, bro, that's true. But I'm not sure if Recast is getting anything, so I'm quite not sure.
Yeah, the Stringer is really good because it's like the magical training in this case for Sparky, as he's not playing it. And yeah, as we said earlier, he's an aggressive player in this case, so he's trying to make his move and also draw. So that's probably why he's playing the Stringer over the magical training.
Yeah. I'm totally agreeing to that, so there are like quite still options, like 42 mana left to just like place down. I mean, what potentially Tempest could be figuring out is maybe just like play out the Purity Sleep to the Haven Seringa, just like to have like another just like answer for that Sparky not just like start up to fill up resources onto the hand, also as well to just like progressing at some point and to boost up. And also just like returning it back somehow with the Slate of Hand. So quite many options there from Tibet right now to just like doing it, as well as just like simply playing out something else. And then with that,
should play just the Slate of Hand.
Yeah.
And get all the boosts in the mage. And I probably Beauty Sleep one of the mages, to be honest.
One of the mages could be also an answer, yeah. Could be also a solution to just like sleep one of the old mage dances just like to going into the next turn. But it's also just like the fact with like, because Sparky got like 6 mana Lokis, that every time you start to somehow want to prepare something for the upcoming turns, not sure it's going to be working. And as we can see right now, actually the Slate of Hand, as you mentioned, going to be played out. Going to be 2 boosts for the Hero Sides Mage Dancer, 1 boost for the Companion Sides Mage Dancer, and with that, actually potentially 2 mana left to put something out, because the Flammel right now could just like getting discarded and so reducing the cost of one of the spells that's going to be on hand. But let's see how it's going to be turned out. I mean, 2 mana left for Sparky.
Yeah, I don't think he will overcommit unless he played the Snowball Commander that he has in the reserve. I think this would be his play in this turn, and probably trying to anchor the Aloe Vera once again with an Evenka, as he has the Martingale as a strong he's trying to avoid the 1 on the Evenka's rolls.
Yeah.
So I think this should be his play. Let's see if he chooses a side before.
Okay, just like wants to make sure to actually being potentially able to progress on the rather rich type with like, it's not a 9 guys, it's a 6. For those who are running, so I have 6 in total right now onto the hero side. I mean, with that right now, it's like you could.
I think that it could be like just.
It could be a Slate of Hand play by sure. I'm sorry. A Joyride play, but actually used to sleep. Okay, puts down to sleep, getting the additional boosters, but the actually Joyride still being able to play because of the Flamel, just like being here. Okay, receive, roll the dice. Oh please, not a 1. Oh no way, no. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, the Martingale. I just like got some flashbacks from yesterday where like 2 1s in a row actually decided the match for Sparky. But we can see the Slate of Hand going to be played again. So it's going to be onto,
not the Slate of Hand, but the Joyride.
The Joyride, yeah, I'm sorry. The Joyride is going to be placed down there. So this is like an additional boost. And
there is also an error with the stuff. Yeah, they correct it. So it's 1/1, but 2 draws for Temptate.
Yeah.
And also one of the mages will be sticking around.
That is really good. Because also like the mage right now that's going to be stick around doesn't got like fleeting when it was, because it was played out from the hand. So Tibet can play with it around even afterwards. And we see the Rime Frost. Just like sitting here.
Yeah. I think that he decided to sleep the Mage Dancer, just because if now we are heading to 6 mana territory,
so that's not getting removed.
So
yeah,
could have been removed from the reserve, and all the hand could be wiped out. So he probably decided to play a little safer and slower, and slapped all his magician.
Yeah.
So we see no Loki yet for Sparky. So not an easy turn for him, I think. There are a lot of stuff in Temptate hand that can be really strong against him right now. We will probably see the permanent being played out this turn, I think, because he already have a good characters on the field, and that one will be probably enough to win the expedition. So maybe we will see just the Nilam plus 1 or 2 spell.
Yeah.
Maybe the magical training.
I mean, who?
Ouroboros first. That's strange. I don't know. I would
it's
probably...
like an interesting choice. Okay, so with that, a card is going to get exhausted, and we see the mana morph coming down onto the hero side as well. I mean, it's still like the fact that right now, the Martingale will going to be placed down, I assume, on the hero side as well. Just like to prevent the expedition of moving forward in this case, because the mage then said it's like no any chance to get it. And now with the 1 mana left, there are like quite some options right now for 10-bet. Just like to be plain. It's just like using the Slate of Hand, getting rid of something else. It's also just like using the Joyride. So like just like increasing the chance of actually moving forward through the hero expeditioner. So Uppsala. So we see with the 3 mana, okay, actually the Glove Cocoon, okay, going to be prevent into that way. And with that, I would say the Slate of Hand would be just like quite enough right now to double progress.
There is an Nevenka roll that can give a boost, so that's really not enough technically, but it's probably the safer option.
Yeah,
like he's not going to advance anyway, so it's up to a double advance or just 1-0 from Temptate. So
yes, and we can see rolling the dice.
And so
preventing from that.
For
yeah. Oh, actually, I saw it because on the board there was like 1 boost less showed up before. No, you're correct. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for updating that. So, we can see that the Alorero is going back to hand, and with that, actually the Always Inquisitor sitting now in the reserve. We see, the second Alorero going to be under the hand as far as another Ouroboros Incaster. And for 10-bet, still like so many good options in hand. We see the Magical Training, we see like 2 copies of Rime Frost, we see like the 1 copy of Slate of Hand again, and also just like still a Joyride. So if 10-bet right now, I would say or assume that the Maftool Flame would be potentially played out to just like get a character maybe. And then with that character again, as well as the Mage Dancer still also being here in the reserve.
It would be played probably the Mage Dancer. He knows that Sparky doesn't play an out for almost for a character in play. So Mage Dancer is the first one. He's also an After You, and Temptate in this moment has 5 cards in hand, and all of them cost 1 mana.
Yeah, that's true.
That's crazy.
Super true. But it's also just like the fact that with like, the Rime Frost just like preventing of either just like discarding it for like a reduction, or just like to play it out. Yeah, and as we can see, makes sense. Just like play out the Will of the Wisp. So total stat line of 7 will be there, but actually the Maftool Flame going to be placed down there would be also potentially be enough with the Joyride as well, because there's still like 3 mana left. So with that, we're going to have like 3 on stat line now, with the enjoyyy 2 plus 3, so 6. So it's just like being 2 spells, or just like a third one. It depends on what's going to be now.
Would be magical training, I think.
Yeah, could be also as well. And then the sleight of hand, and then the enjoyyy basically. And it would be enough. If I did the math correct, this would be enough. Or is it 2, 3, 4, 5?
2 boosts, I think. So 2, 3, 4, 5. And
oh,
it would be 8.
It would be 8. So just like defending again. But it's still okay for attempted. I mean, somehow it's also good for Sparky that all those low cost spells needs to be played out right now. And so, like during the later time of game, there would be like not that big stuff that could be using. I mean, a little bit of the sleight of hands could like just like pretend it, because with that actually always keeping like one of those 1 spells back into the hand. So this is like actually good. 2 magical trainings just like sitting there. This is like super crazy, and actually being able to. No, it's not progressing because of the water region type here. Oh no. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay, it's correcting, it's correcting. Magical training into magical training. It's time for Loki draw. Yeah, it's time. It's just like 1 Loki. It's just like 1 Loki to destroy the plan. You're correct, Keelan. It's just like 1 Loki. Oh, here it is, here it is, here it is. And use the starting player. Let's go. I mean, how many hand is looking so good.
Right time, I think.
Yeah, but you may discard a card from reserve. I mean, it's just like the fact that actually really good card sitting right now on Tempest's hand. Actually, like really good cards.
Read a lot of good cards.
Yeah.
So the magical training goes out of the way. Also the spindle. So this Loki could be really strong right now. And another in the mana, sadly. I don't think he's that honorable. He probably discount all with he has to play the Loki, discard the Loki, and wipe everything up.
Yeah.
Starting with aloe vera too is really good. I think that Sparky had just this chance to get the Loki out, because if he didn't draw 1, it would probably be over, I think.
Yeah.
Almost. So that's a good top deck for him.
Yeah,
definitely. Let's see what we will draw. Because in this moment, Temptate as only the 3 cards that we draw, and 2 magical trainer were gone. So yeah, not the greatest draw, but he has a charter. He has 2 removals. I don't know, not the cards he wanted to see, I think.
Yeah.
I missed what Sparky drew for the Loki.
Sparky got, as I assumed to see under the hand, is got an Ouroboros Incaster, the bassist, and the last card is an I cannot quite see it. So there's like the Trickster, bassist, and the third one, I don't know what's the third one actually, but the bassist were going to be played out. And it's also just like
maybe
super
Sandman, I think.
It could be, yeah, could be like.
And if that's the Sandman, it would be really great for him, because he can or sleep the Loki or sleep the aloe vera.
Yeah.
So it could be really strong for the next turn. I think he's a Sandman, but I don't really.
And the off you go.
Off you go on the aloe.
Going to be placed down here. I mean, still like 3 mana left for the Evanescence. So
yeah, it's a Sandman.
Yeah, it's a Sandman. So potentially right now, actually, what could be happen? It's like either playing the Sandman, and then maybe just like. No, it's like super hard because the Evanescence is still like being on hand. But I mean, it would be also good right now for Sparky if actually the Evanescence actually going to just like being directly played out again. So, super good question right now, what to do. If it's just like being a pass-by, I mean that it's just like a 1-for-1 trade and that's it. But otherwise, when you play something out, then Sparky actually needs to react on that, maybe at some point, or just like pass-by. So, it would be still like a good choice for Sparky maybe
to play something. He probably needs the 2-0.
Yeah.
So it could be an option to sleep the Moth, I think. But giving out that he has not really much going on Afana's side. Like, there is the Moth to Flame, but no other characters, I suppose. So I don't know what will be the great choice. So, okay, so you want to contest and try to get the Nevenka roll? Oh, unfortunately. Okay, so we have the 1-on-1 on the right side and one expedition on the hero. So we try to gamble. Okay, let's see the draw from Afanas. That these are important draws.
Just like double progress and
the unique.
Okay, there's the unique, and it's just like returning a spell, as well as we can see the River Tree again. Just like being here. It's quite interesting.
Okay, double returning the when I leave the expedition, so
yeah.
So probably right now we will see Nevenka trying to get the double expedition with the Sandman, I think. Because having Afanas with one expedition left for win, the
double
game
returning.
Is not ideal.
Yeah, but it's a double returning as I see right now. This is crazy. Okay, so the Liiike going to be just like getting exhausted in the reserve with that. Again, another mana moth just like joining in here as well. I mean, it's still like only 4 mana left right now for Tembat. But with that, Muna Caregiver would be able to returning a card back. We can see right now, just like from the hand from Sparky, that the Martingale could be potentially just like played out as a small pass by. And this is like super duper interesting to see how this actually going to be into the spot. So
Martingale played out. It's a difficult hand for Temptate to decide what to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's better for him to push one side and get the 1-on-1.
It's a good question.
Or trying to challenge on both sides. Nevenka still has like 8 mana. Yeah, 8 mana.
Yeah.
Not that much cards in hand. And we still have a live Moth to Flame in reserve.
Yeah.
Eventually, so a free for Temptate.
It's a 3-3 at this point, and I mean, still you could like it's like still super hard because with the 2 mana it could be either just like the Moth to Flame, but it's actually the Ouroboros Incaster, and let's see if the Martingale put it up. Yeah, so 2 boosts coming out into that, and this is like not bad. Like super cool stats coming out. I mean, the F1 sets could be played for sure.
The assist is also really strong.
And also just like the perfect that if actually Tempat decided to actually remove the Trickster can be potentially played out again for 1, and just like going to be on the other side, and no, it will be the Moth to Flame, just like having more stats on the side or of the battlefield. So just like deciding where to play it, and play it on the companion side, what is quite interesting, but actually also good. I mean, there's still like 1 boost that could be going up as well. So let's see where the boost will come down. Actually, the Sandman is is it the Sandman by like Shirley?
Yeah, there is a Sandman in there.
Okay, it's a Sandman. Okay, thank you. Because with the Sandman, it's good to put the Muna Caregiver to sleep, because with that, there's like not any guard going back, especially like the off you go. So
yeah, playing the bosses on the hero side can challenge and not advance realistically yet, but there is an Nevenka effect.
Yeah, and there's go. And put to sleep, yes.
On that, yeah.
Putting to sleep, really good choice. And with that right now, it's also just like super duper awesome, because the Sandman is going to be placed down here, and if the okay, just like also rolling an additional dice. And ooh.
No, it's like the Nevenka effect. So you now have to decide to give it a boost or anchor it.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, you could potentially play out the bassist to... it's like still hard, but I mean, you could anchoring something, right? Playing the bassist out.
I think he choose the Sandman.
Yeah,
because he needs to get the +1 on the...
Yeah, it's
mounting.
either the +1 to block and to progress, or just like progress and just like making sure to being on the same spot, but actually deciding to, decides to do that. And so...
we will have an...
Okay, keeping the bassist in the reserve. Also interesting, keeping the bassist in the reserve. With that.
No, it's tough because he has to make a decision with that.
Yeah.
With four cards in reserve.
And just like going to removing the Martingale and the Sandman, as it seems like. So let's see if it's also just like being correct. And oh, we see another one. Okay, so actually with the Conjuring Seal and with the Orders Cadets,
can be good.
Could be make a difference actually. Those cards.
I think it. Yeah, but like he has no way to get out the off you go from reserve to end. So keeping the Evanescence. I mean, you can gamble it and put in the mana the Evanescence and trying to get the draw again with the Conjuring Seal.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a real gamble. And yeah, we see the Unique going out. Okay, that's fair. So he's playing with just one character at the moment. And that could be really challenging for him, just because we saw that there is a Twinkle in Sparky's hand.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Also Daedalus. So in this moment he can Twinkle and play the Daedalus, or Twinkle and
ooh, make it maybe the difference.
Twinkle.
Oh, I mean,
but, well, at this rate. If the Spindle is the one character coming down, and it's coming down right now in the next turn, we probably will close out with this. I don't know, it's tough because it could probably play the Twinkle right now on the Unique, but then Temptate knows he has to make after you move just to avoid getting another sleep on his Spindle. So it's weird. Okay, we see the Daedalus just as an after you, he gets a boost. So he has two options: to play the Daedalus and keep the Twinkle for the arena, that it could be really strong. Because he can double sleep, but he can sleep and play the bassist. I don't know, in this situation I will probably try to keep the Twinkle, maybe? No, okay. He avoids to lose.
This is actually the question.
But it's an advantage, it's an advantage. I thought they was tie.
Easiest in rank event, easiest in rank event, I'm also believing that. It's easy. It's easy.
Is the tracker corrected? I don't think so.
Oh, good question.
Or am I missing something?
No? It's GG. Yes! Sparky! Oh, yes! Yes. Guys, I don't care. It's a buy stream. It's a buy stream. Sparky needs to get it. Oh my goodness. Just like another round. It's just like one more round. Sparky, you can do that. You can do it. One more win, Sparky. One more minute. I quickly need to refill my water. I've talked too much. It's like empty. Ruin, can you explain us why Sparky is so good during that as the third one? Thank you.
Can't explain anything. Stupid Lokis.
Hey.
Yeah. The Loki came on the perfect time, and the Temptate draw was not that great. I think I mean, he has all the drop one beforehand, so it was tough
the crucial part about these Lokis here were that they just discarded 2 of the best cards, and so in the magical training, and Jump had played 1 magical training before, so there were no left in the deck, and then you basically rely on the Conjuring Seals to draw you through your deck, and well, those don't feel too great to play, so you really want to keep your magical trainings around, and yeah, Sparky got rid of those with 1 Loki, and then there was no more card draw left for Tempet, and then the game gets really hard to play, and we saw that here.
Yeah, he also drawn 2 removal, but with a high cost from reserve and no uniques to bounce back then.
Yeah, and we see the...
Especially because he probably played all the Slate of Hand also, so he saw all the strong cards on the starts and then get low-keyed. And yeah, it was tough.
Also, we saw the weakness of the Evanescence here a bit, since a lot of these characters actually on the Sylvanka side are there are a few 3-costs in the Daedalus, and also there's very few answers to that Loki.
I'm back.
And yeah.
But so yeah, thank you so much explaining why Sparky took the game.
Yeah.
I know you're also rooting for Sparky. I know it.
I am not. Yeah. Then yeah. I'll just be on the sideline and watching and hoping.
I mean, oh, okay. What is it?
I think there is a banned card, probably.
There's a banned card? Oh no! The judge actually checking out some cards that going to be... Oh, hold on.
I think that they wanted to have all the cards on the same orientation.
Yeah, that's like important. That's like one of the rules that usually... Like from other TCGs, is it like that? That you have that? Because sometimes, like, actually through your sleeves, you can see if you have it like in this positioner, and write the cards, how the cards actually going to be placed. I mean, it's just like an additional...
You can, like, from the sleeve, feel where some cards are, I think, but yeah, it's a bit difficult, I think. Just
yeah, it's difficult, but it's like... Yeah, it's a usual rule by other TCGs, but it also depends on how actually your sleeves looks like, so... I mean, for the streams, the sleeves looking pretty clear and clean. But okay, we can see the Effersense is going to be placed down as well, and now Combat needs to decide actually which card is going to be, and it's the Ouroboros Incaster, what is like actually super good. And with that, okay, so now the decision, yeah, just like using the boost, so being able to progress, it's a run for 2, so I mean, it's just like one more game, Spark. One more game. I mean, beside that, okay, the other top 8 tables also still didn't finish the game, guys, so I feel like this over 60 minutes going to be super used from all of the tables. Because it's like, this is like actually the spot that you're getting after this. It's just like winning 2 games and you're being qualified. It's like super crazy.
I'm checking if I have some result from the Italian player, but...
So what also is like quite interesting. Yeah, it's like the Magic training. Oh no, all good. All are playing, all still playing, yes. All of them are. Do you have like the website from the tournament?
No, I was checking on the general chat in the Italian chat on Telegram.
I got you. I got you.
We have like the live stream there.
You have it.
I think I have the link.
Oh, okay.
If needed.
I've sent it to you. I've sent it to you. Anyway.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I sent it to you. So going back into the game, we see the Magic training going to be played out. The additional boost coming to them. There's still like 2 mana left. I mean, like nothing to be played except like the Magic training again. So you can go fully ham. And oh yeah, that's a really good decision right now. Just like with that. So let's see if Tempered is going to... Okay, just like forgot to add the counter on that, but I feel like usually the F1 Sense isn't played that much out from the reserve, so people don't care that much. Okay, rolling the dice, and is it D5? Oh no! I mean, a boost is a boost.
Pretty worthless in this case, but it's a boost.
It's still okay. So Rifted again, a 1-for-1 trade.
A lot of resource right now. Definitely a weaker start. Probably hoping for a Conjuring Seal, but we see Sparky that gets an early lead in expeditions. So and he gets to draw his Loki. But good cards from Temptate 2 on the draw.
Yeah, and the Loki also there, as you mentioned. I mean, it's just like waiting for an additional turn to put it out as well. But we see that the Arrowbow's Incaster actually going to be in hand. So you could either imagine that this will be just like playing out the... oh no! It's going to be played for 5... Oh yeah! The discard ability. I forgot it. So Loki is going to be there.
And that is a good discard for him, I guess, in the sense that he gets rid of one unique, one magical training, and not a really good draw. I mean, no, it's not that great.
Yeah. Yes. Just interrupting a little bit, but
it's probably like Mage Dancer pass, or he decide to drop the permanent, but not summoning anything.
Yeah, this is
so
it could be
2-0 advantage for Sparky. Oh, he probably needs to play the Mage Dancer. He can't let Sparky go 2-0 advantage, I think. Especially right now he can drop Loki for a turn. Yeah, okay. He decided to play the permanent. So he let Sparky go ahead another expedition, but he have the permanent out. And we see a bad draw from Temptate. Not the best.
No, it's not looking good.
He can play both the permanent and... no, he can play both the permanent and the Love to Flame. So Sparky right now, it's feeling good. I don't think it's great, but because Afanas can put up a lot of stats in very few time. But yeah, this is probably the turn from Temptate. He would probably play just the Mage Dancer if on the side that Sparky would play his cards.
Yeah, that's true. Even the Red comeback, Sparky won the best of one. Yeah, and this is like the actual fact that we need to remind. If this would be a best of one, Keenan, then we could have it. So we can say Nevenka being qualified. I mean, right now, okay, this is an interesting choice. Just like to play out the main chance there. I just need to make chat a worst place, don't mind me. All good. And getting the boost.
Probably be another 2-0.
Yeah.
I don't know if just because like Daedalus, it will run again and give another boost, so it doesn't even need to play the Nevenka.
Yeah. The boost will be enough with that. And so it's just like a double pressure. I mean,
enough, but I know you need to decide if you want to stop also Temptate from advancing.
I would just
there
like
is the possibility to use Nevenka. No, okay, they stop. Make a good
I thought you just like rolled the dice to see what potentially could happen. Could he potentially get the dice roll? I mean, we know this is just absurd. Yeah, it's like super crazy right now. And with that, going back to the hand, so both players going to withdraw right now, I assume. Yes, we're going to see the 8-me energy plus as well as the Tanuki for and Orenga right now going to be at. And for Tembet, I mean, it seems like with the Conjuring Seal could be a potential turn of play out the Moth to a Flame. With the Conjuring Seal and the Mage Dancer, it's like 7 mana, so this could be totally enough.
I think he will keep the Tanuki to remove the Mage Dancer.
Yeah, could
in
be.
This moment,
oh yeah, he's starting player, sorry.
Doesn't have a lot of resources, so
yeah.
Removing the only one that could draw some other cards, it's probably the choice for sparking, I think. Yeah, it's going for it. So yeah, removing probably one of the best cards in Athanas. So Temptate has to decide if he wants to play the Moth to Flame first, yeah, to get the boost, or just Conjuring and lose the boost.
But it will be just like a lot of Moth Flames just like going to be placed down, as well as an additional boost. So with like 4 mana left, the Eversense could still be played out, as well as the Conjuring Seal. But we see that Sparky just like play out the I forgot the name. The Snow. The Snow Girl. The Snow Girl. Yeah, the Snow Girl.
Snowball Commander.
Snowball Commander. Yeah. The sad thing is that I actually remind the German names, and so I don't know like the English. I only know the English names if I'm actually look into that. But then I totally know. This is Snowball Commando, yeah, or the command, and it's super powerful from an underdog hero plus underdog deck. Yeah, Killen, this is like one of the special things, but this is like something that I've feared somehow that we're going to see during like something like that road qualifiers, because it's always like I could tell like any TCG and where someone is just like coming up with a super duper underperformant or underdog deck and just like crushing it out because the opponents don't know how to play against it. And I mean, with that, brass incoming, yeah. And as we can see, the Loki could be getting back.
It's really strong in this case, because you can get back the Loki, discount it, and also discard all.
Drawing another card. And so being able to... No, it's not being able to block out. So it's just like one left, and this is like super sad, because actually Tembet again got like not so bad cards into the hand with the Off You Go, as well as something else. And rolling a dice. Oh, let's go, guys, let's go.
It's not really the dice roll that he wanted, I think, because right now he can't discount the Loki and use Loki effect, because he has no other card in reserve to discard. So
it's like, I mean, it's like the Ouroboros Incaster, right? But
yeah, so you have to pay 1 mana more, I think, and I don't even know if I want to play the Loki, to be honest with you. Just because Temptate doesn't have a lot of resource.
Yeah, and, that's true.
In this case, if you play the Loki for the first card, you give him 3 new fresh cards, and also he still has his permanents. Yeah, it's a really great stats Loki, but
it's a great stats. And I also feel like
he's probably going for the Loki, by the way, because he just
it could be
in the mana. So
I mean, he also got the Tanuki still also got the Tanuki as well.
Yeah, I think he would play the gigantic for energy bar first, and then Loki.
This could be. I mean, could it? Yeah, it's enough. It's enough for both of that. So, right now it seems like super good, and I feel like this is like the way to go, because I feel like Sparky is getting it. If the Loki is going to be placed out now, he's getting that. He's going to getting that.
Pretty much in control. Temptate has to he decide to play it, but with the so it doesn't need to get the effect, just the stats. So he's thinking about where to put it.
Yeah,
I would probably put on the companion just to have the, because he has the after you with the bassist, and then you can drop the gigantic.
Yeah.
So, oh no, okay, it's effect. Oh no, okay. He paid for the world price of Loki and discarded the Incaster. So the effect is being resolved.
Yeah,
I believe.
It's true.
It's being probably a good choice to not using, I think.
It's like a good question. I mean, right now we see... Oh! This is interesting.
The third Neelam for Temptate, so... No, it's over. I think the draws from Temptate were bad. Really
I think
bad.
they're not helping. They're not helping, guys. Guys. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. I feel it. Okay, the pass by.
There are 2 more Moth to Flame to be summoned, and 2 more Moth to be summoned. But I think it's not enough for him.
Oh, guys, I feel it. Oh,
and the yellow That's a lot of stats in water.
I mean, the Rime Frost could be played as a boost.
Yeah,
then
but
you're getting.
You're not getting a lot of stats. Like it's just 2 stats more. So yeah, it's 10 on the water. I think it doesn't matter. I think
it doesn't matter.
Sparky got it.
Sparky got it. Sparky, just like Pest, he can't do anything. He can't do anything, Spark, it's so guy. Oh yes.
He's decided to try to get the Nevek. I think it's fine to use Nevek.
Yeah, use it. But let's go.
It's probably trying to.
No, but it doesn't matter at all. This is so crazy. Oh my goodness! Oh my, we're seeing an Omega at the top 4. This is a bad joke. Guys, search for Lokis now on the marketplace. Help me. Search for the Lokis on the marketplace now.
Guys, I think someone needs to check on Rune. I'm a little worried about him.
Yeah, Rune, are you still here? Rune?
I think Kilon is better suited for this endless segment now.
Okay. So let's go back to the bias stream. No, this was actually super crazy, and I cannot explain how awesome it is that we just like saw that basically the deck that no one actually someone ever believed that's going to be into that case just like stumped up that game. This was super crazy. So guys, what can you say about it? It's like I'm stunned with that fact.
I mean, true to form, Sparky doesn't let us have the best of 3 without at least rolling 1 die roll that sends a character to reserve. We did see in the Swiss rounds they had 2 different die rolls that mattered that actually did exactly that. That is how they lost their 1 featured match during the Swiss rounds yesterday. To that die roll, I think they sent their own Loki to reserve in a critical position or something when they were likely to be able to stall out a game otherwise. But wow, I mean, what an underdog deck. I think not only was everyone surprised to see that there was a Nevenka making top 32, but that there wasn't any other representation from Lyra. There's no Fen out there, but wow, the two Loki decks making their way into the top 32. You can see the power of it, especially into an Aphanis metagame. Realistically, there's so few cards in that deck that actually interact with such a high-costed character. And then once you've redrawn some cards, they don't get to have that nice sculpted hand anymore.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
True. That's super true, and it's just like interesting. Oh no, please now in English the interview, guys. We need to hear the voice of the hero. It's just like shortly heard.
Spoiler is in French.
Yeah, it's a French. Yeah, so it's just like an easy way for me to clap all those Aphanis player with just like 1 Loki. So yeah, it was like an really cool qualifier in that time. Actually, someone mentioned in the chat that I don't like Nevenka at all. I just play her so I can play Loki. Whoop whoop. Okay, thank you so much for the interview. So do you feel like that you also can show off with this deck actually during the finals and then just like clap out the whole World Championships? Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for the interview. No, just kidding, guys. I don't have any clue what they are talking actually.
Would be really impressive, honestly, if they're able to ride it out. I guess, especially when you're not using one of these builds that has a like uniques with a effect when you roll a die, for example, to pick up cards. What we often jokingly call like Afanis's little sister. Especially with a build like that. I think everyone's a little bit surprised to see that you can actually die roll your way to the top, but it's really about maximizing the situations where your die rolls are good, and then just not using that die roll otherwise. Absolutely an expert at it. I think they've been getting so many additional progressions that other heroes can't, simply because they can rely on that 2/3 chance to get that additional boost. And sometimes it will punish you, but you're trying to avoid the situations where that is an actual risk. We saw that in that game as well. At one point, there was an anchored aloe vera. It might have actually been game 1, but there was definitely a point where there was both an anchored aloe vera and then a will-o'-the-wisp that got played out. And notably, they could have gone for the higher value play of trying to get an additional boost onto their aloe vera.
Well, that's true.
But they stacked their stats onto the will-o'-the-wisp because they knew if there was going to be a removal target, the only reasonable one for the Afanis to go after would have been the aloe vera. At which point they would still retain their boost otherwise. And so it's a lot of little decisions like that where they're not just trying to high roll their way to the top. It's really about minimizing the fail cases, and they do a great job of it. Yeah,
I actually realized that Loot Trotter actually just like show off another top 8 tables to play. So if you want, we can just like switch up to that stream and just like also watching their game as well. So,
that's cool.
Yeah, I just like realized it because I was just like watching through it, and so I just like need to watch the ad. Oh, a new Formula 1 film. Okay, that's cool. Nice movie, I guess. And there was a car crash out. Oh no. So so with that, maybe they're also just like joining up another table to watch, but if not, we can just like going in, and we can see.
Sigmar is probably still playing just because.
Yes, Smessel and Pompot playing. Oh wait, Smesso is playing. We go in.
Yeah.
We going. No, not again. No. What? Okay, I'm in gunner modus. They can get the advertise ad. Okay, guys, we need to wait some couple of more seconds. Who else is currently still in? Do we still got a trace in? Oh, it's actually depends on if we. Why I need to watch it twice. Oh man. Okay, guys. After this, we can see what's happening. Believe me. After that,
Matzol, I think, is still playing, yes, because
Pompot is still playing against.
Is Matzol against Pompot? On the other side? Okay.
So, Loki, for you, like Pompot is being there, still under the play after we get the. Oh, actually, I've got invited tomorrow into the cinema. Maybe it's already in there, so I know what I'm watching. So, okay, as we can see here, Pompot is still going to be playing against Smesso, so a lot of love for our Italian player here right now, because it's actually the only player outside of French that's still being here. So, we need to see him winning, and actually, oh, it's crazy, one by one. Oh my goodness. I'm super interested in how this will going on.
Okay, so you have the link for the stream because the.
Oh, it's Ludotrotter. It's the Ludotrotter stream. Just like I can share it. It's all good.
No problem. I have it.
Oh no, wait. Oh, one channel.
The Ludotrotter stream just doubled its viewers during the break.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, so cool. I don't think anyone would have guessed that the first player who would be qualifying themselves from this event for the World Championship would be a Nevenka. So now currently it's one Sigismar and one Nevenka who are qualified. Waiting to see whether there'll be a Trace or another Sigismar, or and then presumably, I still think there's a good chance for the Afanises and who are still in the event. I believe there's a couple still.
Okay, so Loki. I'm just like, sure, Loki asked me until we are streaming, guys. So maybe he's coming. Maybe that'd be cool. Would be cool. Hey, Loki, just like watch the stream.
He needs to after a Loki win.
Yeah. So if the fight is going to be finished, we will stream afterwards. If you wanna join in, yes, good idea. So and just like giving the stream out so he can see the stream as well. Okay, so are you excited?
Really,
Fritz?
I set up. Yeah. A little bit anxious as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Trace is live now, and yeah, this Osmo is really good.
Yes.
Just draw cards and also draw another cards with 4 characters in the field. So potentially a 2 cost from reserve that can draw 2 cards. So not that bad.
Yeah.
Okay, they're also
solid.
just like rewatch. All right.
Sometimes as
Yeah.
well, like these Osmos can be pretty low in stats, but that one does have that spike on Forest as well.
Yeah.
So it's actually not the worst aggressive play either.
Yeah, thanks to the AQZ on the hero side,
Yeah.
he has just surpassed the 2 on the green, because 2 per plus Ultima, I think it's just 2 on green. No, it's bigger. I don't remember the stats of the Ultima, sadly.
Wait, hold on, I need to hide a bit. Yeah. So now it's like super interesting right now. How it's going on. Alright, maybe I can increase the quality. Oh no, it's the highest, guys. It's the highest. So
Sigismar has the Alteredtcg in the expeditions, but
Yeah.
Christ now is live and has 2 bastions, so okay,
That's
he
true.
decides to draw 2 more cards from the top. So.
And I mean, Smuzzle, look at him. Look at him. He is super, it's super crazy. So, oh no. Oh. I mean, we don't want to be the based outside French stream right now, but Smuzzle needs to get that. at least one Italian. It's 1-1, yeah, Ecrodeo. It's like 1 run, so this round's actually going to be decide what's going on. I mean, with the additional draw right now, I feel like it could be maybe like a good upgraded version, but the double Havener, it seems hard. It seems actually pretty hard, the double Havener.
Also the grams.
Yeah.
Eventually get the 2/2 more on stats on the board. Yeah, it's not easy for Sigismar now, because I don't think he has a lot of cards in hand. Yeah, he drew 3 cards, but he has not a lot of characters right now, and Trice is capable of dropping a lot of good characters, one behind the other.
Mamma mia, che ansia.
At least these aren't the old Haven Bravos bastions. It's just going to be 1 boost that each of them can provide over the day, which does make me think that if nothing else, there could be some combination of just playing a cheap character and then removal spell to take a single progression, and then if they do get to the point where that they get anywhere close to adjacent or where a double advance would win for either player, those are the days that that something like a Sandman would be particularly brutal still. So I don't count Sigismar out as long as he's able to find another one.
Smuzzle, I think, is playing 3 Sandman, just because I played against him in a tournament in Italy, like the start of June. No, in the middle, 2 weeks ago, I think it was.
It seems like we're getting an Italian stream.
It was also a Sigismar mirror, and like he won, but I had like 1 or 2 cards in hand against his 8 or 9, so I was so behind in draws and card advantage. So yeah, he's a good player. I played with him a lot of times, so
I mean, it's like
definitely deserved.
What is going to be played for free? Oh. 2 for 2. Okay. Smessel, let's go, please. And I'm a TCG. Thank you so much for your follow. And oh yeah, the Alteredtcg. Yes. This could be it. And oh no, dehooked. I mean, it's okay. Still stats being there. Oh man, I mean, what are like the potential chance now for Smessel actually to take that? I mean, if we're just like looking at the reserve with the Snap Sniffer and also with the Gremlins, just like being there, what could it be now?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, because Pompot is trying to get all the after you to avoid like all the removals that and also the Sandman probably. So it has the upper end in this moment, especially because for sure there will be an Amelia in his hand, so one costs super, so a lot of resources, a lot of stats, and the trace is still live, so
yeah.
Okay, sabotage.
Oh, the auto spire, the hooked. Okay, okay, interesting, interesting.
My main worry here is that Order Spy is a very expensive effect for this sort of thing. Like Jack Frost would probably be a little bit more ideal for its ability to potentially push a bit more towards progressions. This one costing 3 mana is a lot. There is one of those uniques, those Anansi's that we've seen from Pumpote previously. I assure you the stats are going to be perfectly fine for them on that. I think that's the companion side. No, it's the hero side, actually.
Probably, I think Smuzzle will play maybe the Otma.
Yeah, we'll play the Osma for an additional draw. Cards. But will it be enough stat-wise?
The Grams would be enough to advance, I think. In both sides, so probably a 2-0 on that side. Just because there are also the Bastions still live, so...
Wait.
What's happening?
No, not in the top match. No. He already. No. I want to talk a little bit about some rulings. If you adding the dice. No. Okay, forgot. No. Oh man.
And now it is the Grems, not the Sap Sniffer.
For sure. But actually, I'm so sorry, chat, but it's like feels super weird for me that you can just like, after you also decided which dice actually you're going to increase, to just like turn it back. It's like, I don't know, so...
that's pretty tough.
If you're doing a mistake, then you're doing a mistake, so that's it. Like in my opinion, but hey, I'm not the judge there, so...
Unfortunately, Pandy, at least according to the rules and tournament guidelines as they currently stand, your opinion is wrong, but it's not that I disagree with you. It's just that the way that they want the game to be working, regardless of whether it makes the most competitive sense, how it works,
that's really tough for Smuzzle, I think, because there are too many after use for the Trist.
Yes, I also don't have the feeling.
He's also starting, so not the easiest. I mean, I don't think he's running some token spawner in his CGMA's list. I think all the uniques draws cards, so it's going more for the card advantage rather than the token spawn, and it's really paying off with against Athanas and also other CGMA's. But Traced when it's live and it's difficult to keep up with it, because he can put a lot of stats on the board for cheap. So, yeah, not the easiest situation for Smuzzle, sadly.
Yeah, oh man, it seems not good for Smuzzle. I mean, Pumpote, can you just like give the win? I mean, just like give it. It's like, sorry,
Yo, why are we rooting against our fair Axiom players?
Yeah, actually, it's like because Smuzzle is our.
We're just being a little bit biased in favor of the Italian community.
Yeah, of course.
We still love Pumpote.
We still love Pumpote. Hey, I mean, it's super impressive to getting top 8 with Trace and Rossum. And this is actually just like a normal trace, Chiramosu. It's actually just like a normal trace. But of course, we're a little bit biased because it's like the only outside French player right now who's sitting in the top 8. And of course, would make a spot. And of course, I'm biased because I also have family in Italy, so... Of course, I'm for the Italian guy, if it's like going to be personal. But no, actually, just like incredible that Pumpote being able to just like going to be onto the... top 8 spot, and it seems right now also to close out the game just like with an normal trace, so not just like a loop trace or something else. It's just like a trace with unique set saying I getting boost if a card is in a reserve or something like that. So super cool. It's just like a common trace list, as I would say it. And this is awesome.
One of the other AAAnd member that was on stream yesterday was Rocco with Triced with the loop.
Ooh,
he He was like 8-0, I think, on the Swiss, and then lost 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have to. He didn't make to the top.
Yeah,
so it
that's
was really painful. That
his opponent who actually beat him on stream was
Pompote.
Was Pompote, right? Or I'm sorry, or he beat Pompote rather on stream, and that was round 8. Everyone thought he was a lock then at that point, and then we were checking the standings, like, where is he? Where is he?
Yeah, the sad part about the loop, it's crazy. It's a crazy combo. Not that unfair to me. Like, it's unfair
and
because
Kakuba.
It's what is he doing? That draws though. I saw it draw a card. I don't know if it has any other relevant effect.
No, I think all these unique draws cards.
It seems
and the
not good.
Frankenstein is really strong. The Grams can also drop another stuff on the board, and he still has 4 mana. So
run cost. A run cost.
Potential also for the hook.
Okay, it's a railing call. It's a railing call. But I don't have the feeling that this is like quite enough. Oh no way.
Kill an elemental, so many stats as well.
No, it's a GG, I think. Sadly enough.
Smazzle, take the overtime. Take the overtime.
It's also behind an expedition, so I can.
So congrats to Pompote with that.
Congrats.
So our last hope for outside France to take out one of the qualifier spots. So GG Smazzle going to be in the top 8th place. And hey, it's a Traced and actually an Evanka being in the top 4 spot and also being qualified already for the World Championships. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, that is really, really cool.
Yeah.
I think we're still waiting on the other results. I can try to check. And no, we're still waiting on the other 2 results. It's possible that we'll have a Basira as well still.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible. So, I don't know. It's a pretty sweet event.
This is like super, super crazy right now to see that. And maybe with that, maybe like the French stream got one of the other tables playing. Oh, I stopped the stream. Okay, no, it's not the case, but maybe. But this is like super interesting.
I think that like in this event we can see that you can run a solid deck like Afanas, Sigismar, and easy get to the top 8, to the top card on the Afanas side.
Wait, this is the sister Spindle Harvester of one of mine. That's so cool.
Yeah. Oh, it's a draw one. I see.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, both of these are just draw ones. Interesting.
With the from hand, it's a from hand anchor draw. That's sweet.
Not even picking up cards. So only that Caesar Stream is actually picking up cards, but it's on play and not on at dusk. But
oh no, it's not a Nilam build. This is the reserve build of Afanas.
It's interesting. Has the conscriptions in there?
Is a very different build respect of what we seen in the previous rounds. And yeah, I probably want to draw all the stuff, have a lot of cards in reserve. So yeah, I saw one of these decks, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
There are so many.
Because conscription is a really strong spell, because you can use it on your reserve after you have drawn, like you have used a lot of 1-drop spells, and drop like 3 or 4 characters with conscription.
Yeah. Conscription is really a nice card. I used to, so I recently started playing a little bit of Gurung, and yeah, it feels so good on that, and it's kind of a budget version in Afanas, I feel like, since your tokens don't get that additional boost that they get in Gurung, but at least they get 1 additional boost of the Afanas ability, so that's at least something. But yeah, Conscription is quite a nice card, but I think I haven't seen it too much in Afanas yet.
I saw it from one of the AQZ player from Italy that was playing this in a tournament, and he won the tournament with this. It probably not be the same exact list, but it worked pretty good for him, because in this list he's not running it, but you can use Spycraft as a spell, just because you can have a lot of spell in reserve, and with the permanent you can stick with 1 more at the end of the turn. So Yeah, conscription I think is used just because you can spread out more tokens and not lose to a removal or a sleep. It's probably what has get Kent into the top 4 rather than all the Nilam build that we saw earlier. That's because we saw most of the times other Afanas builds have only 2 characters on the field, or maybe just 1. So a removal can be really devastating in some instance. So conscription like plays around a lot of these removal.
And actually, with a different kind of Afanas build and this Basira build that we haven't seen a ton of yet, I'm actually not sure which version I favor. Like, there is that hunger that deals quite nicely with the reserve and only 1 Arcloot. And if you're saying this is really more of a reserve-focused Afanas, I feel like the rare Arcloots might be very helpful, but we don't see this in this list. They're just drawing Arcloots, and those could become really powerful. But there are, of course, Beauty Sleeps on this list. And Beauty Sleep, well, actually, do you want to Beauty Sleep these Arcloots? Because if you Beauty Sleep them, you're just giving your opponent more card draw.
Yeah, that's right.
These Arcloots might become really a problem for the Afanas.
Yeah, the high cost cards can be really strong against Afanas, especially because everyone dropped the Punishing Gate. So you actually don't have any removal for big characters. So you are stuck with the Beauty Sleep that you have to loop. I mean, he's playing the license withdrawal that we haven't seen in the other Afanas build. So he has 1 more out.
The Afanas, the license withdrawal is just hitting 3 costs. So the Arcloots are not getting hit by that.
Oh.
It's the...
Are you sure about that? I think it's license withdrawal is not the one that removed from if he had a boost.
It's the 2/2 cost one, so it is only hitting characters or permanents that are costing 3 or less.
Oh.
So yeah.
And I think the Angers also will hurt a lot against these Afanas because it would probably have a lot of resource in hand, in reserve, sorry. So we'll see. We'll see. And also the conscription, most of the time is playing late round, so after you played a lot of spells to get ready for the conscription, so probably it can after you play it after the Anger, but it lose all the efficiency because he has no longer cards in reserve. So this is surely a good matchup for Basir, I think.
Yeah,
but yeah,
I would agree.
Afanas can always have a lot of removals and card advantage that maybe hurt Basira, but we see that Basira is playing really great.
I love the look of these foiled cards here for both of these players. They are just looking so amazing. And I think having 4 landmarks as opener isn't the greatest, but you do see that Tiny Jin here as well, and that feels so nice. Who's going second here? If the Basira's going second, I think that's really, really good for them. Oh no,
I think the Basira player is starting, so it's not that great. But he has like 2 draws in the Bastions, I believe. So it's like 2 resupply, but 2 more cards. So
yeah. And I think I would prefer keeping 1 Haven, 1 Cylinder, because you activate or you can draw more of your Arcloots that way. But yeah, apparently this Basira player is preferring the resupplies and therefore the Havens, and yeah, that's already a really, really nice resupply, and that forces out the Tooth very early on. But another really, really great target that could have been sabotaged here, so the Basira isn't really too sad about this, I feel like.
I mean, Cantin with the hand that kept was really hoping for the resupply on the starts, because he has 2 of you go in hand.
Oh,
and that's
yeah.
it. So Tooth Fairy was the only characters he had. So yeah, it was
quite
tough.
risky, yeah.
A lot of risk, but it pays off.
Yeah. And hitting a Siren guy, you're very, very happy to sabotage. So yeah, that's super cool to see. And we see the first AQZ here.
The mess too is really good.
Yeah.
And double Conjuring Seal.
But the mess is going into mana here.
Opener for Aaaand. He's drawing a lot of couples of cards.
Has now Conjuring Seal, plays it out there immediately. And probably this is likely the first lead of the game here for the Spacira. And oh, that's not a resupply you like to see.
Yeah, surely not the one you want to see in the situation, but I think that the next turn he will probably play the Hackloot. I don't know if he's the Hackloot that has to pay 1 to get the boost or not. Well,
yeah,
he has 6 mana anyway because the Tarangine. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. And I just saw the Hackloot is giving fleeting to itself, so that's not the greatest, but I think it's still fine.
Aaaand is not drawing that good at the moment. But, okay, we see a good character.
I feel like the Aaaand is chilling here, right? There is the...
Yeah, it's starting to shape up his hands.
Yeah.
But there is a removal for the Spindle. But it's Basir player, the first one to play. Probably we'll see a Hackloot just to draw some cards.
Yeah, I could see that as well, yeah. The Hackloot is basically just drawing 2 cards and then leaves again, right?
Yeah, 2 cards.
It's a 5/7/7 now, so I don't think this will get beaten and will likely just be a trade. And yeah, this is a nice turn here for the Basira, but I think trying to bait out a Beauty Sleep for these Hakloots would be so huge for this Basira player, but I don't see this actually happening here, and yeah.
Yeah, it's probably not worth it to sleep one of these Hackloot for the Aaaand player. Maybe in the end, if you need to win, but not in the slightest the best choice here at the start of the game. He will probably play the Spindle and trying to set up for the next turn.
I could also now actually see this mana option being used because the hand here I feel is a bit awkward for this. Oh no, for the yeah, true. The Basira's tapped out, so they're just gonna pass, and we see another Conjuring Seal here coming out from the Aaaand side. Just getting as many cards as possible and matching the card draw from that Hackloot. Yeah, it's looking like a good start for the Aaaand to me. They just got all the cards they ever want, I feel like, already.
I mean, even Flow has a good start. He's 1 expedition in advance. And he's kinda set up. But yeah, we'll see the next draws. It will be really important to Flow to draw some good card, I believe, because in this moment he has just a Tiny Jill and a Chiron, and Aaaand can easily beat that.
Yeah, currently the hand, I feel like Aaaand has so much more cards already available to them, and yeah, Basira has a lot of cards for a Basira player, but I don't think they are actually
relevant.
Ahead. Yeah, I don't think they're relevant or ahead decently ahead on the tumult that having less cards than the Aaaand matters, and yeah.
Yeah, sadly, Basira has not his Lockies to reset this board.
Yeah, if there
is an Anger. Ooh, but this will bait the I mean, not even bait. I think Flow needs to use that mana.
The mana eruption here onto the Harvester would already be a quite high mana investment, but getting rid of uniques like that is probably what you're looking to do.
Yeah.
But
he's probably waiting to see what he's going to do. Okay, magical training. He's probably waiting, but because you can also play just a simple Conjuring Seal, the third one, if you want to.
Yeah, there's so much card draw already here coming out from the Sylvanas and finding more and more, and yeah, not having these Lokis here now that would be a good card now. I
think that not the Conjuring. Okay, he tried to contest a little bit on the right. We will probably see a Sleight of Hand plus eventually another magical training, or even an Off You Go. It will be strong in the character with a major number of boosts. Probably playing the Arcolano Milk will be the best choice for Flow, considering that he have 2 mana, just 2 mana.
Plays out that Chiron here, so you said there was a Off You Go in hand. I feel like Off You Go punishes this so much already. And now
I'm unsure. Okay, yeah, he's using Buster. Okay.
Currently, cleanly beats both of these expeditions, but spells from Aphanas can change that very, very quickly. And now probably thinking what's the most efficient way. There is that...
I think that he can play Sleight of Hand, and to get back the magical training,
and put into
using Joyride to boost one of the Studious Disciple, so you can literally double advance.
Yeah, it's still discarding a lot from reserve, but it's we've seen a bunch of Aphanas already on BGA just getting like 7-8 cards in hand, and then at some point when they want the double advance, they are just using all of the cards that they need for the advance, and then just start discarding 2 or 3 cards from reserve and still have like 5 cards left in hand. And this always looks so strong, and I feel like Aphanas already accumulated so many cards that they can just start doing that already. And probably from now on will most likely be more looking for 1-for-1s and not spend too much resources in the future turns, since they already are ahead on the Tumult. And it's
if
you
you can stick around a small character without removals from Flow side, you can also draw Conjuring Seal. Oh, we saw a Banishing Gate. I didn't see it on the deck list. So he has an out for the deck, actually.
Oh yeah, I also didn't realize that the Banishing Gate was in the deck, but it is definitely an out to the Aklud, and it's in this case it's also a positive mana trade for the Aphanas side. So the Basira now really has to play around that Banishing Gate kind of. They, in the last game that we saw, the Basira, they really respected the 3 of License Withdrawal, and they might do the same here for the Banishing, knowing that it's in the deck. But also for I think the Aphanas just mana'd the Banishing Gate, because for the Aphanas it's also quite weird to keep. It's only answering that Aklud and nothing else really, so they just don't say it's necessary for the Aklud and mana'd.
Yeah, especially because Aklud is also a highly mana card, so you probably tap out and you can easily get over that eventually with one character ticket on the field.
Yeah, and we do see now spells flying out from the Aphanas side. He commits to that. Off you go for the 3/3 Chiron, and there's another one. Oh, I think it's a 4/4 Chiron. So a lot of boosts coming out from these havens here. And yeah, such big threats.
No other place for flow, like just the skater for the scout, +1 boost. So we have 2 boosts to give to the characters, and that's about it.
Yeah, still goes ahead, does that. Yeah, unfortunately needs to boost the Tiny Gen, because otherwise it's not even advancing here. And yeah, now thinking if they want to give the Tiny Gen 2 boosts, since I think the Studios Disciple in Reserve would already block out the Tiny Gen. And I think, yeah, Tiny Gen...
Yeah, the sad part is that you can just play Studio Disciple, and eventually off you go the Chiron and have another 2-0. Yeah. I mean, Basira has only 1 card in hand, so it has to be like 1 drop. So, and he is Basira, so I think he shouldn't consider a Fire Rabbit, because if it was a Fire Rabbit, probably the Basira player will cap the Basira boost too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There is a way to close the game immediately almost, but he decided to draw. Okay. If he probably would play the Studios Disciple plus the Off You Go. Oh no, it's not double advancing, because the Off You Go still need like the Studios Disciple still need 2 on grass to advance. So 2-0. I was considering the water from the Basira player, but we see a Conjuring Seal, so...
They get another Conjuring Seal, that's so good. And still, now for the next turn, that is a 5/4/4 Spindle Harvester, that is so huge, and is threatening now to take the game with a double advance for the next turn. And one of the expeditions is already looking super strong for the Afanas.
Yeah, and Basira sadly has to play the AQZ for resource, probably.
Yeah.
So...
And yeah, with the AQZ, we currently haven't seen...
No, that's a bad draw.
So currently no sleeps available to the Afanas. But
I mean, we have 2 magical training.
Yeah, a lot of potential boosts.
And a lot of potential draws for the Beauty Sleep. Not an easy hand for Basira to play.
Yeah, exactly. And
not the ideal cards.
It's another self-boosting AQZ, right? For 5 mana? So draws when it gets played and draws 2 cards, then can draw more of the Fire Rabbit. Yeah, still has to hope there's no removal for this. Since it has to draw into their own removals? I'm not sure. I don't...
It's true, he's using the Fire Rabbit as an after you, but don't think it was the right play. I don't know. I mean, his stuff is a difficult hand to play with.
Yeah. I don't really like after viewing when you know your opponent just has more after use than you, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also not getting easier just playing your threats and knowing, yeah, well, if my opponent has the answers, they have it, and yeah, it's a super tough call to make in those situations.
Especially because you don't... He's not drawing. Oh, he's drawn a AQZ.
Yeah, and the AQZ can't be played anymore since they are only on 3 mana left.
I mean, the Tracer is
a skater.
The skater is really strong just because he can be a 5/5/5, no 6/6/6 with the Basira and the Bastions. So
Nylum Spires coming out here.
Okay, he is begging for the 1/1, but it's I don't know, because like he couldn't contest the Spindle Harvester, sadly, so he's securing his lane, but yeah, not the best draw from Basira right now.
And Afanas can just keep drawing cards here. Uses that magical training again, and
he drew all, especially on other uniques. Not one cost unique. Yeah, the Basira, the Afanas player is stacked on cards. He would probably play the Studios DC pool just to get in the reserve, probably.
Oh yeah, just setting up cards for the reserve is at this point probably a good idea if you have nothing else that you want in your reserve.
Especially because you don't have a sleight of hand to put it in from the hand. So okay.
How many boosts? How many counters does that Nylum Spire already have? Is it 1 or 2? So yeah, this fun setup looking so good.
They forgot. Probably 2 because he played the magical training just one.
The Afanas was wondering themselves as well it seems. And does Aklud, the rare Aklud, do anything in this matchup? I feel like it doesn't. And currently there's no reserve for the Afana side that is worth Akluding, since Conjuring Skill will never get played from the reserve. Unless you just willingly ask your opponent to draw 2 for 5 mana. Oh, but we do see a unique coming out here within that Salvager. We've seen that today already. And it's a super nice one, boosting a character by 2 boosts whenever a character joins, but needs 2 boosts themselves. And we do see Ramp Frost here coming out, exhausting that Aklud. Surprisingly not exhausting the Salvager that now has its.
But he has the removal for the Salvager, and it's a free cost for the serve. So Aklud was the problematic card if it was on the field.
Yeah.
While the other unique was like, okay, you summon it, I off you go you, and then. So yeah, I think this game will end this turn.
Yeah. Only 4 mana left for the Basira side, so they can Fire Rabbit plus either Chiron or Mana Eruption, and now get exhausted as well, so yeah. Shakes hands and goes into game 2. And yeah, that was just very, very clean, showing how good card advantage is if it's not low-keyed. And yeah.
Yeah, you take the gamble and at the start with the Tooth Fairy and double off you go in hand.
Oh yeah.
Going second, but was a risky play, but worked amazing just because Flo played the Bastion and also resupply into an Evans Ringer that have never been played. So yeah, that's for sure a good run. And I actually mistaken the list before because I thought it was the Nilam that that resupply the spell. Instead, it was the one that you can tap with and paying for counters to get the mana off.
Okay, yeah.
So I exchanged the the cards. I thought it was the other new permanent. But yeah.
Okay, yeah.
He's using.
You're talking about the Scholar's Vault.
The Nilam Spires. I thought it was the Scholar's Vault.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I get it now. Yeah. The Scholar's Vault also quite nice, but probably not.
Yeah, in this match, Basira against that permanent, Basira would be better just because Aklud is stronger. Also, Anger is stronger. But this is more a regular build that builds a lot of card advantage. So in hand, especially. So even the Anger is not that great. So yeah, I think like Canteen build was a little bit more consistent in some strange matchups like this one, in respect on all the other Afanas that we saw, and has easier time dropping some characters for free with the permanent.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's probably what has bring it here in the top 4.
Oh, and we do already see another permanent setup here from the Basira side, having both the Keelan cylinder and the Haven, and now I'm curious on what they prioritize. Maybe this time they do prioritize that Keelan cylinder because they don't have a 1 cost, so they need to go with a 2 cost character alongside it, and they do have that Chiron, which is a really, really nice day 1 play.
Yeah, I think like I would probably keep the mess just because I don't know. I feel like he's probably be lacking of resource, and well, he's also running a lot of permanents, probably a little bit more than necessary. But I can't judge it just because he's in top 4. I'm here at home commentating.
Exactly.
So,
yeah, but I'm also not the biggest fan of mess and Basira, since it works so much better in Kojo, where you do get that additional token in the Buddha token every second turn, and that helps a lot with the mess in the early game. I feel like otherwise you oftentimes just get the counters onto your mess so slowly, and yeah, we do see another draw setup from the Afana side, just day 1 Conjuring Seal and saying, well, if you have the double advance, this might become a hard game, but if you don't, I'm in for a good time. And yeah, it's looking good already with only getting advanced on once for the Afana side. I feel like has field reinforcements as well. So many cards already available to
his hand
Afana.
is looking really, really good.
Yeah, has that
especially
well.
because now he's going second as well, so he can just spindle Harvester and eventually field reinforcement to get the advance and also the draw.
Yeah.
Plus the draw or dusk from the spindle Harvester. And we saw Flo put also one of his removals in the mana at the start, so yeah, tough choice for him because he's not running a lot of removal, and some of Canting uniques and anchored characters will be really strong. And yeah, now we say that Canting can just play field reinforcement, advance, draw a card. Oh no, okay. Playing the spindle. Okay, we probably will see a sleight of hand to put down the moth to flame and get back. So exactly the magical training.
Good start here for the Afana side.
Yeah, we will have another draw for the spindle harvester. That's tough for Basir. Really, really tough.
Yeah. Also, the resupply on that hunger can't feel too good. Yeah, the hunger is potentially a pretty huge gigantic character, and I think if it's played now, it could get up to a 6/6/6 gigantic. But what does that actually do? It's just either begging for a Beauty Sleep or a Banishing Gate, and we do already see that Beauty Sleep in hand, of course.
And also, actually, he haven't ramped yet, so Flows would go up to 5 mana, so he can't even play the Hunger at the moment.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
He needs to play the Aklut, I think, just because he needs to get some cards. Because it's so low on resource, the resupply was unlucky, and yeah.
Yeah.
But we see Canteen still running really strong. He has also the double Beauty Sleep in hand, so it can be a real disaster for the Basir player.
At least gets 2 draws here, and if that Beauty Sleep is played onto the Aklut, I don't think that the Basir is even sad about that, and just says, well, I can draw even more cards. I'm good with that. So either Afanas looks to outstat this or trade, and I think even trading expeditions here is still very, very fine for the Basira side, for the Afana side, and yeah, I think it's already on the Afanas to lose. I value that hero so highly that I'd say from this position, you drew already, like, how many cards? 4, 5 additional cards. You're in such a good shape off that alone.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot of more Afanas reaching the like top 8, top 4 instead. We saw a lot of these underdog decks.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably it was not the best build, the Nilan build that we saw. Probably too much reliant on Moth to Flame, Rime Frost, but are cards that, for example, we saw with Loki and Navinka matchup that he drew a lot of these spells that do nothing, and instead Kentin is going with a build that is more reliant on draw and getting card advantage, and most of his cards draw cards almost. So he can still put up the stats with the Joyride, with the Mage Dancer, but he's only common the Mage Dancer. But he has like 6 characters that anchors from hand, and also a lot of cards that draw. Like simple game plan, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, and I actually could agree that this list from Kentin might actually play a bit better into these Lokis, since he has these these field reinforcements that draw cards when played over the. I think that probably is played over the rare Mage Dancer. And when you're low on cards, the Mage Dancers might not draw you cards, while the field reinforcements most likely will draw you cards, and I think that might be one way this could play better into Lokis later on. But yeah, this
usually you don't play around Lokis. Like if you prepare for a tournament, you probably don't expect to get a lot of Lokis. But
you just saw double advance from the Afana side, right? That is.
I think it's a double advance on the right, like both player advance.
Oh yeah.
Just because one was... No, okay, this was an error, so it was double advance for offense.
Okay, yeah. I see. It's not showing on the tracker yet.
Yeah, but...
I think it will update in a second.
Yeah, but now we are in the... Probably the best moment for Afanas to play when you have 6 to 7 mana. It's probably when Afanas shine best, especially against other decks that usually needs a bit more mana to really shine. But Afanas having a lot of one drop cards. When it reaches 6 to 7 mana, can shine a lot.
Yeah.
Kentin has 5 cards in hand.
And we
see Basir that has to play an AQZ, and that's it. But I think that it will be matched by another double advance from Kentin.
I mean, it's an 8 stats in Mountain, so it's quite hard to contest, but yeah, we've seen it last turn, and Beauty Sleep is still there. I don't think that they will actually Beauty Sleep this, since it's just giving more and more value. So
I think he could Beauty Sleep his own Spindle.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Has 2 Beauty Sleeps, so I think it's quite fine. I think we've also seen the Sneezer Shroom in hand for the Fanas, so they can just pick up the Beauty Sleeps again for 2 times at least, and probably also has Sleight of Hands. So yeah.
See, right now he can just Beauty Sleep his own Spindle and also get it back with the Sneezer.
Yeah.
And advance, so I think that this is what is going to happen.
Yeah,
No, okay, just pass.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, really.
Just doesn't want to give the information to his opponent. I would not have expected that.
I mean, he's probably know that he's in control of this game, so he probably will wait until he can double advance effectively, and probably like with 4 mana use 3 Beauty Sleep, because he can Beauty Sleep, bounce back, Beauty Sleep.
Yeah, and
Beauty Sleep, the other one that he has, and so...
I remember the jellyfish times when you were able to Beauty Sleep, Beauty Sleep, so Beauty Sleep, return a card from your hand to from your reserve to your hand, Beauty Sleep again, return a card from your reserve to your hand, and Beauty Sleep again. For a total of 5 mana, Beauty Sleep 3 times. Was a great time. And it was actually... I was actually borrowing the deck of Bubo that was also part of Spaghetti Altered at some point. But I think he left after the suspension.
A lot of cards in both player hands, and double remover for flow in hand right now.
Yeah, but
double
these mana options are so expensive. And have we seen any... Is Flow actually running the duel of grids? I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
Yes, okay. And now just picks up cards again. Yeah, this Afanos playstyle is so strong. At least Basira has that Serengar that is contesting quite well on that companion side. And yeah. So makes it a bit difficult. I think
I think that can exactly just magical training and off you go, Ivan Seringar.
Yeah,
eventually.
Most likely. And I think as soon as the Afanos is 2 expeditions away to win the game, I think they will most likely just commit everything to the board and say, well, I'm beauty sleeping everything you got, and I want to double advance this turn to get my ticket into the World Championship, and it's looking good for them, I'd say.
Yeah.
So plays the Skater. 2 mana left here for Basira's side. So not a lot to work with. Plays the Beauty Sleep already onto the Serengar. Interesting.
It's probably to make sure he advance on the side, because there was like 2 mana left for Basira, so
Yeah, and that Spirit Wheeler here actually being super good. Just a 2 mana 3/3. Well, it's yeah.
Not an easy response now, just because he has a lot of cards in hand, but most of them are like draw cards.
Yeah.
And he has Off You Go. He's probably considering using another Beauty Sleep.
I could see that, yeah.
I think it's the only option he has, but I don't know if he would like to sleep his own research room. No, okay.
It's the sleight of hand, so I think
he's letting Basira double advance.
Yeah.
And he will have also the Stringer still in play.
So this is actually good spot kind of again for the Basira.
I'm not sure about that.
They are ahead on the tomorrow. Yeah, actually, that doesn't matter. The Afanos just gets mana again and will stop 1 expedition most likely. And then even being down, I think Afanos can look for double advance if they manage to anchor their Harvester here. But yeah, let's see if how this actually goes out. I could see this going either way now.
Yeah, it was a strange turn, I think, for Afanos.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would play like that. But he's lucky on Charter, actually, Cantin. He hasn't a Charter other than Sneezer's Room, I think. Yes. At the moment, he has only the Sneezer's Room as a Charter.
Oh.
So
yeah,
it's difficult to contest on both sides, and the Seringar is already looking nice on the right, so not an easy spot for Afanos, actually.
That's true, yeah.
It can be
that's crazy.
There are a lot of removals from his sides, but is not winning this turn. So
Yeah.
sleeping all the Basira board is not that great, I think.
Oh, and Basira gets their Salvager into play, but splits the boosts, so it's currently not active. Of course, could play that Skater out to boost up the Salvager and boost something else for 2 boosts. And that is looking good, but to activate their Skater, they do have to activate the Salvager, they do have to play the Skater. And the Ramfrost here comes down onto that Spirit Wielder. And yeah, the Skater is now played. Gets out. How many stats is that in total? 5 stats for 3 mana? That is quite a lot.
No, I actually don't see an easy win. I'm not really more confident. I'm not get that confident on Afanas this game. I mean, we for sure will see another Off You Go on the Salvager, I think.
Yeah, has in hand, Off You Go, and Beauty Sleep at least. So yeah, they do.
Neither is still at 0 on Earth, so not that great, to be honest.
I mean, there's only one more character play coming up from the Basira side, so...
But Basira sides can have also the mana eruption in this case.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Really strong, because it can advance and remove the only characters that Afanas have.
Yeah, that is true, yeah.
It could be a possibility. I don't know if he's evaluating if he could, like, win this turn, double advancing, or...
They know that it won't win this turn, because they know that both Off You Go and Beauty Sleep are in hand, but they might be considering if there is... If they fire off that mana option here, if there is a 1-cost character in the hand, so the opponents can find a 1-for-1. I think that's probably what they are looking for.
I'm not sure about that, because like it's probably better for Flow to have Canteen use all the Beauty Sleep and all the Off You Go, because he will have the characters on the field. So
okay, we do now see Serengar coming out into companion side, so this now will be a 1-for-1, right?
yeah, but Flow will start with another Serengar.
Yeah, contesting the Serengar for next turn might be a bit painful, but we do know that there is at least still 1 more removal in the hand. And oh, are there two Beauty Sleeps even in this list? In the hand still? No, I think it's just Beauty Sleep and Off You Go. So Off You Goes here onto the Salvager. So yeah. But it will definitely
it's
still
not
be
looking great for Canteen, because the removal is still looking really strong on that snoozer in any moment, just because there is no character left in Canteen's hands at the moment. And you can have all the removal you want, but if you don't have a character,
yeah,
probably a lot more difficult, especially as you don't get the boost from Afanas.
Oh, this cuts the Chiron here, interesting. The Serengar here, over that Spirit Wielder. But yes, for the Spirit Wielder will probably get a ton of boosts here, so
yeah,
it does
exactly.
make sense.
He's going for the stats rather than the draw.
Great. I haven't seen a lot of players play the Spirit Wielder before at all, and it is looking quite solid here in this list. I'm quite surprised.
Yeah. And he has another one in hand too. I actually don't remember exactly what is his effect. I think gain 1 boost for fleeting character you control, right?
The Salvager?
No, the common one. I don't remember the name. The one in reserve.
The Spirit Wheeler, it is I gain 1 boost for each boosted character you control.
Boosted, okay, not fleeting. Okay.
Yeah. I think the Trailblazer is I gain 1 boost per fleeting character.
Oh yeah. You're right.
And I think the Spirit Wheeler could now get up to... is getting 5 boosts? 4 boosts? 4 boosts. Yeah, a 2 mana 5/5/5. That is quite strong, especially alongside a 5/3/3 Sarengar. So yeah, that is definitely a ton to overcome here for the Safana side.
It also has another one, so another 5/5/5 coming soon.
And that can just also take the expedition.
I think the removal will be the MVP in this case. Because I think Kentin has to play the Mage Dancer to have a chance to contest on the right side.
Yeah, it's looking really tough here, especially into another 5/5/5. I think the next one is even more stats, right? The next one is getting the
6/6/6, I think.
cylinder boost plus 4 boosted characters, so it should be 6/6/6. The Spirit Wheeler's looking strong.
What a comeback! I didn't expect, to be honest.
Yeah.
To have the Basira player come back this strong. I think, like, I don't know, there was a moment when Kentin couldn't play differently that we were discussing. Probably that's one of the key moments, I think, in this game.
Oh, it's a 7/7/7 even.
And also the last turn, sleeping the Sarengar, in the end, doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Okay, no, it was a 6/6/6.
I was convinced that this game from the starting alone was over, but yeah,
he's missing characters. I think haven't played the landmark in this case for Kentin cost him a lot.
Yeah, I will now likely just see that mana eruption, and I think afterwards there's nothing left for the Afanas to outstat here.
I think you can mana eruption the Sneezer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because,
and afterwards
I mean, yeah, you won on the right, so no problem. I think it's GG.
Actually, both of the removals do have to go onto that hero side here, and that would mean 5 boosts onto the Mage Dancer in total.
Yeah,
and yeah, that is not enough. That is not enough.
Don't know why Kentin hasn't scooped yet.
Probably still counting, and yeah.
Yeah, probably doing some math. I mean, no, okay, he needs to get a boost on all the removal on the... Yeah. GG.
Yeah, so we are going into game 3. I
was not expecting that a lot.
Yeah.
Which I was thinking 2-0, easy 2-0, easy. I mean, not to disrespect anyone, like, but from the start, I thought Afanas was in total control.
I was absolutely thinking the same, yeah. And do I have to rethink the evaluation on Spirit Wheeler? It looked so strong this game. I might need to try something like this. That looked super fun.
Yeah, especially because if you look at the deck list from Basira, it's nothing crazy. I mean, there is nothing incredible. I mean, the uniques are good, but like the Solvanger that get boosts, it's a free cost mana from the reserve, so not the perfect one, let's say, because it's a lot of cost.
The Basira.
Yeah, the Acolytes are MVP, I believe.
Yeah.
Just because it draws the cards that Basira don't draw usually.
Yeah, usually you heavily use your rare slots on drawing cards, and I think there's not a single rare slot used for draw. There's still the utility in the Tiny Djinns and Acolytes, but otherwise just fully focusing on the permanence and some hungers as well. And then you have Serengars plus the Akloots as your only draw, kind of, and it's still working perfectly fine. And I think for this type of list to actually work, you really need those Akloots, because otherwise you run out of resources so quickly. And yeah, Low making it
if you don't see the Akloots, you are struggling a lot, I think.
Yeah, and even though these Akloots don't have the perfect condition to self-boost them from hand, just using a cylinder to give it 2 boosts still and draw 2 cards seems to be enough. Super cool to see.
Well, you still have a huge Carter and draw 2 cards, so it's like a Conjuring Seal, but with stats and legs. Let's see.
That is quite nice. And we are already into round 3 here, so again, opening in a really nice opening hand again for the Spacira, and opening Tiny Jin plus Sarenga. We've talked about it a lot on our AQZ Easy casts. This is probably the single strongest opening for any Bravos hero, and having that alongside a Haven gives you even more flexibility, I feel like. This is so nice.
Yeah.
But of course,
we see the great start for Canteen that could be Spindle plus the Magical Training eventually, and draw using the Conjuring Seal the next turn where the Spindle is already on the field.
And I think there might have been a consideration here for Canteen to use the Conjuring Seal day 1, depending on what the first play from Flow is. If the first play is just
a Bastion like in the turn before, yeah.
Yeah, you just expect a 1 expedition for the Basira side, and therefore you should feel quite comfortable to just play out the Conjuring Seal, but here laid out that Spindle Harvester seeing that Tiny Jin first. And finds the second unique, of course, as well, in that Sneezer Shroom. And also has the Nylem Spire, so yeah, now it comes down to, you saw that you were struggling on characters the game before. Now do you play your Nylem Spire to not have the same struggle this game as well?
Yeah, I think he's considering that, especially because he's starting now. Yes, he has a character on the field, but risking of losing both expedition is tough for him, so he can play Conjuring Seal easily. Okay, we see the Justice Needs room to get back the Magical Training. It is playing the turn I was thinking about. So unique Magical Training and unique permanent Magical Training to get the counter.
It's looking like a solid plan here, yeah. And I think still Flow will likely just get.
I think the Seringer is a better option, but he probably value more the mana in this case, knowing that he has the Akloots possible as draws.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I'm also never sure on what's actually the better decision. Do you want the draw? Do you want the ramp? I think oftentimes the ramp is still a tiny bit better, because you could still argue that the ramp could become a draw if you just don't mana the following turn. So I think it's slightly bit more flexible, but I'm not too sure on the actual math there.
Yeah, so I was thinking about it too, but actually, like drawing 2 mana is better just because you have an option than mana and draw, and that's it, probably. Yeah. But in this case, probably knowing that he has the Akloots and also is stronger with 6 manas than 5, just because he has the Searing Guard, the Chiron, and also in hands of, in this case, another Chiron. But Bravos is used to play a lot of 2 mana drops.
Yeah, and this common pool for Bravos is so good. And we do see 2 uniques in hand in reserve for this Farnus, and no uniques so far seen by the Basira, so unique diff. But yeah, I think Basira currently still in a very comfortable spot, or relatively comfortable spot, and has another Skater, and is it a Chiron in hand? Yeah, 2 Chirons total available to them. And yeah. Tooth Fairy going after that Chiron that is in reserve here already. So we'll just play out the second Chiron from hand. Still a 3/3. And yeah. What is the Afana's not able to do? Oh, uses supportability from one of their spindles to give fleeting, so this is limiting the Basira's resources quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely a strong play. I didn't even know that that was the supportability of the spindle, but it's pretty neat in this case.
Yeah.
Useful.
Isn't this a fantasy considering to just play out magical training twice and just block that companion expedition and say, well, no, they are just off you going again. So are going 1 for 1 still, but now overflow their reserve by 2 cards.
Probably letting Basira still has 1 expedition more than him was not the greatest choice. He knows that if he keep the game equal, he has the chance with a Beauty Sleep, Off You Go and stuff like that to make an easy 2-0. But if he's 3 expedition behind, it will be tough to recover.
Oh, this...
Anyway.
This feels like a rough turn just looking at that. There's only Serengas, Skater and Mana Eruption. I think they can still definitely work with this, but I think it's not the most comfortable position, and you would really like to see one of your Aklutsi at this point.
Yeah, especially because you also don't know if you use the Mana Eruption or use the Skater, because it can't play both. Okay, decide to advance, so he prefers to try and advance rather than removing from field that Sneezer's room.
Yeah, oh true, you probably want to... The Sneezer's room here might be the best target for the Mana Eruption, but it really comes down to what the Farnus here still plays. 2 counters only on the Nylum Squares, so I think they won't trigger this turn unless they do still have 2 1-cost spells in hand. But it seems like they don't. And otherwise, I think there was still an Off You Go left, but Off You Go doesn't do a lot here. So this might just be a 1 for 1 here, and I think the Basira should feel quite comfortable, especially if they...
But with the draw of Magical Training... He drew Magical Training into Magical Training. I think that with the boost on the Ordinance Recruit, could have maybe advanced with the permanent 2, but you don't want to overcommit. Yeah. Because double spell 4/4/4 6/6/6. It could have been tying on the expedition on the left.
Oh yeah.
With double Magical Training plus the Nilam permanent, but he decided to keep his resource. Well, Basira, it's pretty low on resource, so...
I just read Freeloader's comment. I really like that Flo is wearing the headset like a helmet to protect them from the meta. Yeah, that's a good one, yeah. Can only agree. McBird finally home. So after this game, PAANDY might be able to get some insight. But yeah, I think this game still still 30 minutes left in the round, so I think there's still some play here. And currently, Basira actually ahead. Doesn't have too many cards available. I'm not sure if they mana this turn or not. If they did, they only have 2 cards in hand, which feels quite low.
I don't think they've drawn yet the cards, just because they are discussing on the permanent, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just drew some. Ooh. So probably one of the mana eruption will be manaed, and AQZ will come down.
Oh, but finding the AQZ here is super nice. Which one is it? Is it the you may pay one, or if you have an empty hand?
Considering the play he made, probably the one you pay.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think so, because there is more text on it.
Yeah,
and I saw the mark of the one.
And the one that makes you pay also has an additional draw ability if the expedition it is on advances, and if you have two boosted characters. So this could potentially be 3 draws, depending on if this AQZ here will be able to advance without any of these 2 characters getting off you go. Which, well, so we already see there's the off you go.
All the AQZs are coming right in, one after another. And it's probably not looking great for Kenting, to be honest. Just because all these AQZ are hype stats, he doesn't have a real response yet in hand.
I think this turn you probably still would want to off you go the Sarengar, and then the AQZ currently isn't in the best expedition, so I think that it's relatively easy to catch up in stats there. But yeah, Kenting just goes for the draws themselves and says, well, I'm trading expedition once more, and I am looking for the double advance next turn, and I'm just gathering all the resources and trying to set up as best as possible.
Yeah, I get it. And also by playing all these spells, he almost ready another time the permanent, so at least one character, it's free, almost.
2 draws here now for Flo, so Flo has a really decent sized hand now, and I think this could make it quite difficult for the Afana, since a lot of these Basira characters are 1 costs, so very cheap, and can after you efficiently into this setup from the Afana side. And we do see a bunch of 1 costs, but also 2 costs for the Afana. So yeah, I could see this going either way now. I really don't know who's favorite. Puts 2 mana most likely.
We don't actually see a beauty sleep, I think, in Afana.
Oh.
So yeah, that's tough for him, because if he's not, if he hasn't a beauty sleep, I don't really know how he can contest the AQZ.
Now I'm really rooting for this Basira. That is a bad resupply.
I mean, it depends, because if he play the permanent, he still has 4 manas, and he can play like AQZ with a lot of boost, or just to get around all the removals, or even the both the Skater and also the Fire Rabbit. So he could play like permanent plus Skater plus Rabbit, but at the same time you are risking it a lot.
Yeah, the AQZ will still come down to just exhaust 2 of the cards in reserve here, and
and we have probably
into that tier expedition, and just praise there is no beauty sleep here available to Kenting, and
he has not a beauty sleep, but double conscription in this case is a 8/8/8.
Yeah, this could get rough. It is now even
Banishing Gate.
5/5/5. Banishing Gate also a really good pickup, but then the Aphanas is really low on mana, so that might.
But he has also the Nilam, the permanent life, and conscription now it has a 10-10-10 possibility with the 2 conscription. So I'm not sure, but I feel like
he should have got it. Just the amount of stats they are able to put out with conscription, with the Nylem Spire, and probably one more 1-cost that they have in hand. Seems like a ton.
Flo is trying to see what is going to play Kentin, but having 2 mana, he literally has like the Scout effect and the Fire Rabbit, so
yeah.
I think the double conscription will be the closer here.
Yeah, I could also see that one. First conscription now coming out. Right.
Yeah, I think there is GG with the conscription being played.
So one conscription is 5 stats, another is 10 stats, and then the spires are 12 stats in total. And yeah.
Plus also the studios, so 13 in both water and ground, mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's GG, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great effort, but in the end, these conscriptions, we were talking about them in the beginning, and we haven't seen them outside of this situation.
Yeah, he never played, but are the MVPs in this case that he doesn't have a Beauty Sleep? I don't get what they are discussing about, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good question.
For sure, Flow resupplies were really bad on the whole match. The only one.
It's just like my opinion. Just kidding. No, Bert, thank you so much for being in and for giving this insightful things and also being that honest on what you talked about with Cedric, right? And I feel like, and I can tell you by now, maybe like not only most of us here in the cast, also someone in the chat maybe going to have like the same feeling, right? About what you just like mentioned. And yeah, I hope that the things that you talk with Cedric will work out. And I would say I would super love to join in always a talk with Cedric. I'm chatting with him private, right? So it would be also cool. And I feel also for anyone else would be super cool, right guys? We would be super happy if we could talk with Equinox or not.
Yeah,
of course. So yeah, Bert, if you want, you can also stay as reviewer for like the semifinals and finals. If you want, you can just like going to your deserved rest. So I don't want to put you on here on the free time, but if you want, you can also just like rest. You can stay here. It's totally fine.
Yep. First of all, thank you for having me, being around here and trusting in the words and keep on going. The really great work. I really appreciate watching your streams and so on. And I will only watch your stream, but will be active in the chat, organizing, getting my clothes, for example, being washed and so on, and already getting some rest. It has been 3 long days, and I think now the really cool part is starting, and I'm looking forward to see how the Traced and the Nevenka deck are playing out, because I really like the anti-meta with Loki and Lokinox, for example, and I found the deck from Popita as well really cool and how he played, so I'm looking forward to listen to your cast and being out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and
right,
keep on going.
We're into day 2 already, so it's probably better late than never to actually jump in and start casting it.
So I'm sorry, guys. Have fun, casters.
Bye bye, guys.
Bye bye.
But yeah,
it is you and me.
Yes, it is. It's been a while. It's been a minute, but I'm happy to be back with you, Freeloader. And yeah, this should be a really fun one. It's two of the more exciting heroes I think that we all saw enter the tops, and really cool to see that they're still here and kicking. But for one of them, that will be it. And I'm honestly just right off the bat a little bit worried for Nevenka. I feel like that Nevenka deck is a super sweet meta call more than anything else, but so is Trace. And realistically, I don't think much of Nevenka's game plan is quite as optimized for this matchup, but at least the start's pretty reasonable for them thus far.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. It's going to be interesting to see who's favored in this matchup. I have a feeling this should be quite good for Trace. You can get your landmarks out and kind of ignore that. Or not ignore, but you have a benefit even after Loki is played. You get to save your hero ability for post-Loki, which, you know, Pumpo has seen the deck list of Sparky, so they do know about that coming in. And I'm really curious to see how Sparky is going to try and close that difference to maybe snag a couple wins in this best of 3. And it was, we had quite the day one already with an anchored Martingale immediately while trading expeditions.
Yeah, which is definitely pretty cool. The other thing I was immediately noticing, though, is while players were choosing their opening hands, we might have missed it while there was still some chatting going on over here, but I was watching the mana decision from Sparky. There is currently one of those super cool Loki uniques sitting in the mana zone. You could see that they thought about it for a good while. They were trying to figure out if a Martingale into Loki ramp play was going to be the best option, but instead favoring this double Snowball Commando opener to really try to slow down the traced hero ability as much as possible.
Yeah, and there we just saw actually the roll of the dice usually would have actually exhausted their own Snowball Commando in reserve, but because of this Martingale effect didn't, and that is quite impactful since with that Snowball Commando from reserve plus the die roll from Nevenka, they can actually threaten to block out that Keylon Elemental while, you know, threatening that double advance simultaneously. Ooh, they do get the 1. Yeah, they roll first. That's smart to see if they hit or not, and then play. There we go. So right now, they are threatening a 2-on-0 advancement.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast start and pretty solid. The other thing that I'm liking for Nevenka's position, at least, is the fact that they still have an Aloe Vera in hand, which can threaten to come down onto that water-only terrain as well, both threatening to block pretty well and return some card advantage over time, because they are getting a little bit low on that end, so that is a pretty big upside at this point for them, I would say.
Yeah, they even have a lot of flexibility coming in on this next turn. At 5 mana, you can go Martingale into Aloe Vera if you want to protect it a little bit from removal. Alternatively, you can even use that discount ability if you want to play something else at 2 mana. So they have a lot of choices going. I do also wonder if they are maybe going to be extra greedy and try to save that Martingale for next turn to get a double anchor roll onto the Aloe Vera, or a second anchor onto it. But I feel like that's probably too greedy of a line. Meanwhile, for Pumpot, they have the ability to activate their Traced Hero ability this turn by playing that Frozen Delivery from reserve, and then playing the other 2 cards, and that is really when their game plan comes alive. So, you know, both players about to have a very strong turn potentially.
Yeah, this Hathor, though, is a nice play. It does match up well into likely what's going to be coming down here. I do believe at least, but oh, the Amelia resupply is beautiful. That should actually take the expedition there and block.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, it's really solid. It's one of the only, like, solidly statted characters in the Axiom faction, both from hand and reserve. And wow, yeah, this Hathor, this Nevenka list is so aggressive. Just really gunning for it. Threatening to double advance again, and I wonder if Pumpo can even stop this.
Am I behind you or the other way around? I'm talking about this Amelia that's getting played out.
Hold up. Yeah, I'm behind. Let me...
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Haven resupplying into the Amelia here, and then Amelia just coming down to block the Hathor and take the progression. Super sweet play, and it does allow Traced to go right up to those 5 counters as well. So Traced ability is active. The bleeding has been largely stemmed. There is still that Aloe Vera in play for the Nevenka player. Nevenka will just need 3 more progressions in order to win. However, I think it's going to be a lot harder from here on out.
Yeah, that is true. This early expedition lead was kind of given to them without needing to do all too much, and it was a neat little trick. But yeah, now is where the steam is going to be pumping from the steam engine deck. They have 2 landmarks out, 2 cards in reserve. It's the perfect position for them that they want to be in. And now is when it will get a bit finicky, and maybe these dice rolls will become a bit more important to deciding the outcome for each day. However, they do still have that aloe vera in play, at least for this day. So maybe that advantage can secure them their lead going forward.
You know, it's kind of cool to see, because I think for a little while, Traced was thought of as a deck that I guess has some really strong synergies, but is really reliant on getting a hero ability active, and that process could be a little bit fragile in certain cases. But interestingly enough, I think this is really showing how resilient this deck is and how easily they're actually able to activate it when the deck is well constructed. This was an opener, again, with 2 snowball commandos for the Nevenka, and that was day 3 that it easily got activated. There were multiple ways that they would have been able to activate that Traced hero power. Yeah, I mean, this is a real deck. This is not inconsistent at this point, I would say.
Yeah. And we see an immediate use of the hero ability to get one of these uniques into the reserve. Man, these are so crazy. It's going to be putting a second unique in reserve, and for that, I think this one gets boost from its own reserve, and then from everybody's reserve again. That is 9 counters, is that right? I know, it just gets cards for a boost for each card in its own reserve twice.
Yeah,
only 6. Only 6 boosts.
Only entering as a 2-mana 8/8/9 that also puts a second Anansi unique into the reserve. Just, you know, to help enable that play. And now I'm wondering for the Nevenka, can you ever just pass? Like, this is the most awkward situation.
Yeah, I mean, that Snowball Commando doesn't even play into the hero side of, like, it threatens no advancement. You can, you know, there's absolutely no way you're advancing on the companion side. No, actually, hold on, Sparky disagreed with me.
Yep.
They're committing there anyway.
I think it's some idea, like, you're trying to sort of ideally entice a commitment of as many resources as possible in this day to this plan. So if nothing else, yeah, they might be conceding a double progression over to Traced over the course of the day, but at least then they'll be cashing in on so many of their resources between these multiple Anansis, hopefully for the Nevenka again, and then otherwise likely another one of these 2-mana plays from the reserve.
Yeah, we see here the commitment on Vike coming out as a free. Oh no, never mind, just as a 2/2/2, keeping the Haven in case there is a contest from Sparky. This could split the resources, though, of Pumpet a little bit thin. With 4 mana, it should maybe be possible to contest on either side still, even through another play from Pumpot.
And it does look like this additional play, yeah, it's another anchored copy of Aloe Vera, trying again to force out, ideally, that Anansi from reserve to get played out into there. I'm trying to check stats to see.
It's just 10. It's 10 to 9.
It's not forcing it, yeah. So,
I mean, even if it was more, there's a Haven to work with. There is a Keylon Cylinder to work with.
Beautiful hooked coming down, though. That should indeed create a situation where... Oh, actually, no. Interestingly enough, this could be potentially thanks to a Nevenka die roll. That could be an expedition progression on the hero side. It's a 1!
Oh, wow! That is so brutal. It's on the anchored Aloe Vera as well. Laughs it off, Sparky, but we all know he is hurting inside. That is brutal.
I actually feel like Sparky's position in the game was almost really good if they were able to roll that 66.6 repeating % chance of taking that boost instead of, you know, an additional superfluous anchor or the absolute dreaded 1 die roll onto your anchored Aloe Vera that virtually all of your hopes in the game are riding on at that point. Let's see if there's any chance of comeback. There are 2 copies of Tanuki that are well statted for their region types, at least at the current moment in hand for Sparky. But again, even if they're able to sabotage away multiple threats, that traced hero ability is active. More is coming.
Yeah, it really is. This is going to be an onslaught now. It went from, Sparky had a couple things still going for them, but they were going to be in a tough spot every day anyway. At least they had the expedition lead to... They need to find an advancement up on Traced at this point. And Traced already has their full setup. Man, we even see another hooked in hand there. It's so hard to advance past that. We probably, from Sparky, just need a Loki unique draw, right? To reset the tempo a little bit for him to even have a chance? Or do you see a different line here?
I just don't know what Loki does so much in this situation, especially if there's any ability for Trace to find a third unique at some point. The reason why I say that is, they can get rid of the second one here, but a Loki in general, what it's going to do, it's going to clear out a pretty much empty reserve already for the most part. Sometimes there's some resupply shenanigans going on and whatnot, but for the most part, those cards are coming straight out of the reserve right away. A Loki, it'll reset the reserve, it'll reset the cards in hand, but the cards in hand don't matter so much at the moment, because those 3 cards that you draw off of the Loki, they can so easily just go into reserve and start the chain anew for Trace at this point. There's no way to remove these counters from the hero, and I think that's the critical missing dynamic.
Yeah, you are right. It's as well a thing where if Sparky can play a Loki, but Pompot has not yet used their hero ability on Traced, they do get to restock something into the reserve that can potentially give them another resupply. So it doesn't even necessarily do a whole lot. I just don't see a different way for them to play into this either. Both of these aloe veras in reserve do not have a great expedition to play into either. Just only having access to forest and the forest mountain expedition is so rough here. You can't even block more efficiently. There's a second sabotage coming out. This is going to overflow the reserve massively. But at least you are, making the Trace struggle here a little bit. But man, there's an Amelia. We see the Keylon cylinder that can boost the Amelia Earhart as well. So likely Trace gonna pick up an expedition lead on this one, considering they still have 2 mana to use.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, I can't recall what the last card, likely the last card that'll be played this day is, and okay, it does look like, if nothing else, Nevenko will take a progression this day, which is sort of a big deal. We've seen earlier they are a Sandman deck, so they have some potential to cheese out expedition wins. But exactly as you mentioned, in order to do this, they are going so low on terms of just raw card advantage. They're having to discard down now multiple cards at night as part of the cleanup here, because there are 4 cards in reserve now. That needs to be 2. Sort of funny how Trace is largely going to ignore that restriction while using the reserve so much more this game.
Yeah, no, it is. They just have such a good ability once they get there to manipulate how and when they put cards into reserve, that they can really control if they want to overflow or not. So it's going to be tough. I see another Haven in hand. I wonder if they're going to be looking to swap out that Keylon cylinder for it, maybe. There is actually a lot of upside to having a Keylon cylinder in play, since deciding where the boost goes at the end of your turn rather than before you play your last character, or when you are playing a character, needing to decide if you want to play it with a boost. There's a lot of upside there, choosing at a later stage where a boost goes. So I'd be surprised if they keep both Havens around after this turn.
I ended up just chuckling because, of course, the third Haven does indeed flip over the third Anansi unique here for Pumpot.
Yeah.
It's a really nice position to be in. Not gonna lie, it's not like the cards in their hand are completely unbeatable, but I think in this situation they're strong enough. I can't imagine that they won't be. Hooked, a great little way to prevent the characters for Nevenka from ever being on perfect expeditions, at least for the aloe vera, for example. But even then, the expeditions are never going to be perfect for aloe vera at this point. it's I mean, for their own potential progression, maybe, but that's realistically the last card that I think that's going to be coming out from Nevenka, likely this game.
I mean, notably though, these Tanukis have been eating hooks, but the hooks don't really do anything since the Tanukis play really well into both expeditions, funnily enough. So these hooks are functionally just 2-cost draw card after use, which honestly isn't weak, but it is not what you would hope they are as a Trace player.
I think actually Pumpote's fine with this dynamic. I think he even likes that actively because it is exactly that after you effect that you were mentioning. I think Pumpote knows that he can close out the game from this point as long as he doesn't get like a cheese expedition progression win off of something like the Sandman. Notably, Sandman has its stat line on water and mountain. So notably, it doesn't threaten to contest actually the hero side or threaten to advance on the hero side. So just swapping over the Tanuki to the companion here prevents a potential hero side progression with something like the Sandman and prevents their other actual characters from getting slept here. And I think that was the biggest risk to Pumpote that they were thinking about. That or possibly a card like Twinkle Twinkle, which means you're just incentivized in general to wait as long as possible before playing out your large statted character.
Yeah, and now this Anansi coming in, the 1 mana 4/4/4 that puts a card from hand into reserve. Well, that is so efficient. That's incredible. There's just no mana to work with for Sparky. They're going to take a roll. Don't see the result, but it is
a boost.
Not another one.
We'll take your word for it, Sparky. I think it won't matter in this situation very much anyway. And we see the sap sniffer in the reserve as well here. And that's sap sniffer.
Yeah, that's the one.
I think I just did the Pandy, the snap sniffer.
Snap sniffer, yeah.
Yeah, it does take that hero side progression. And hey, Pumpote, 1 game closer to making it to the finals.
Yeah, that looked really clean from them. Just, yeah, they got behind 2 expeditions early into that game, but they did not look worried at all. Immediately taking back those 2 expeditions after they got their hero ability active, getting through their entire deck to find their 3rd unique, and taking the win off of that. Quite incredible. Are we just going to see a repeat of that, or do you think there's some trick up Sparky's sleeve?
I think the trick up Sparky's sleeve is going to try to do something really similar to the last game. Hope the draw is slightly more anemic for the Trace player, and hope that they don't have to roll a 1 on a critical anchored aloe vera at some point. I think that one was really the nail in the coffin, because they had already shown their willingness to completely abandon that Loki plan that we know is part of their main strategy in some other matchups while going into this one, given how confidently they mana'd that in their opener. So I think it's really going to come down to they're going to have to roll the right dice at the right time. That's not quite as luck focused as we'd think, because that is most of the time that you will get desired outcomes, but it just can't be that 1 on an anchored aloe vera. It really can't.
Yeah, but a 1 in 6 chance is just also quite likely to happen. In fact, most games you will roll more than 6 dice, right? So the chances of you needing to overcome a 1 at some point are quite high. You just have to hope that you have Martingale out when it happens, or that it isn't a critical die roll as it was in that game. Because if that aloe vera sticks around with a boost, it could have gone very differently there.
You know, I'm sure Pandy is very, very happy to have a little bit of break from the commentary desk, because it gives him a little bit of time to search the Altered marketplace and find some cheap uniques that undoubtedly he's going to scalp people on later. But in the meantime, let's see.
Hey guys, I've got some Anansis for you with the same effect, so if you're interested in, just let me know. No, just kidding.
That's really exciting, Pandy. I'm happy for you, but
thank you.
You know what? I want this
Pandy
game.
Andy, the copy-paste warrior.
I want this game to go to a game 3, and so for that reason, we need a little bit of a comeback here, at least from Sparky, our Nevenka hero, the one last Loki player of the tournament. I really did. I liked that thing that you mentioned earlier, Freeloader, and I'm wondering here, do you think it would really help a lot for Sparky to potentially put on the what is it, the headset in a way that's like a helmet protection against the metagame?
Well, clearly not, because they're up against a Traced. It would be useless. You can't be protected from the metagame. Well, I mean, they would be. I guess they are protected from the metagame, considering they are playing against a Traced, but it wouldn't help them in this match, is what I'm trying to say. So the helmet technology won't come in handy. Notably, didn't work for Basira player either. So,
true.
Not sure if the helmet technology really works. Either way, there is a solid start here. The Esmeralda resupply actually resupplies a Haven Seringar. You love to see it. And
yeah,
I don't think there's a one cost to go along with that.
There is a that is a data list though in hand, right? So they could theoretically scout that if they wanted to, but that would just be so expensive for them in terms of that additional resupply value that they got off of the Esmeralda.
I almost had a little heart attack there, thinking they just rolled for fun and Sorry.
Yeah, better when that doesn't happen, but it does look like it is the 1-0 start on the Tumult.
Hey, that's a lead. That's a lead.
Hey, yep.
I also wanted to talk about, I think in this matchup, crucially, Sparky does run those free snowball commandos. They weren't too effective in the last game, but surely they can be very effective in this matchup, as well as free Tanukis. So that is really the big interaction package for them with a Traced. They're running Cloth Cocoons as well, but considering that all the landmarks cost 1 or 2 mana, those don't seem too attractive to me.
Yeah, that's fair. And we do have Haven Seringar, though, coming out from our Nevenka player now on a really favorable expedition. So that's definitely nice. The other nice thing about it is just that the additional card advantage that card can provide. Hathor coming out now is a cheap, overstated for its cost, rather, onto the companion side. So they're trying to get a double advance just on sheer stats of 2 cost characters.
Yeah, I really like that. It's so tempting to play that Ouroboros Incaster we see in their hand at this stage, to pick up that Esmeralda again, get another resupply, play for value. But they recognize their win condition is to end this game as soon as possible. So, yes, both players are getting a double advance here, but considering Sparky's already in the lead on Nevenka here, they will absolutely take that trade.
Yeah, that they will. It's pretty good so far, honestly. I think the thing that's so good for Nevenka's start is specifically that Traced is still multiple counters away from enabling that hero ability. Never mind. There was one that was missed, but the rewind lets it happen. Which is good for them, actually. They will likely be able to activate that this next day. But as far as right now is concerned, Nevenka has a ton of card advantage, actually, at this point. Haven Seringar being so good there and having gotten that for free, essentially, off of the Esmeralda. It's a really good opener in that sense. Still, I think they're looking to find some additional cards, some things that will let them cheese out future expeditions. I would love for them to find another progression or two, and if they are able to do so and pick up a card like a Twinkle Twinkle or a Sandman, it could just be lights out really quickly.
Oh, but Haven is the opening play here for Trace, and we do see a Snowball Commando in the hand of Nevenka, so they can maybe delay the activation of this Trace ability by 1 more turn. That could be critical here.
Yeah, that's definitely the hope, I would say, for Nevenka at this point. The longer that you can keep your Traced opponent off of that hero ability, the much more fragile the deck operates in the interim, and the less likely that a surprise Anansi for 2 or even 1 mana with such crazy stats comes out and blocks your game plan entirely. It is just the Sap Sniffer that does indeed come out now, but it is still it gets the augment, but let's see if they're able to take. I believe with a die roll, again, they're going to have to rely on it, but they should be able to steal a progression on that hero side anyway.
I mean, there's still mana left for both players. A couple plays can come out. There's an extra boost coming out from Keelon Cylinder that puts the Sap Sniffer at a free 4/4. But you're right, with a Daedalus and a die roll, just don't roll a 1. Come on. Oh my god. Oh, hold up. What happened there? Oh, it's from the Daedalus, my bad.
Yes.
The important one is going to happen. See, that's the critical dynamic here, is that Nevenka needs to roll the 1 at the right time.
All right, but there was for Trace a Axiom Salvager to follow things up as well, so I think the die roll doesn't even matter.
There's an extra Axiom Salvager that does come out.
Yeah, which ends up meaning that, all right, this die rolls for funsies. They were hoping to hit a 6 there because it's not going to be able to take a progression at the end of the day anyway. Notably, Ouroboros Inkcaster will be able to pick up this Daedalus again, though. So they are getting a little bit of additional value there, a little bit of after you potential again.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're staying in the lead. It's looking good. Traced hero ability still not active yet, but inevitably it will come online this turn, I do believe. Actually, does it? No, even if Nevenka goes first and they play Loki, those cards still get discarded from the reserve. So there is, I believe, no way to prevent the Traced hero ability from going online here. Even with an extra Snowball Commando or Loki, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, there is exactly that Snowball Commando that you mentioned. It was drawn there, but I don't think that they're going to be able to make too much use of it. Or it wasn't. Oh, that wasn't drawn. Sorry, it was picked back up, I believe, off of the Ouroboros Inkcaster, picking that one up instead of the Daedalus. For a moment, I thought it had fleeting beforehand, but yeah. There being 2 cards currently in reserve for the Traced means that a single Sabo wouldn't be enough. I mean, Sabo wouldn't be enough whatsoever to keep them off of it, because that also would result in the 5th counter being attained by Traced at this point. So yeah, things are live for Traced pretty much immediately right off the bat in this day. I guess the real question for Nevenka here is, will there be an Anansi unique coming out so quickly? Or, I guess how late in the day are they going to see an effect like that?
Yeah, and honestly, Pumpo, again, in this situation where they are slightly down on the Tumult, but they have 2 landmarks out. They have their full setup ready to go on a deck that has tons of after you potential. It looks so incredibly strong, honestly. They have a phenomenal setup.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like there's a lot of moving parts for the Traced, but there aren't actually too many that are needed to work in like synchronously, I guess. It's a funny position because Nevenka is virtually spending a lot of resources in the early game to take progressions that the Traced was never going to be able to contest anyway. And while they're doing that, Nevenka is also pressured to be constantly exhausting to keep Traced off of the hero ability, but it's so inevitable as well. Finding a single landmark like this, they're just too cheap to interact with efficiently, even if there was potential interaction for the Nevenka. So I'm liking the setup here. I feel like this matchup is so difficult for Nevenka to do much in.
Yeah, and I think they're at this stage just in this game mode of you need to stay ahead in Expeditions. As soon as Pumpote can catch up in Expeditions, it will be near impossible for Sparky to regain that lead. And it's just so difficult to do against a deck that has so many after you effects that effectively force you to predict what cards they have in hand, what their possible play patterns are, and can just apply so much pressure every single turn due to having a hero ability that gives them plus half a card on every turn as well. There's another one that is from the Daedalus again, so nothing bad happens, but it does not get 2 boosts instead.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the upside here of having the Martingale in play for the Nevenka is they are definitely insulated away from that 1 die roll chance. And if they are, at the end of the day, just getting beaten on both sides of the Tumult, realistically, they can just roll and try to anchor something and have a very good chance of actually hitting that. But that's definitely not the position you'd ideally want to be in. Looks like a Gibble gets put into reserve off of the Traced hero ability and gets immediately cashed in to activate that resupply off of Haven. This is just looking like a sort of an unstoppable engine of after you effects.
Yeah, and I think with that, there already is a confirmed double advance, because you play this with the Haven, and you just win out on the hero side, and now no matter where the Nevenka boost goes, you can match it with the Keylon Cylinder. It's really interesting, actually, in this matchup, how Keylon Cylinder kind of nullifies the normal advantage that you get from playing Nevenka.
Yeah, it's also really funny seeing 2 different arts of Vicky in the same deck list, actually, because it looks like there's fundamentally different cards on both sides of the board, but it turns out it's actually one and the same stat line there. That is the common, so it is 2/2/2. I think the rare is 1/2/2. But Yeah, pretty good stats running with that boost into the Snowball Commando, but a boost could change that up, but it is just anchor effect on it. So I guess, yeah, that's what they're going for. They're going to have to try to cheese this one out, but now both players threatening to win the game with a double advance.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's really close here, but again, I just don't see how Nevenka's going to get that double advance, and they would need a really crazy setup, or Pumpot needs to whiff, which I don't know if their deck can whiff with how redundantly it is built. So it's going to be really tough, and I don't know what's in reserve for Trace right now. Do you remember?
I think there's a Viking. I think one of them was played from hand. No, never mind. It was just a frozen delivery then. Okay.
All right, just a frozen delivery is a little bit weak. You'd love to have some characters in there. I mean, you can get them in there, no worry, but still, it can potentially get slightly awkward if you don't hit something good. That being said, the Skilon Elemental plays really nicely into the hero side. I hope for Pumpot they have some plays that they can afford to make from hand as well, and not just from reserve.
Yeah, the Killing Elemental does get eaten right away, though, or temporarily exhausted at least. Grem's now being resupplied off of a frozen delivery that gets played out, so there's some good options there, but it is the Loki. No more options there, indeed. It will be the complete redraw now for both players. What expedition is it going into? It looks like it's the companion side, so stacking most of the stats there. Was the mana just readied? I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah, the mana was readied, but yeah, they're trying to figure something out. I think Pumpot just accidentally untapped their mana.
Fair enough. Alright, yeah, but that did cost Sparky all of their mana, so outside of the Nevenka die roll, there's nothing else that can be done this day. But yeah, Traced Hero ability has not been activated yet, so Pumpot does that now, and let's see what they have for new cards in hand. I see a lot of yellow in their new hand of cards.
A lot of yellow? Well, that should be a good sign for them, likely. But actually, with just the Traced ability, they can't get a whole lot of cards into reserve this way.
No.
And yeah, to be fair, the Sap Sniffer is going to be enough on its own, so they can maybe even sneak in a unique from hand here to set up their next turn, since they are going to trade here again. And man, I have to wonder if those two Snowball Commandos were placed onto the same expedition, and then the Loki was placed in the opposite expedition. Could that have gone differently there?
Possibly, but I think it's one of these situations where you can't necessarily know what's going to be coming out at the times where you're making that exact decision. But in this specific case, it is really going to come down to what the draws are here for Pumpot, I would say, more than anything else. I can't imagine they can be so bad that they'll lose the game off the bat, but it is entirely possible. We know there's an Eat Me Energy Bars hanging out now in the hand for Sparky, which can be a surprise way of adding stats to a different side at potentially the last moment. And also, I think, is that a Sandman? No, that's a Daedalus.
It's a Daedalus. That's not as good. A Sandman here would be crucial. It plays so well into the Companion Expedition. And instead we do see a Loki replay. Sparky probably not too worried about playing that, knowing there's nothing like a Beauty Sleep in the Axiom faction. In fact, I'd be kind of surprised if Pumpot is playing any removal at all, outside of maybe like one Axiom Burst, or Keylon Burst, or something along those lines. Maybe an Avalanche in there as well. And that Loki's going to be quite safe. Still, it's looking like Pumpot is trying to contest the expedition this turn, and yeah, by putting both those uniques in reserve, they are absolutely saying, I am winning this turn. I'm getting way too many stats here. That is, again, what is that now? A 2-cost 6/6/7? That is just phenomenal.
There are those Eat Me Energy Bars, though. Let's see if that's enough to put enough stats on the companion side for Sparky to potentially be able to go over the top of that Anansi that's in the reserve. And yeah, some mana being paid now, activating that Haven, and the Anansi comes out. It's the one that does put a card in the reserve as well to get those additional boosts.
All do. They all do. And then, yeah, it's just so big. With the Haven as well, it gets an extra boost. The Keylon Cylinder is going to give it an extra boost. The Sap Sniffer is going to give it an extra boost. They can even play this the Grems as well from reserve, sacking a landmark to get an extra 2/2/2. So there are more than enough stats here to make it happen, and that is the handshake. Pampote will make it to the finals, and not with a combo trace list, but actually a fair trace list. That is incredible.
I'll call it now. The only player who could knock Sparky out of that top 32, it is this Trace player right here. Definitely deserving their finals appearance. One of the things I love about this as well is the people who were screaming about Trace being so uniques focused. Yes, there are super sweet uniques in this build, but they're not the ones that people were complaining about. Proving yet again, you know, deck building. It's the sweetest thing that you can do in this game, especially when you're playing something that isn't fully fleshed out, fully discovered yet by everyone. So huge congratulations to them. Our first finalist. Really sweet to see. Of course, the constellation prize for Sparky there, Nevenka Hero, is that they have punched their ticket to the World Championships anyway. So I'm sure that they're perfectly happy with their result, even if they're not taking the coveted first place trophy.
Yeah, that is an app.
If anyone wants to check out the channel spaghetti_alt, it would be really cool because they are live often for their team tournament that they were talking about a little bit earlier. At least it's an Italian team tournament, but I was hanging out there last week and they spoke some English too, so you can chat with them, and it's a pretty cool time. It's a really cool project they're working on. So
check them out.
I think with that, we are getting into our finals. The Manda decisions have been made, and we are off.
We're off, and as you can see, both of them actually already have like a chance to getting out the uniques. One of from Pampote is the super unique that basically, if it's going to be in the reserve, actually getting a double boost from the reserve of their own reserve. And with that, we're seeing actually the Liiike is going to be there, so it will be just like a one trade for Enigma we see right now. The Conjunction going to be into play. I mean, just like the hand looking super, super good. I feel like the two Pharaoh will stick a little bit longer, because Enigma can take care of what's actually going to be happened. But with the Mage Dancer as well, with the Magical Training also just like being placed there, seems like a pretty good hand for me.
Yeah, this is really a battle of two decks that I don't think either of them cares super much about that early progression, really.
Yeah.
Afanos just super willing to set up for the rest of their game plan by playing a Conjuring Seal. That's a really great card for them here that should give them a ton of flexibility over the next days to deal with what Trace is doing. Meanwhile, I do think the opener for Trace was probably a little bit weaker than some of the others that we've seen so far. They are going to struggle a little bit to get that early Trace stability active, I believe.
Yeah, this could be a potential reason, and totally agreeing to that. We see that the Liiike directly will come out to the play. It's the common version, so there will be no resupply now from that. I mean, with what we can see from Pampote, still got like 2 mana left, and this is like super interesting because by now, if we're going to see like the Sneasel Shroom coming out to play, the Magical Training that's going to be sit in the hand, as well as the Zap Infusion. Oh no, it's going to be mannered. It could be just like being able to actually just like close out the expedition, and so we can see the hooked going on be there, so it will be potentially a 1-for-1 trade again, and this is like super good right now still, like for Pampote to see those like in the early game against. And now let's see what Enigma right now wants to do.
Yeah, I think it's reasonably good that Pampote has their own card advantage engine off of that hooked, that also this day makes it very likely that they would be able to take an advance. Okay, it is the Katagirian Mage Dancer play out though immediately. It is rare Katagirian Mage Dancer, but something that I really like and respect from Atigma's play here is realizing that they don't need to max out on the value from it, just instead taking the progression for free on that side essentially. Plays out the Magical Training and puts 2 boosts on it, but not waiting to get a 3rd boost on it somehow. They're just doing what they need to do. They return that Magical Training to their hand thanks to the unique at dusk as well. Nice opener and 2 really cheap plays available for Atigma in the reserve now. Both of them are going to be so good in this spot.
Yeah, record on that. So as you can see now, it's going to be on the next turn. And we potentially see right now the Killing Elemental going to be on the hand. And as we saw, was kind of also just like a hand card or a card in general that activates super good like the game plan for Pompode, especially if you have like the double boost up Anansi being there on hand. We can see like now to keep onto that, there is like still another hook there. And with that another hook, it's like super awesome because this is like always like a chance of just like going to be, if it comes to like an 101 trade, because with the Mage Dance in the reserve, as well as the Sneaser Shroom coming out to be there, it's like sometimes a high chance to double progress. I mean, oh yeah, the Foundry mechanic is super fitting well into these expeditions, so also just like a cheap pass by with that. And we can see now on the hand for Enigma, I mean, it's again just like a Mage Dancer coming out there with a magical training. So this could be a potential chance to just like open up. But let's see. And ooh, one card. Will be the magical training instead directly?
Tooth Fairy, just to
Tooth
get
Fairy,
rid of that right off the bat.
That could be.
It does have the upside for Pompode to just to add an additional counter to Trace without having to spend mana on it at least. So there is some payback, I guess, that they get for having that that effect sabotaged. But immediately what I'm thinking is Pompode here is how do I get my Traced hero ability activated as quickly as possible still?
Yeah.
While not giving my opponent such a good board state that I can't come back and take it. Yeah. It's definitely a really complicated scenario. Another hooked here definitely does help because it suggests, hey, maybe I can just contest one side instead of both. So at best, you'll just be getting the one progression, which could help. Again, though, I think, okay, Evanescence looks like it is coming down now. So that will remove away that Foundry mechanic. It is exhausted, can't get replayed out yet immediately. And notably, Hooked does not have a good target right now either.
Yeah, and still agreeing to that. I mean, right now, Pompode still could have the chance, to just like, play out the Snap Sniffer. I mean, at the end, needs to discard something out from the reserve. And this is just like super hurting on those early states that you need to get rid of the resources like that. And it will be the Foundry mechanic because the Snap Sniffer will be able to just like augment a card in play and could be going to be onto the Traced, as it seems now. So the starting player as well will also be Pompode. So I feel like with the Killing Elemental being in hand, as well with the Zap Sniffer also just like being there onto the reserve, the traceability can be activated now. And maybe this could help out a lot for Pompode, maybe to get back to the curse. And something got fixed from the microphone man. As we saw, super awesome. I mean, it's just like you need to imagine, guys, what it's like for an incredible job, because it's not only just like us here from sitting at home, just like enjoying the cast, or just like also the caster as well, because there's like a whole production team that's just like making sure that we have this high quality stream going to be into the clean feed. So thank you so much also for that, guys. And maybe the Step Sniffer will also be a super good thank you from Pompode right now. To increase slightly the chance to do something. So let's see how it goes out. But still the hand for Enigma seems super duper good.
Yeah, it's a good hand, and I think it's really off the back of mostly that Conjuring Seal opener as well, against a deck where they know they're not going to be under so much pressure immediately that they're really stressed about playing an opener with a Conjuring Seal. We often see this even in Afanas matchups against one another, that they love having that Conjuring Seal opener because it really lets them start snowballing the rest of their game plan. And that is really what the Afanas wants to do. They just want to chain together days where they're just continuing to draw extra cards and removing any threat that could actually potentially contest them. Notably for Pompode, there is one potential upside in that at least one of their uniques does have 4 cost on the front side, which means it does actually dodge most of the removal that is available to Enigma in their deck. Evanescence and Off You Go, super powerful cards for just 2 mana and at common, but notably they have a really hard time hitting anything larger than 3, and the fact that they can't, at least not from the front side of an Evanescence, and very rarely do you see that card get played from the back half. But yeah, interesting one. I do think that's one of the dynamics as well that we've been seeing with Aaaand that makes it so good. Sometimes even in comparison to Fen, which sometimes looks a little bit similar with the way that things sometimes play out here with magical training loops and that sort of thing, is that these removal effects that Fen is often borrowing from the Izmir faction, just to play a couple copies of them, they cost rare slots, and these removal effects here in their home faction, yeah, they don't.
So going to read out the effect and seeing like, uh-oh. A lot of boosts. I mean, there are like not that many cards right now, just like sitting here under the reserve. So this is just like something that still could be like a cool boost up, and also being able to not only maybe like prevent the expedition, but also moving forward. And as you already mentioned, because of the 4 hand cost, also not being able to just like getting easily removed out of the game. So let's see what Enigma right now could do. I mean, the chance is still here to just like play out the Mage Dancer, yeah, under the companion side as well. So
I am actually really surprised that Pompote ended up putting the Anansi into the reserve relatively early still, I guess, when it's not when they're not yet at the optimal setup, because I really wonder if they have future in the game, if they would get met by either another Tooth Fairy or even something as simple as a Rime Frost to start exhausting it down. Especially with then the first player that would be the first player the next day being the Aaaand, so they could just do it again. But it doesn't seem like that there is that punish, so possibly the Anansi could go over the top. But otherwise, it looks like Traced is trying to stabilize for the time being, at least on one side, while also finally getting a lot closer to that Traced ability. I'm assuming, if not today, they're going to get it immediately with the first mana they spend the next day, I would very much assume.
Yeah. So, okay. The hook just like, oh yeah, got played for the Kingdom Minute. I mean, there's like still 2 mana left. It's just like the question now, what actually to play. And I mean, you could potentially just like play another, just like the Magical Training again, and would be totally fine. But you could also, I mean, there's like still 1 mana left, but with that 1 mana, actually 2 mana for Enigma, it could be also just like the chance to play out the Tooth Fairy to actually block out the expedition for Pompote. Also just like to think about that. But I feel like maybe the Off-You-Go could be like a potential good thing on Magical Training, because with that you're getting like the boost for the Mage Dancer, and then you can do the additional boost to the other one. So at the end you're potentially trying out like 3 cards, what is like super duper huge. And I feel like after Enigma also played, or also saw like the 1 match for the Nevenka against an Afanas, being super happy to keep those hand cards for most of the time.
Yeah, I have a feeling that that Atigma's been enjoying stacking hand cards into their hand all day, and was thrilled to see it was the Trace they were playing against instead of the person with all the Lokis where they don't know if getting card advantage will mean anything at any point in the game. But yeah, alas, they have a ton of cards in hand now at this point. Is that 8, 9?
Yeah, it's 8, 9. What I'm also still like need to say again, what I feel like super exciting, if you just like look at these players, I mean, it's like a final table, so like a lot of pressure, but it's just like smiling, talking with each other like during the draw cards, so it's like super cool. So I feel like it's like a super cool, like nice atmosphere right now between both of them. Feels like I have like a normal local game, right? Just like a normal local.
So too.
Yeah,
they're maybe taking things a little bit more deliberately than they would at a local.
Yeah,
but otherwise, I agree from the attitude as well. Especially sitting down to the game and just looking at the deck lists and everything. They looked both like thrilled to be there, thrilled to be interacting with one another. Yeah, really good vibes all around, I'd say.
So I mean, with like those many cards just like in the hand for Enigma, there are like could be potentially so many answers right now against Pompote actually to sure out. I mean, it's still like super hard to hit the Anansi, because without a Beauty Sleep it's like not any chance at all. But with all those small pass-bys, Enigma just like have the chance to at least pretend to be like, okay, so I can actually maybe show off where you're actually doing to put down the Anansi for that. So it's still like the turn we can see in the hand, or we can certainly not see the end, but the Frozen Delivery will be played out again as well, just like for the fact that the ability is activated. And we see an Axiom Serratia also coming to be down into reserve, what maybe could be like helping super duper for the Trace right now.
I'm just wondering if there's some sort of engine that could get potentially online from Traced, where even if Afanis has all of these hand cards, that might let them somehow fight through anyway. Notably, we saw before that this Trace deck does seem very good at waiting until later stages of the day to put their critical characters into play. So maybe if they are able to after you enough times and, you know, burn through some of these one-cost spells from the Afanis, potentially they could tax the removal effects then at 2 and more mana even. Nihilum as well, being a really slow play just to exhaust a card from the Trace reserve, and at this point with the Trace hero ability active, I think that is probably at an all-time low in terms of possible value to get out of it. Rime Frost though, still super good. Maybe it's good time to mention a couple messages in chat. We had one over at the French chat that made me chuckle, which was, maybe Traced has a Loki in hand, you never know.
Oh yeah, and, maybe.
And one from our own chat was someone asking why Kojo is so bad, and I would say to that, Kojo's not bad, just players are. Maybe that's just me coping.
Okay, you heard it. Everyone that's playing Kojo is a bad player, so that's right here. It's not working, guys. You heard out. No, jokes aside.
Yes. We did have a good number of Kojo players, I believe, at the XN3 cutoff as well, though. So it is also a case where there were a few up there, just didn't make it on breakers, and a lot of Afanis's did sneak in on breakers, notably.
Yeah. I mean, if we just like compare like the data, so like Kojo was the most played hero by far onto this tournament, and at the end it was only one that going to be like in the top 32 spots, and I feel like only reached until top 16, right? Or stayed on the top 32. I don't remember either. Maybe we're getting like the data after the tournament, so we can see what is actually really cool with the Rime Frost and also the little Riffle tree. It's just like the fact it's playing super duper well against Prompode somehow, because with that you can just like prevent a little bit something of like stuff it's going to be, and so there's like just like a second card going to be exhausted, but it doesn't seem like that bad or that much, because the got it Dr. Frankenstein enough? Yeah, it's got enough, so this is a double progression actually right now. So
yeah, it definitely could be. Nihilum coming out, you know, it's sort of interesting. That's why I mentioned earlier in the day that I thought this Nihilum was going to be at an all-time low in terms of potential value. It really seemed to me like playing additional spells was going to be potentially a lot better for the game plan of Atigma here. But I think they're trying to look at getting value out of it over this next day or two here. If they're figuring they can't actually lose another progression if they let this day slide and assemble a little bit of a synergy there with the Nihilum, then I think things can go well for them if that was indeed their plan. So we will see here, though. I definitely did just get distracted as well by seeing a cameraman looking directly into our hand card cam there at one point. I was like, whoa, what is happening?
Just like checking out, just like, okay.
But notably as well, I don't think that removal is particularly good at this stage into this Traced, I have a feeling. Just because look at these immediate things that are likely to be coming out from the Trace as well. There's another Axiom Salvager, which is just another resupply. That's a Frozen Delivery, which is, again, just another resupply. Sure, we can exhaust a card here, but are you going to repeatedly exhaust cards all day? Because if you do, I'm pretty sure Trace will win that game. They can activate their hero ability at the last moment and really just get you all of a sudden.
And I mean, it's like also really cool what the Frozen Delivery just like put on there, because those stats will be helping super duper good. You know that, I mean, there is like a small pass by with the Magical Training coming into the play. So with that, actually, getting the additional boost, getting the additional card, we see another unique that will be able to return a spell back during the turn. So we just like see the Trace ability got activated. Oh, we see the Dr. Frankenstein. So potentially just like could do another resupply. And I mean, we see both Anansis just like sitting here. And it's like the 3-1 and the 2-1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That's the thing that's actually having me really worried for Enigma here. Yeah. We do have that pseudo sabotage effect with the Rime Frost that was played out before, exhausting a card down. But you know what an exhaust isn't? A sabotage. Meaning that this reserve is completely stacked. And as we know, the amount of stats that these uniques can put out are absolutely huge.
I have the feeling this hook could carry the game out somehow. Because the next Anansi that's going to be played like Eva will be having like a huge amount of stat. And we also need to just like realizing that just like with the mana, the 2-1 Anansi could be played out as well, just like the Dr. Frankenstein. Actually, the Dr. Frankenstein could be played out first, getting the boost from the Haven Bravos Bastion, getting the resupply, so you're not losing like any resources from the reserve. And also just like the 2-1 actually can't be hit at the end, because there is like not any 1 cost left right now for the Afanas to just like doing a small pass by to afterwards activating the off you go, except just like, I don't know, maybe using like the Axiom Seriesion. And can we see it, Pompote? Do you see the same thing that I did? Oh, you're just like doing the killing cylinder. I forgot that you could throw a card. I mean, it's also fine. Okay, awesome. So, I mean, what are the chances are right now for Enigma? What could Enigma do? And it's like Math Tool Flame. Okay, putting it out there.
Yeah, it's a good question, but I mean,
like
they're out of mana this day, right? I think that is another progression for Pompote on the Traced here. That should be a 4/4/4 plus a 2/1/0. 2/1/1. No, 2/2/1. Which should be easily enough to take a progression here over the top of that Studious Disciple.
Totally.
So that's already huge. Now we are in a position where either player could win the game this day.
Yeah.
But it's just going to be a little bit easier for Traced even somehow.
Yeah, somehow I also have the feeling.
A single character under this removal. Again, that Anansi that you mentioned before, especially the 2-1 that can be played for just that 1 cost from reserve, could just be so taxing on the ability of Enigmas to actually interact with it here. So really wondering how this day is going to turn out, but suddenly, yeah, it really could go either way. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pompote stealing this one.
Yeah, it's actually just like also want to edit, because with all the cards we just like see also being down there onto the hand cards, as well as just like in the reserve, there are so many things for Pompote right now to just like use pass-bys, to just like play it a little bit more slowly out, and it seems like someone is holding his hand cards too low. For that, so as we can see, basically the Axiom Seriesion got to be played out again, so another Killing Cylinder is going to be resupplied. What is actually like kind of not bad, because it's also just like again another small pass by, as well as we also need to figuring out that Trace still can just like easily getting like the ability. We see the Sneasher Shroom coming out, and I also have like the feeling for Enigma right now is like the best chance now is like going into the tiebreaker somehow, keep the Spindle Harvester as well as the Sneasher Shroom onto the field, and with that just like maybe taking it out during the tiebreaker. But for Pompote, it's looking like super duper good right now, and this is like super crazy.
You know, I had one moment of panic for a second where I thought that the card in the reserve, the Kill on Cylinder in reserve, I thought that was briefly the landmark zone. And I was like, wait, they forgot to put on the boost, the counters on the last day. But no, it was indeed the other side.
Yes.
Playing that out now as an After You is very solid. I think the rate at which Afanas has spent mana this turn is very high, at least in comparison to Trace's start of the day. And with Trace just needing that 1 progression in order to take it, I'm feeling better and better for them.
Yeah, that's totally true, and it's just like super amazing to see how Trace just like did well, I mean for the whole tournament, and now as well here for the game. When the Subinfusion is coming out, but again it's just like 4 mana left, so the potential chance of just like maybe playing out 2 removals to save this out, but at the end we need to realize Pompote only needs to just like going through 1 expedition to close out the first game. And it's just like going to be the Anansi, putting down the another Anansi just like onto the reserve, boosting it up. And I mean, even with like right now, any removal playing out, it doesn't matter, because both of them actually just like cost 1 in total. So This is crazy.
What I can see here is that there's 4 mana available still for Pump Out, and it's going to need 2 removal spells for Atigma, which is going to cost all of their mana.
Yeah.
And then the last card that Pump Out can just play is that Hooked, which would be able to guarantee a progression with that 1 remaining character. Even just that Axiom Salvager would be able to take it then. The one question I'm wondering is what that support ability was of that Studious Disciple in reserve, because if that's a potential discount, I think that is a spell discount.
Oh, yes.
Maybe there could be a different card drawn off of a Magical Training that could help here a little bit. Or, if there's a Beauty Sleep, that could also change things.
And as we can see, the other Anansi will be just like played out on the hero side, as well with like a lot of boost. And the Gremlins is going to be just like down there, so also being potentially able to just like discard a card from the landmark zone to create an additional press bug. And with 3 mana left, it's like super good right now. I mean, one of the removal targets right now could potentially just like hit the fleeting Anansi, so it's not being able to just like going to be played out back. But even with that, there is still like a kind of lack of like actually stats going to be on the hero side. So I have the feeling like it could be a really good spot from Pump right now to close out the first round.
I'm liking his position. It is close though, and there are a couple little pitfalls he could still fall into here. There is the first removal effect in that Evanescence, and luckily as well, that does exhaust the character as well. So now we do see it is exhausted in reserve, and now I'm trying to figure out actually, how can Pump Out actually play this to guarantee a progression through that discount effect from the Studious Disciple that's currently in reserve?
This is a good question. I mean, it's got exhaust 1 mana left, and with the discard ability, there's also just like 1 removal, so right now, it's like tough. It's like a tough decision. Huh? I mean, hold on. Couldn't you just like play out the Hook?
Well, what does Hook do?
Preventing the win basically against the Atigma.
Yeah, exactly. But that doesn't convert into a win this day.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if like the win could be coming to go.
Yeah,
because I feel like, I mean, what are like the things that you can do right now? I mean, oh no, wait, you can play out the Reich from the reserve and then afterwards the Anansi. I totally forget it. You can play out exhausted cards from the reserve.
I believe, though, that the Anansi that's currently in reserve isn't the one that costs just 1.
Oh, it's reserve. The 2/2? No, it's a 2/1.
Yeah.
It's a 2.
I believe.
Oh, no.
No, the 2/1 is in play currently. With fleeting, I believe, on that companion side. It would be good to get clarification on exactly which one is in reserve, but I do believe it does
I have a
cost
screenshot.
2 yeah, I think that's the one that costs 2 from reserve.
No, it's a 2/1, 3/1, and 4/2, but the 4/2 was already being played. So actually, the Reich with... Oh yeah.
Well, running the numbers though as well. Look at the number of boosts the spindle harvesters has as well.
The removal on the Vike is pretty rough in that line.
True.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you for
also dying to removal.
But it seems like that actually Pump Out is taking it back at some point.
Looks like they are indeed playing out the Grems. They are sacrificing permanent to get that additional brass bug, I believe.
Yeah, and
did Atigma just scoop?
That was the line, yeah, because they create 6 stats, and with a removal on the Anansi, Atigma can only create 5 on that same expedition. If they played any other line, they are giving Atigma outs. As in, Atigma has a way to survive, but that was, I believe, the only way to survive that turn from what I could see.
Okay.
Absolutely beautul from Pump Out. I think we were all watching those first couple days and going, yeah, I have no idea how this is ever going to work for him. But you know, the thing that I am realizing as well, I feel like the way that Atigma's draw lined up, or the way it was played out early, there was especially a day with a Tooth Fairy where I feel like the card that the Tooth Fairy actually hit wasn't super relevant in that specific instance. And it ended up sort of just putting an additional boost on the traced ability, and it was just otherwise a generic character. And then I was realizing a little bit later in the game, once we got to the point where the hero ability was active from the traced, and then the exhaust effect started coming out, the exhaust didn't matter the way that it would have mattered a lot more in the early game, and the sabotage would have been great to have later on. So it felt like the back half, I guess, and I think that was maybe a really relevant dynamic.
Yeah, totally agreeing on that. And what is also just like super cool is like how actually also Prompod managed to just like came back, because as we just like mentioned before, and saw like the lot of just like resources, especially like in the hand cards for Enigma, it was like, okay, what's happening right now? Is there like any chance that Prompod still can activate like this whole deck? And we saw like, yes, it does. So as we can see again, both are just like generally chatting. I still have the vibe of like a normal local evening, so local evening, chatting a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm getting a 500 euro coupe. So, but let's see how it will go out. So both of them just like preparing, and then we can directly go into round 2. Actually, what is like a little bit sad is like that everyone just like already left the hall and not just like watching the final match. That would be super cool. To have like a crowd in the background. That would be true. That would be super cool. But I feel like it's like most of the times, if you don't have like for example like a certified stage where they're playing, then it's like usually off like, okay, it's done. Goodbye, I guess. I mean, at the end, at least the Equinox employees are still there. just like checking out. And the casters are being like in the background, as we can see. Oh. Okay, so as we can see from the handout right now, we're going into round 2 of the Altered World Championship Qualifiers in Lille. So it will be Prompod with Traced against Enigma with Fanas. The cast right now will be here with together with the Killing Guy, with AQZ Freeloader, as well as with me and PAANDY Andy. We are from the team AQZ. I just like read out the Discord names, so that's why I said AQZ. We're super excited for the whole tournament and for everything it's going to be. I mean, I don't want to say that like 2 out of 3 persons here right now in the Discord is just like rooting and cheering for Prompod.
I think I said it tactfully earlier, where I was like, I'm happy with the Athanas winning and cheering them on as well. But I have to say I would love to see a Traced win here, especially after all the crying about the Traced combo being this crazy dominant thing with these crazy dominant uniques. And yes, Prompod's uniques are crazy good. It's just not that sort of effect. It's a different build, So I'm also biased, but I'm happy either way.
And I mean, with it right now, as we can see, I mean, also for you, like, guys, it is true in the chat, you need to understand our background, where we had, like, endless months of tournaments, online tournaments, where we just, like, saw Athanas after Athanas, so this is, like, a little bit like a break off to see something else, just, like, sitting here on the final table, especially for me. And as we can see, this is, like, a super good start off for Enigma right now. It's Starwood versus Goliath. Yeah, Jeff, right, you quite make a point with that there. So this is like a cool start off for Enigma, just like the Sneezer's room into the magical training. So it's just like a 1-for-1 retreat. But that the killing cylinder actually going to be that early into the game, I feel like this is also like super duper good for Prompod.
Yeah, it looks like a reasonable opener, I would say. But this is also I would say this is also pretty nice for Enigma. I think it's a reasonable setup plan, and they're not going to be falling behind early by any means. I think they are also looking to get a card advantage engine put together over time. But what is happening now? So I see a head in the hands. So
oh no!
I'm wondering.
It's something happened. Or was it just like the extra scene? Okay, nothing happened. Oh, I feel like the Nilem got played, and then Prompod was like, no way. It seems like that. Somehow, for me, it seems like that. And
both players having to be played out here from just to get the progression on one side. It's a pretty efficient trade over for Tigma, I would say, especially because that Nylum is just going to provide a little bit more value over time here. It's almost the exact opposite of the last game in terms of the way the openers went, where instead of having that Tooth Fairy that doesn't really do much of anything, the Nylum here was actually pretty huge, I would say.
Yeah, that's totally agreeing on that. I mean, but actually, the hand does not look that bad for Pompote right now.
Nah, it's solid.
Oh, that's good. I mean, right now it's just like the decision what actually to just like put out there, but yeah, repeat the Axiom Celebration by for sure. So, I mean, with 2 frozen deliveries, I mean, it's not that bad, but as we can see right now for Enigma, repeat the Mage Dancer also onto with that together into the Beauty Sleep. So, and still the Sneasel Shroom and the Magical Training also just like relaxing there into the reserve. So it's still like a lot of stuff that could be potentially played. And as we can see right now, the start off will be, the Sneasel Shroom onto the companion side, getting the anchoring again as well. So with that, we're going to see Reich. And is Reich only cards, characters from reserve or cards? I'm always forgetting it.
It's cards, but not support abilities.
Not support abilities. Okay, so basically the frozen delivery can play it again.
Yeah, that is definitely
okay. Good, thank you. I thought like Freeloader is answering that again, so I was ready.
Yes, it sounds allowed.
Trace will be activating a hero ability this day, and I'm immediately just like seeing this play out. I'm immediately thinking about how it's. Oh wow, the hooked here is actually not a great hit there, notably, but you know what? All's well that ends reasonably well, at least, and that at least the next day that ability is going to be active so quickly. But I'm just realizing immediately there's a kind of interesting dichotomy between these two decks in terms of when you want to see your uniques, where with Aphanis, you typically want to start snowballing pretty much right away, even, especially if they're uniques that get anchored natively. Things like the Spindle Harvesters we often see, or Sneasel Shrooms, rather, that are often played here for 1 mana, even as uniques in these lists. Those you want to set up pretty much right away. But for Pompote, I have a feeling a lot of the time he's hoping that when he sees his opening hand that he's not seeing uniques. I think he would rather focus on setup early on and ideally not be putting uniques into his mana zone in order to enable the better setup cards. But never know there.
That's true.
Still a nice setup that Atigma's been working on their board, at least, now having this Sneasel Shroom in play, as well as the Spindle Harvesters. That's not a unique, notably. Neither of those are even in their unique forms, but just at rare, they are going to continue to provide a threat for subsequent days, which is nice. Category and Mage Dancer getting played out now as well. And these are all just getting hooked to one side. Pompote's saying, I'm just going to draw some cards, and hopefully you don't have any more characters. But there is a Moth to a Flame to find a character onto the companion side. That's a really big deal.
That's actually a good deal, and it's like 2 of them. But actually right now, couldn't Pompote just like played out the Dr. Frankenstein with the ability of Trace, so being able to... So good to enjoy the stream and eating even more. I mean, you deserve it, bro. After this weekend, eat as much as you want. But Rifted right now, I mean, one of the only solution that I see, beside the fact what we're actually going to see from actually Traced being going to be trot out, it's like, actually, the Dr. Frankenstein could be just like played out, getting the boost from the Keelan Silenter again as a boost as well. So still being able to at least block out the companion side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I don't think it's just block out, by the way. Oh no, it is just block out. I couldn't see the die on it. I'm not familiar with the arts of these tokens. But it does get 2 boosts at least though, so it will stall on the companion side. I'm wondering what this exchange is worth to Pompote, really, because notably they are missing a couple things that they had the previous game, where they were able to steal it over time, but that was off of having a setup with cards that were perpetually like leaving something around in reserve at least. But also having a Haven Bravos Bastion, there's no additional value there, and the other card that I think is going to be potentially really relevant for Atigma here to potentially help them cheese out the game towards the end, if it does come to that, is a Beauty Sleep. They don't need many more progressions now, and that can be a really cheap way of getting one, even if Pumpote's game plan comes online.
Yeah. That is perfect. I mean, Rifty Frozen Delivery, we see, okay. City Cram is going to be placed out again. We saw it like before for Pumpote, that even if it's look like Pumpote is going to be like a little bit like behind, right? It's going to be always, it's just like also in the last game, managed to just like going to be down with everything. And I mean, with just like all those killing elements that's actually going to be there, there's still like also a lot of possible ways to just like put something down to the reserve, to maybe just like activating the Anansi a little bit better. And also with the Anansi you're being able to put down a card as well, just like on the reserve. But just like seeing that, the Beauty Sleep sitting there, so Digma can just like stop it out with like a short nap for Anansi for during the day. With the short nap. So okay, playing it out.
Yeah, Beauty Sleep is one of these ones that's so multi-purpose now in Ephanis as well, where oftentimes they'll actually just sleep their own categorized Mage Dancer, get additional boosts on it, and then leave it around for the next day while drawing a card in the process. And sometimes they get to do that while also returning the Beauty Sleep to their hand with a unique if they have one. In this case, I think you are right, Pandy, most likely. However, you know, it's entirely possible if Atigma does realize that they're likely going to lose the day to a second Anansi on that side anyway, they could just potentially sleep their own Mage Dancer for value. But otherwise, it's just very likely that these Anansis just stick on the board as a big stat stick that's the sleeping and doesn't matter then. Until, eventually a Mage Dancer or even an anchored threat like a Spindle Harvesters is just larger than it.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. So we can see right now that the Mouthful Flame is going to be played out there. And right now it's just like, what is... Okay, just like decide... Oh, I see some characters going to be fall off. Charge! Opponent pushed off my carry. No, but actually right now going back into the game, so actually it's just like the question of Pumpote, what to play actually. I mean, I actually saw like someone cheering in the background. It's like the little kid that always just like run through the whole floor. That's super funny. So at least some action is going to be on for both of them, so they can kind of feel like a big stage. They're going to be played here. So is it the Evanescence? Yeah, it's going directly into the touch, and I mean it's still like enough mana for just like the Beauty Sleep as well. Going to be placed down.
Yeah, it's actually really funny here how I was realizing briefly for Pumpote, it's awkward because playing a card out from your hand and exposing it to a potential Beauty Sleep is actually sort of a benefit here for the Ephanis, in that they are able to get an additional Mana Moth into play thanks to there being a card exhausted. I don't believe there's another card in Ephanis' hand currently at least that would be able to exhaust. And for that reason, the Annihilum wouldn't otherwise be able to be activated. But the fact that that card did not have Fleeting that was played out by Pumpote does enable that. So I'm wondering whether that's going to matter at all here.
Yeah, that's a good question. With that right now. I mean, still like the Mana Moth needs to decide to where to place down. So let's see. And oh, okay. But maybe with that, 2 mana left.
Evanescence being, you know, nice as a way of discarding a card here from the reserve then to Joyride as well. So both of these cards that are still in Atigma's hand are very relevant, both in terms of stats, but also otherwise, if the stats aren't going to be good enough, Beauty Sleep is also super relevant. So that's really nice. The one thing I'm having a little bit of trouble figuring out is just how much mana Pumpote still has available, if any. It's the way they're laid out currently, pretty difficult for me to see.
Yes. I mean, what I could see right now is just like the fact that, if it's going to be down, I mean, it needs to be the beauty sleep, right? Just like to make sure to double progress. But also with that, you need to actually put down the aaaand to sleep, because otherwise it's not working out. And with that, I'm not directly sure if this could be potential, a turn that you want to make to choose for that. And this is like the reason why Enigma also passed by, because if we just like would go into the fact of like, hey, you putting like the aaaand to sleep, I mean, of course you will be able to double progress, but with that you're actually also just like being able to not having like a big answer for that in the coming phase, except like it's related to what you're actually going to withdraw, as well that you have like the beauty sleep as a free cost at total, just like sitting there on the reserve. So this was like actually just like a decision make of like, okay, I don't have any clue what's going to be on the upcoming turn. And I mean, right now the hand still looking super good for Enigma, but it also could be like a totally mess, and with that Pompo could be potentially come like super good back. So it's still super close, and we see the Sneezer Shroom actually.
Yeah, we're getting shown the Sneezer Shroom, but almost more relevant than that, I think, is this potential access to the Tooth Fairy as well at this point. The fact that they are retaining a character around from the previous day, I believe, that Spindle Harvesters did interplay in Stick, right? They'll have that already, and with a Tooth Fairy as well, that could just get played on the other side at a critical time and remove something that's really relevant, potentially unique, or Dr. Frankenstein if something like that was to get resupplied or otherwise put into reserve. Okay, never mind. There is no anchored threat out at least, but again, it's not too much of a cost spending 1 mana on an after you effect while playing the Spindle Harvesters out. That's totally fine to start with. And yeah, just needing to find 2 expedition progressions, and it's going to be a little bit harder for Pompo to stall as well, because there are very few copies of Hooked left in their deck at this point.
Yeah.
Tooth Fairy immediately taking out Axiom Salvager, just trying to prevent as many resupply chains as is possible. Now Trace is going to be a little bit more reliant on their hero ability, most probably.
Yeah, true. So we see, okay, the Haven is going to be placed down. We see the Foundry mechanic actually got resupplied with that. So right now we see that Enigma would be able to take like both spots, but just like seeing out in the hand, it's just like always a super cool small pass by. And what I also actually forgot to mention is like that the I forgot the name. The one cost spell. What it calls in English?
Frozen Delivery? Or
no, the other one.
For Pompo?
From Enigma. The one cost
Joyride.
The Joyride, yeah, the Joyride is also being there as well. And this is like actually cool, because it's not only just like getting additional like super many boosts. It's also again that the Nilim actually going to be activated again. So there will be like an additional character as well with that additional boost for the stats going to be placed down. But with that, actually only the Beauty Sleep right now is going to be able to be popped out. And this is like a good question, if this Beauty Sleep will be enough for this upcoming turn. But still I need to realize that Pompo have like 3 mana left, so 2 characters at least can be played out during that day. And also getting at least 3 boosts that he can also just like put down there. So let's see.
Yeah, the 3 boosts do definitely help. I think the main problem is they're trying to figure out what they can play around, what they can't, and what their actual ultimate goal is for the end of this day. I like this line, though. This one exposes as little actual options as possible for a potential removal spell. Before, I'm assuming the next thing that'll come out will be the Grems to make a Brass Bug as well, to at least take one of the sides. But, yeah, I think that's mostly it here.
I mean, you could play out the Gremlins, right? Just like such a sacrifice one, so you get like a potential extra stat for your expeditions. So it could be an additional turn.
They can survive the day. I'm just trying to figure out if their blocking progressions are not still based on the current math, but I think it's very hard for them to do so, even with the extra boosts. I'm wondering if Enigma has said verbally yet whether he is passed or not. Because I believe it's them we would be waiting on otherwise, but the fact that Pompo has, again, his head in his hands makes me think that Enigma has passed at this point, and it's just Pompo trying to math it out.
I mean, what could you do right now? You can play the Gremlins onto the hero side, right?
Well, I'm
It's like the Gremlins have like 2 stats for 2, 2, 3, 2, right? Or 1, 2, 2. Or it's like 2, 3, 2.
Grem's rare, right? It's the common.
It's the common.
Gotcha.
1, 2, 2.
Common is 1,
1,
2,
2,
2.
2. Okay,
so the rare is different though. I don't remember how it's
so
different.
basically,
I know it's different, the rare.
you have
2,
like
2, 2.
you have like
Cool, thank
4. You have like 4 into the forest side if you're going to be in the companion. It would be not enough.
You can get 5 because it is that kill on cylinder though as well, right?
Yeah.
All right, there's an Amelia. And
but hold on, you couldn't get. Could you get like 5? But I mean, it's just like progressing. But I feel like Rifted Gremlin, if you're going to be 5, then wouldn't you be able to just like block both expeditions together with the robots?
No, because it's that forest expedition specifically.
Oh, yeah.
And you need the Haven boost to contest the companion side. You have the forest expedition on that side, which is super awkward for Pumpot here.
Yeah. But it's still not over.
No, definitely not. And notably, both players now at striking distance. It's not just Atigma who's threatening to win the game now. Pumpot can do the same thing.
Yeah.
So we will see here. Again, I think the fact that Atigma has been able to hold on to this beauty sleep so long, it's either going to be the thing that has lost them this game or the thing that wins them it. I'm pretty sure at this point. It's likely that if that card does get played out, I have a feeling it's going to end up being for the 4 full mana to sleep. 4 mana to sleep 2 things, not just the 1 mana at the very end. But it could come down to that. If they haven't been able to generate value with it while it's been one of the last 2 cards in their hand or the last 1 card in their hand for 3 days now. This is the 3rd day, I guess, that they have it. It's just likely not the right card.
Yeah. Totally agreeing that. So, can't buff debug. Haven only buffs the character played from Resolve, can't buff debug. Oh yeah, you're answering questions. Okay, that's good. Thank you so much, my moderator.
You know what? I have seen enough here from Pumpot to know this is their last resort. They're putting their stats into play.
Yeah.
And knowing Atigma's hand, there is plenty of removal here. They're going to be A-okay. But yeah, Pumpot making him play it out, that's good. But just that last day being unable to find a way to block, I think was partially critical, but otherwise you can also see it whenever a traced player who's playing a fair trace like this starts their day by using that traced ability instead of making another action. You know they're desperate. They're looking for a way to start a chain of resupplies somehow. Pumpot doesn't find it here, and there's just so few options left for them.
That's totally true. So as you can see, the press back, we're going to be placed down, but I have like also the feeling that Adigma we're going to have this. So does it seem like they're actually just like starting over the turn? Yeah, they're going into round 3. So hey guys, it's a 1-1. So the final round will decide who will going to be the champion for the World Championships Qualifier here in Lille. Will it be either Traced or Fanas? Super awesome, guys, awesome. Yeah.
This is what I've been waiting for the entire day. It's a best of 1.
Yeah.
Finally there though. Fanas versus Traced. One of them with this 1 game win will take it.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, I do think already the opener worked out a lot better for Atigma in terms of getting the relevant things at the right times and then having the right other things that were, I guess the first game, they were having to play out certain things from their deck that they would have ideally seen later. I think they had a bit of the reverse dynamic here as well. And Pumpot just not quite able to get there.
Yeah, that's true. Freeloader, did you read the message? Oh no,
I did not. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Stress.
Okay.
But yeah, both players just shuffling up, and I'm still just wondering just how much are these first 2 games of experience of playing against a trace list like this how much is that helping Enigma going into the third game? It's definitely a situation where I have a feeling he's just doesn't have as many reps against this deck.
Yeah, I actually think every rep he gets, even if it is during the finals itself, will help them a lot, understanding that the dynamics of at what timings the exhausts are good, at what timings the sabotages are good. Especially into Traced, it's often disguise when, because there's the choice, when do you want to use your hero ability, when do you want to show your uniques, and just getting a feeling for how Pumpot plays those situations, when do they expose themselves to potentially lose a game to a Tinkerbell effect, is just going to be huge if Enigma can capitalize on that.
The thing I'm wondering, like, I know we've seen the deck list. I guess maybe I haven't paid attention. Are there even Tinkerbell effects out of this list?
I don't actually think so. I
don't think so either, right? It's a lot more linear.
This is purely after you and stats. This is like Fen, but instead of off you go, you have only Anansi.
that was actually what I was thinking, because believe it or not, the most recent Fen list I've been playing, we've been joking constantly, has 0 removal effects. So there's nothing reactive, no sabotage, no removal. I'm just, sitting there playing magical trainings and then building up reserve, and then eventually Anansi and trying to anchor it or ride it out. There's a lot of similarities somehow, a lot of overlap. The way the setup works is entirely different.
Yeah, your hero ability as Traced is kind of your magical training plus sleight of hand, and then you go from there. You have no removal, no interaction whatsoever, and at least I haven't seen any Tinkerbells yet, so I have to imagine they're not running them, because they do see like 3/4 of their deck every game.
Yep. And that's the other reason. It's not that Pumpot's getting really lucky to always be seeing their uniques. It's that when you're playing a deck that has this Frozen Delivery card, for example, has all these Haven Bravos Bastions, has the ability to activate permanent abilities again and again to get additional resupplies, and Axiom Salvager at rare to boot, you're seeing so much of your deck that you will see uniques. You are so... in order to have them all in like the bottom 8 cards, the percentage is so... like infinitely small, I guess, that you don't even have to worry about it. It's negligible. It'll happen some point if you're playing this deck for thousands of reps. Otherwise, you're going to see at least one at some point.
Yeah, and honestly, if anything, seeing multiple uniques this early into a game like Pumpot is doing right now is actually kind of a hindrance for this deck, because the way it looks to me, what this deck wants to do is it wants to get to a reasonable mana total of like 7 or 8, and then start just going 1 mana after you, 1 mana after you, 1 mana after you, 1 mana after you, all while resupplying and shuffling around your cards so you have the right setup, then using a Trace Hero ability, getting 1 Anansi into reserve, playing like 1 or 2 Anansis and just taking a double advance, and that's how you get your double advance on this deck. After that, you're just cruising, you're trading expeditions with Hooked, you're playing all your small characters, you're after you. Very classical gameplay style, and it's really coming together very nicely, but could be a bit awkward if you're losing access to all your Anansis early in the game.
Yeah, and I believe that was another drawn Anansi there for Pumpot as well at the start of this day. Definitely a little bit rough, but who knows? If anyone can make it work, it is them with that. Of course, yeah, it's a funny issue to have, I guess, being like, oh no, I drew all of my uniques in a game of Altered. But actually, you're totally right. Getting them this early is definitely not the optimal scenario for them, but at least they are going to put some pressure on early before Enigma can maybe get an optimal setup themselves. So we'll see what they're able to do with it.
Yeah, any lead they can get is going to be huge, and they are already now at an expedition lead. And if they can hold this, that's all they need to do. They do need to hold it for a long time at this point. So I'm sure it's not going to be as easy as it sounds here when I say it that way. But honestly, they have a decent setup. They have a Haven out. They're going to get their Traced ability active actually right now with no interaction. And they're kind of cruising here.
One piece of interaction was drawn, though. It is a Tooth Fairy, but notably, it doesn't necessarily look good to Atigma because of the fact that it will also add a counter to that traced effect. So the Tooth Fairy, interestingly, ends up being the mana decision here for Atigma, who's also running really low on cards.
Yeah, they are running low on cards, and honestly, that's another one of these liberties you have on Traced. Once you have this hero ability active, cards you functionally just don't need to worry about them. It's so hard to run out completely, especially if you have a landmark in play with that arrow resupply ability, because every time you hit a Dr. Frankenstein, it is a resupply. You have a ton of characters that have that effect for you. And, oh, hold on.
That is all of the uniques now that we've seen.
Well, it looks like they're discussing something. I think there was some confusion with the first player token, maybe?
Oh, interesting.
Did they forget to swap it back and forth? I remember when...
It could be, because I thought the last day that Pumpote was the starting player, because I was thinking that a sabotage effect would be able to come out from the Aphanas, so I thought they did swap it.
Apparently... Apparently
confused.
they did. It might have been because Pumpote had 2 cards in reserve last turn and needed to play both of them.
Huh.
Not sure. Actually, I wonder. It's hard to tell, but we'll do our best here. Hook does come out either way.
Yep.
Seems like the game does continue. Nothing too dramatic. And yeah, this Hooked, it's the game plan here. Once you have this lead in the Axiom faction, you don't have great hard removal, but Hooked is probably just the best soft removal card in this game. It is so good. Man, oh man.
I can trade forever while drawing a card for it. Yeah, definitely. Super sweet, especially when you're already a little bit ahead like that. Also, it's just so funny to me. Again, Atigma now, with seeing that he doesn't know it's the last one, but the third Anansi, essentially, in Pumpote's reserve, would so much love to have a sabotage effect for it, but it did enter the mana the last day for him.
Oh no, that's really awkward there. I mean, they are running a couple of sabotage and exhaust effects. Are they running 4 total? Because I think they're only on 1 Rime Frost, but do they have more after the free Tinkerbell as well?
There's the Nylum. I don't know how many copies of the Nylum are being played, but there is the Nylum. There is Rime Frost, at least in some number. Don't know exactly how many, and you can assume it's always 3 Tooth Fairies. Maybe the best sabotage effect for just costing 2 mana. It's a really good one, but it did find its way into its mana, and notably, all of these cards in Atigma's hand currently, these are characters. That's a very awkward position for Aphanas, interestingly enough. There is that one sap infusion, and it looks like they are potentially going to keep that around instead of a Katagiran Mage Dancer.
Oh,
wow.
Yeah, that is a tough decision. Wow, I don't know how often you see a Katagiran Mage Dancer go to mana, especially not as a rare Katagiran Mage Dancer. But, I mean, that's such a strong card. But yeah, if you don't have that many spells, it loses a lot of its power. And this awkwardness, I mean, Pumpote's deck can absolutely punish you for it, because it might be just even better than these Aphanas lists at playing that after you playstyle. And if he sees weakness, then, I mean, we know he has the Anansis to punish.
Yeah, it is definitely a punishment, especially because we know just how many stats that thing can get can be so massive. Even if they are boosting up one of these characters, it likely can just go right over the top of it. And I almost wonder if Katagiran Mage Dancer might have been the exception. We'll have to run the math, but it's also one of these situations where you can never know quite to what extent the Anansi is actually going to be able to get all those boosts that we keep talking about. You just don't have that information starting off the day. So, yeah.
That Anansi in reserve is the double booster. So that, as is currently a 2-cost. Hold on, I think it's an 8/8/9, because it will put a card from hand to reserve and then get 2 times free boosts as a result. With an already pretty good base stat total, actually, of 2/2 free. There we go, up on screen. And man, that is just, even for a Mage Dancer, I think that is just too much to overcome.
Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, it's just a ton of stats on a body, but the thing for Trace at this point is if they can avoid it, they would like to not use it if possible, and just keep it there as a threat that they can pull the trigger on if need be. And it looks like, okay, it is the right time to pull the trigger on it, get the stats while it's good. Does put a Grems into reserve as well, notably.
Yeah, I think what's so strong about this situation is you don't have to use either of your Havens to do this. You're kind of putting a body that auto-wins on the hero side. The only removal that hits this Anansi, because it costs 4 from hand, is a Beauty Sleep. And you have a guaranteed win on the companion side if there is a Beauty Sleep for this Anansi. So it just feels like the perfect moment to put it out and take this double advance into Anansi, going up 3 expeditions in the final game of this event. This has to feel so good for Pumpot.
I feel like I feel like we've actually seen Pumpot physically relax a little bit with that as well, feeling like with a day like that, they are likely the favorite now to win here. Of course, things are still live for Atigma. I'm just trying to look at every single draw here, but every card that I keep seeing them get, outside of maybe this Moth to a Flame, just feels so awkward for them.
Yeah, and even the Moth to a Flame, I mean, it is a great card in its own right, but it is missing its partner in crime, the Nylum Withered Tree, that would just make it a phenomenal card, right? So everything just looks a little short, and I can't believe it, because, you know, this Trace list has 0 removal into an Ephanos, but still Pumpot is managing to just navigate this and makes it look so positive in all its interactions.
Yeah, it really does, and I think this major threat here as well that you were mentioning earlier, such a good card here, again, being hooked as the potential removal. It means that not only does Atigma have to play out good spells in order to actually be able to go over things here, but they need to play out all of these characters in sufficient quantities so that they can actually stabilize one side if need be, after getting a character potentially hooked away from it here. Trading 1-for-1 is not good enough for Ephanos anymore. They need exclusively double advances really here in order to feel at all comfortable.
Yeah, and as you're saying, they need all these characters because of hooked. But when an Ephanos plays a bunch of characters in a turn, they're not making a lot of use out of their hero ability, and the entire thing their deck is built around. So at that point, it just becomes easier for Pumpot to just play huge stats over the lacking statistics from the Ephanos side, which is also a sentence you don't get to say very often. It's incredible. It's working so beautifully here for Pumpot. I struggle to see how Atigma can stabilize, to be honest.
3 mana being paid now for, looks like this Moth to a Flame. Does enter the reserve exhausted because of cooldown, and it does put a reasonable amount of stats then onto the hero side as well, but I mean, the reasonable amount of stats, that's, I think, so easily going to end up getting matched by a potential Grems at this point, or virtually any character that can enter play, especially from reserve, if there's any other way of getting characters into the reserve at this point.
Yeah, and it's such a sad situation. You don't want to put the boost away from your anchored characters, but you need to survive it, just for it to get hooked away anyway. But if you don't put the boost there, then the Grems just threatens to outstat without even a Haven activation.
Yeah.
So it really is a doomed if you do, doomed if you don't situation for Atigma. I think what they have to play for is if they can somehow get that hooked out of the reserve as well. Oh, they cannot. They just boost up the Spindle Harvester. And that means they need to fight for another hooked next turn, unless they draw a Sabotage or Exhaust effect.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. I mean, it's now adjacent for Pumpot, correct?
Yeah, they are right there, about to close out the game as we see the commentators from the French stream.
You know, this is maybe the one time in all these matches, getting into the late game, where it doesn't feel at all like Pumpot has his head in his hands trying to figure out the line. I feel like he's pretty much autopiloting now. He knows what he needs, he knows what he doesn't, And I think, yeah, like, look at these cards in hand for Tigma. What can he do?
Yeah, it's just a Traced with 5 cards in hand, 2 cards in reserve. Your NFN has 2 cards in hand only. It doesn't feel great. Yes, you have characters in play, but you're so behind on expeditions. It's all about this hero side. It's also, by the way, Axiom's strongest expedition, the Mountain Expedition. It just doesn't feel good to be in this spot. They start with a 2-cost character.
And Trace has managed to hover this one remaining Anansi in their hand like the entire game. I think they drew this on day 2 and managed to not have to play it out here. And it could look just so incredibly good at this point. Check how massive the reserve is currently as well for Pumpote.
Yeah, that is 6 cards hanging out in reserve. There can be a 7th with the Traced ability as well. All Pumpote needs to do is run a Tigma out of mana, and this Anansi out of hand is going to win the hero side expedition. It's going to be so massive, nearly unstoppable as is. We do see a ton of boosts coming out from a Tigma. How many does he have on that mountain?
We do have a champion, Pumpote taking it down, able to easily hooked away the Moth, use that hero ability of Trace, and throw the Anansi into reserve. Immediately, everyone knows, everyone's clapping, into Tigma included, everyone really celebrating the play here from Pumpote. Really incredible play overall. I'm truly impressed.
That is incredible.
Crazy. Trace taking the World Qualifiers in Lille. Who would ever expect that?
Who's the weakest faction now?
Hey! Let's nerf Trace some more Eratas. No, this is super crazy. Super crazy. So congrats to Pumpote for taking this game. Incredible, incredible. Not to know what to say actually. Because this is super crazy.
It's just the most poetic win as well, right? You're coming off of people complaining about the combo bug fix loop uniques, and then it is specifically the Trace deck that isn't the combo deck that survives to the very end, despite multiple other combo Trace getting to the top 32, I believe.
Yeah.
It's the one that isn't combo that survives. And maybe because it has... It doesn't need to worry about removal, whereas combo uniques, you do need to worry about removal. So, wow, it's so perfect. It's so perfect.
It's really cool because it is a build that really does care about getting permanents in play, but notably, the permanents that it does offer up into play as well aren't ones that easily get hit by removal effects or that you wouldn't want to really do. Like, no one wants to be spending mana on a license withdrawal to take out a Haven Bravos Bastion, or definitely not a Kill on Cylinder. But as soon as those things just start sticking around for a little while, the value that the Trace can potentially get out of it is really massive. There have been other versions of Traced as well, even outside of like the bug fix combo Traced, that are much more reliant on other permanents like the Ouroboros Lyra Bastion, but those are much more desirable removal targets as well.
Yes. I mean, what is like actually really crazy? I hope we see like how the trophy is actually going to be handed over. It seems like the prorate is something that would be super cool.
Yeah, it would be awesome to see.
But I hope in addition to the trophy, they hand him all of the prizes in just like one giant pile that he has to carry all at once. And it's a glass trophy, so I'm sure that would go pretty well. But I believe this is the crowning of both our finalists, winner Pumpote, but also Tigma, who did an awesome job this event. A really impressive second place finish as well. I have to say, in that third game, their draws did not cooperate with what they were trying to do whatsoever. But hey, it happens sometimes in Altered.
Yeah. So super amazing. We see here the final interview for both players. I mean, it's just like incredible. Fanas and Trace is taking that over. I mean, we could see what they're actually talking about in the interview. Hold on, guys.
Oh no, are we gonna have PAANDY interpreting yet again? Do we need that?
Maybe he will realize for the 7th time that he doesn't speak French.
right.
Clapping now for Tigma as well, celebrating the other finalist. But
so
I have a feeling we're getting over to Pumpo.
Yeah, so Pumpo, how it feels like to play out the worst champion according to the Discord channel with chat and now winning with that the World Qualifiers. I mean, do you want to just like prove that Trace is the best champion out there? Should we nerf it? Oh no, please don't nerf it again. Okay, I'm finished. I don't have anything else to say. No, actually,
well, very insightful, Pumpote.
Actually, congrats to that, to Pumpote, and I will feel like, so do we wait to see if the trophy is going to hand out? Yes, surely, right?
I want to see it.
I want to see it as well. This is like super duper awesome, super duper cool. So
there it is.
Oh, it comes. Oh, awesome.
Given to him by Regis himself as well, creator of the game. There you go.
And even a handshake, cool. I would never wash this hand again, Pumpote, so... Hey, super, super cool. Yeah, that's super awesome.
Merci à tous, j'ai rien d'autre à dire.
Yeah, super cool result.
Yeah.
Alright, let's all go out and buy our Trace uniques, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I already got mine.
But unfortunately, I can also say that a bunch of really good ones are all gone now immediately from the market. So if you've been trying, yeah, welcome to the club. They're gone.
Oh my god.
Now, I believe it's Caleb who's also saying his thank yous to everyone for the support over the event. Really good numbers across all the streams. The French stream now peaking, I think, around 600 viewers at one point, nearly eclipsing the total player count for the event itself, which is sweet. And I know even here, even though we've been seeing only, you know, by our standards, pretty solid, the turnout of viewers on the stream. But checking out, a lot of people are checking out the replays, watching those games intensely and figuring out what's been going on in some of these amazing deck lists of everyone. So thanks for all the support watching watching our stream and our videos, of course.
And with that, we're going to be onto the end, guys, and with that I can tell you which uniques I just like spotted before the big buyout.
Oh no.
Just like shared on stream, guys. I mean, I'm super happy.
No.
Oh yes, look at those babies.